now. Test, test. All right, sweet. We're good to go. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We're breaking into live weather coverage right now ahead of some strong wind gusts being reported around the Puget Sound. Current view at our disorganized mid-latitude cyclone. The European shows a central pressure of approximately 989 millibars and steady. So will begin to increase as it moves into the Puget Sound area and points northward. All right, wait for some people to get in here, and then we can really start to go into our coverage. Current wind gusts around the area, 43 miles per hour here at Point Robinson, 32 here at Gray Army Airfield, 33 Tacoma Narrows, 37 at SeaTac. These stations all got over 40 miles per hour not long ago. Same with Olympia Regional as well. You switch it to current max wind gusts at this time, and so as you Point Robinson hit 51 earlier, SeaTac 51, Tacoma Narrows 55, Fort Lewis 46, and Olympia 45. Sherry says, good afternoon. Hello, welcome back. All right, thank you to those two who just subscribed. Thank you for tuning in to live coverage. We're at 538 subs and counting. Also making a quick run at 27K on Facebook today, so thank you all very much if you came over from Facebook. I'm just cross-posting this to my social media sites right now, including Facebook. In case you're just tuning in, you missed what I said earlier. Looking at some live observation data around the area. Ken Moffitt says windy in Federal Way. Pretty calm now. A little breezy out here in Milton, but we did get a nice wind gust with the convective shower that came through earlier. Seems like we're on the back end of that now. Still getting some newer lightning strikes here along the coast in Pacific and Grace Harbor County. There was a marine warning here earlier for the chance of a waterspout. That storm has since moved north of Tokeland and no longer poses a threat to life or property. The strongest winds tonight will likely be somewhere in the central Puget Sound, depending on where this pressure gradient sets up. We just got a public information statement from the NWS in Seattle. This has current wind gusts recorded over the last 6 hours across the area. Let's go to this area in particular, King County. Bellevue Hilltop already 44 miles per hour as of 2:15. Tacoma, wow, Tacoma got up to 60. Tacoma recorded a 60 mile per hour wind gust at 1:33 p.m. Last time I checked, that station was Tacoma Narrows, and that one recorded 55, so I'm interested to see if they're using any sort of conversion on that. Because if so, that is absolutely insane. See, Fort Lewis, 2 separate times, hitting 46 miles per hour. JBLM, 43. Another Tacoma site, 36 miles per hour. The Thurston County Olympia Regional, 45 miles per hour at 1:25 p.m. And this isn't even the main event. This is probably just some downbursts mixing down from the heavier showers. Starting to see the sun come out here in Milton as well, off to the west. All right, we're up to 10 viewers. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another breaking news stream. Currently talking about heavy wind gusts recorded around the area in the last hour or so. I have a public information statement from the National Weather Service in Seattle. So I'll leave it on this screen for some time if you want to look up your approximate area. These so far are some of the higher wind gusts recorded over 35 miles per hour from what I can see in the trend. Anything over 35 shows up on this list. These are current maximum recorded wind gusts around the area. Gonna finish cross-posting this to Twitter and Blue Sky. And turn on my little desk. There we go. All right, good afternoon, everyone tuning in. Good to see you all again. Up to 3 stream likes already and 27 views. Welcome, everybody. We're breaking into live coverage amidst an impending windstorm likely around the Puget Sound later this afternoon and evening. Already have some pretty strong wind gusts recorded around the area, and I'm interested to see if they use any sort of converting on this wind gust here at Tacoma. Shows 60 miles per hour here at Tacoma. Let me put in these coordinates to see if this is the Narrows Airport or a separate site. No, doesn't work like that. Hang on. Oh, yes, that is at the Narrows. The most recent observations, if we go to max wind gusts, only shows 55 at that area. So these are max wind gusts across the Puget Sound since midnight. A few 40 plus here and there, but also a couple of 50 plus, which is already outperforming models at this time. Really, really surprising to see this. So 51 at SeaTac earlier, 51 at Point Robinson, a whopping 55 here at Tacoma Narrows, most likely with some convective showers, some stronger downburst winds mixing down towards the surface with those heavier showers. Because the main event is still well off the coast at this moment. See this 989 millibar disorganized surface low in mid-latitude cyclone. There's several little mesolow eddy features mixed in with this, and they're all revolving about one another. Windy keeps crashing on PC. Still seeing a lot of new lightning strikes here along the coast, mainly Northwest Oregon and Western Pacific County. Some of these moving into Grays Harbor County as well. Also some strong thunderstorms out here in the Blue Mountain region also. There's some heavier showers moving into the North Sound at this moment, but starting to clear out a little bit down here in the South Sound. Lots of convection here off the coast as well. Some of these could produce thunderstorms on the coast through the nighttime as well. The coast has already had 3 to 4 rounds of thunderstorms since this morning. Really, really impressive. Go back to current wind gusts. Once again gusting to 43 here at Point Robinson off of Maury Island. Alright, we have 16 people on at this time. Welcome everybody. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch breaking into live windstorm coverage ahead of a busy night expected for most of us. TJ, hello, welcome. For anyone watching right now, where are you at and what is it doing outside right now? If you feel like answering, please do so. A couple of storm chasers in the area live on the coast as well. I know Michael Snyder with the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch team is somewhere down in Cape Disappointment. Then Ben Yurkovich in the Washington Weather Chasers team is in the Manzanita area, to my knowledge. If you'd like to go see their streams, look up Washington Weather Chasers and Pacific Northwest Weather Watch on YouTube. They are both currently streaming, to my knowledge. Ooh, got a page recommendation on Facebook. Not too often that happens. West Olympia calm at this moment. Thank you for your report, TJ. It's currently 33 miles per hour near the capital as of the most recent update. But yes, relatively calm around that area. 24 miles per hour at Olympia Regional. Recent is 30 miles per hour at Tacoma Narrows. 32 miles per hour here at Fort Lewis. Down to 31 at SeaTac, but 35 here in Normandy Park. 33 miles per hour up in the Juanita area. Mike just ended his stream. Okay, thank you for letting me know. They probably ran into a cell service outage out there because Mike's not using a booster on his setup. Yeah, already up to 22,000 customers as far as I know without power in the area. Let me see if I can pull up a PSE outage map real quick. Wonder how often this updates. Let's try taking a quick scan over this real quick. Current outages. Okay, so we're up over 30,000 now. Up over 30,000 PSE customers without power. A huge area in the Nisqually Reservation without power. Most of Highway 8 north of Capitol Peak also without power. Some areas in Tumwater in the dark. Good part of the area between Berrien and Normandy Park without power, parts of Mercer Island. Near Duval Cottage Lake. Whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen. This last update was 5 minutes ago, and I believe they've resolved most of the issue up here. This was actually caused by a motor vehicle collision with a 115 kilovolt transmission tower, as far as I know. So that wasn't wind related. If you guys saw that huge power outage up in Cedro Woolley earlier this morning. So yeah, 174 separate active outages as of 5 minutes ago. 30,553 without power around the area. And we're still very likely not experiencing the strongest winds of the night or the day either. So just as a heads up, there's still a larger event to come. You turn on ISO bars. This is the pressure differential courtesy of the European model, already showing pretty tight pressure gradient on the southern edge of the storm. Wow, +5 subscribers. Thank you all so much for joining in. Very much appreciated, everybody. And we're up to 34 people. Incredible. Thank you guys for your support. Be sure to share the stream if you guys like the coverage. Making a really close approach to 27K here on Facebook real quickly. 543 subs now. A lot of the lightning activity is mainly in eastern Washington near the Blue Mountains. There's a mesoscale discussion in effect. A low chance of a watch to be put out by the SPC for the Blue Mountains. Believe only a 20% chance out there. We already have a pretty tight pressure gradient across the Pacific Northwest here. From 992 millibars to 1,004 millibars across about 200 miles or so. Models are showing this pressure gradient tightening and moving over the central Puget Sound later on tonight, which some models are showing could bring 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts overnight. See if I can pull up some of the most recent data here. I have the 18Z NAM 3KM right there. Let's zoom in to the state level and go to 10 meter above ground level gusts. Look at this. That little yellow speck right there, it's close to 60 miles per hour if this were to verify. Shows 55 for the greater Tacoma area, 50 miles per hour for Seattle, and close to 40 here Everett northward. This would be at 9 p.m. tonight, according to this model. A big uptrend with the NAM 3KM compared to previous model trends. See what the 20Z her 3KM has to say. A little bit less in coverage for tonight. It's showing it later on at 11 p.m. Still around 45 to 50 miles per hour for most of the South Sound, but a little bit less the farther north you go. And the HER's been picking up on this wind shadow feature as well that the other models have not picked up on. Notice here too, this is where the most likely sting jet or bent back occlusion of the storm could move through. Parts of southern Vancouver Island, including Victoria, BC, could see some of the strongest winds in this area. It has breezy winds continuing into tomorrow morning, just nowhere near as strong as some previous models have shown. It's done, it's definitely underdone a lot of these gusts so far because we've had several 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts around the area. Mainly convective though, meaning within showers and potentially dying thunderstorms with those collapsing downdrafts that hit the surface. Because whatever goes up must come down. That's the truth to it. So recent HER 3KM shows a strip of 50 or 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts across parts of the South Sound. Here near the King Pierce County line around 11 p.m. But as the other model showed, the NAM 3KM shows a much different story. It shows ridiculously strong winds here around the South Sound later tonight around 9 p.m. That is just shy of 60 miles per hour in Lakewood and Chambers Bay, if that were to verify, which would be gnarly. 18Z GFS is just starting to render, but the 12Z is fully rendered. Ken Moffitt says, sun breaking through in Federal Way. Thank you for your report. So far, it looks to be leaning towards the Euro model. Yeah, I think the Euro model or the NAM 3KM is going to win this, in my opinion. Let's go to 6-hour averages for wind gusts. And it shows 45 to 50 across much of the Seattle metro area, but really, really strong wind gusts immediately off the coast. It's showing over 60 miles per hour for Long Beach and parts of Westport between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. Do take note, these are 6-hour averages, so these are not on an hourly updated basis. Hang on, guys. Gotta go take something real quick. Be right back. Got a message from the mother unit. Gotta reply to that. So yeah, this model here shows about 40 to 50 for Tacoma, 51 for Seattle, 39 to 40 for the Everett area, and wind gusts in the 45 to 50 miles per hour range for Bellingham in the Salish Sea area. I had a downpour in Clinton about 30 minutes ago, but now it's calm. Thank you very much for your report. Just got an update. We are now 19 followers away from 27K on Facebook. Alrighty, let's going through some Facebook comments here. Lots of those coming in. Up to 13 likes, 250 views already. And 38 of you guys watching right now. Awesome sauce. Thank you for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch at this time for your live streaming coverage. I wish I could be out there chasing, but the unfortunate reality is that my vehicle is 33 years old, having some issues at the moment. So I don't want to drive too far. And also the price of gas is a little bit out of the budget. So I'm live streaming here from home base in Milton. So yeah, this is what the European's showing around 45 miles per hour for Olympia, a little bit less as you go down the I-5 corridor to the Columbia River Valley. So really just depending on if the winds are coming out of the west or the south at this time. It looks like it's going to be more towards the south or southwest around the area, according to the European. Neil Quigley, breezy with high cloud cover in Milton. Hello, fellow Milton resident. Greetings from your neighbor, also in Milton. Yeah, it is breezy, clearing out a little bit. We did have a pretty good wind gust earlier associated with some heavy rain and some active weather coming through. Up to 35 miles per hour in Linwood. Still gusting to around 43 out over the open waters of Point Robinson. And 38 here at Oak Harbor. Other than that, not too much going on. Definitely a brief little pause in the strongest winds. Most likely associated with those showers that passed through earlier. Hello, down by I-5. Yeah, I'm up on the hilltop. Watching some additional bands of showers coming in on radar scope right now over Pacific, Wahkiakum, and Clatsop counties. Also southern Grace Harbor County as well. Most recent update here on radar scope has 37 out of the south at Olympia Regional. So if we go back to max wind gusts since midnight here. Max wind gusts for the area include 45 miles per hour here at Olympia Regional, 46 at Fort Lewis, 43 JBLM, 55, which so far is the record here in the central Puget Sound, at Tacoma Narrows, 51 at Point Robinson, and 51 here at SeaTac. Sherry asks, will there be a break in winds before the next storm? If you mean the incoming storm that's coming in, it's possible, but it's probably going to be breezy until that storm center moves ashore. So most likely going to be breezy going through the night. At least into when we're expecting the... Oh boy. Jeez, thank you guys for the continued subscriptions. I just got a +8 on my counter down here. I use a clock called the Lemetric Time Smart Clock that has all of my real-time followers on all major social media platforms. 45 of you guys watching, 15 likes, and 302 views. I think that this is definitely a more recent record for concurrent viewers. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching me for your live coverage. It's kind of in a brief break for winds at the moment. Let me refresh the outage map right here for PSE. Looks like we're down under 30,000 now. So PSC has gotten to work. Great job by them. 160 active outages, 29,810 customers impacted as of 2 minutes ago. They're down quite a bit from the last update. All right, for anybody watching right now, where do you live and what are the conditions outside? Feel free to answer in the comments below. And also, if you enjoy my coverage as well, please consider donating a coffee to help out Puget Sound Stormwatch in the future. We've received 26 coffees so far from our generous supporting staff. Thank you all so much again for that. Still quite a ways out from being eligible for super chats here on YouTube. Hoping to get to that point soon. But if you guys feel like donating coffee to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch, then the link is down in the comments section. Thank you all so much again. So the mid-latitude cyclone is closing in. It's pretty hard to tell, but there's several little areas of rotation within this main area of low pressure, including a clear as day little coastal eddy right there. James Alexander out of 1090 saying sun and lots of wind, and Robert Gregg out of Martha Lake, pretty gusty. Thank you all so much for your reports. Wind just hit Maryville a few minutes ago from Facebook. Kent East Hill, blue sky, sunny, and just a breeze, 56 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so it looks like... Ooh, excuse me, guys. So it looks like the center of lowest pressure is going to move somewhere between Cape Flattery and the Port Alberni area of Vancouver Island. But we're still going to have several little meso lows. Hang on, guys. Okay, J.S. Howard, west side, Harstein Island and South Sound area. Rain and wind earlier. All right, big shout out. Thank you, James Alexander, for the purchase of one coffee. Much appreciated, sir. Huge shout out goes to you. Unfortunately, Wendy's is being a little buggy right now, so have to refresh from time to time. There's several little areas of rotation within the lowest. Let me refresh that real quick. Hang on, that was kind of a tongue twister. There's several little meso lows rotating about the main low pressure center. So, believe there's one right here too. This one could move up to the Puget Sound. It's a really complicated forecast because it's not one confined low. It's 5 or 6 little meso pseudo lows spinning within the main center of low pressure, which could cast some isolated pressure gradients in different areas across the sound tonight. So definitely a tricky forecast coming up later on. Just had some new lightning strikes down here in Clatsop County, Oregon. These showers are going to be rotating mainly out of southwest towards the northeast. Could impact parts of the Puget Sound area. And just got another email. All right, thank you. Shout out goes to Teresa Wilson for your donation of a coffee. Thank you so much. Someone from downtown Seattle says... Hang on, I lost the message. Okay. Between the buildings, should have just taken my car. Let's hope that changes before 8 p.m. I do not want the wind. No wind on Tahoya Peninsula. 2:50 p.m. Calm up there. Very windy an hour ago, says Ryan Eaton. Lines down in the area already. Power out in the Spanaway area. Thank you very much for your report. Just gonna keep updating this Puget Sound energy outage map here. Looks like they've cleared up 4 different outages and the number continues to decrease. So we're at 29,561 outages total, or customers impacted. 156 outages, but 29,500 people impacted. And this is a public information statement from the National Weather Service in Seattle earlier, showing some max wind gusts at or above 35 miles per hour since midnight across the area. One that's a little confusing to me is this 60 mile per hour here at Tacoma Narrows. Some stations show 55, some are showing upwards towards 60. I believe that's a conversion that they're using. So I'm going to go with the 55 mile per hour at Tacoma Narrows for now. But it seems like they're putting 60 in the official report, which is absolute madness. Oh, got another update from Portland. So Portland continued their wind advisory for inland areas. High wind warning continues for the Oregon coast until 11 p.m. tonight. Yeah, the local storm report for Tacoma Narrows shows a non-thunderstorm wind gust of 60 miles per hour, 2 miles to the east-northeast of Fox Island. Very, very interesting report there. I'm not sure of the exact credibility of that. That's very unfortunate news, Lisa Seckler. Already confirms 1 death in Yelm due to a tree falling. That's terrible. That is absolutely awful. Wind picking up and temp drop at Lake Tapps, Alex in Wonderland says. Yeah, we're still quite a number of hours out from peak wind gusts across the area. Let me go check a few things on Facebook because the comments are pouring in. Let me check the follower counter because I think with that, okay, we're 9 followers away. We're 9 away from 27K on Facebook. At around 10:15 p.m. 3 days ago, we hit 26K. So, yeah, so even, let me show you guys this real quick as well. Even the National Weather Service Seattle Facebook page is showing Tacoma Narrows at 60 miles per hour. But they only have SeaTac Airport at 43, when their max was 51 within the last 45 minutes or so. So, not too sure how I feel about those numbers. All right, we're up to 55 of you guys now. Wowza. Hello, welcome in. Any new guys, any new people coming in? This is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch, Facebook, YouTube, Blue Sky, Patreon, etc. Thank you all for tagging along for this breaking news weather coverage around the Puget Sound. Some very strong wind gusts earlier. We're looking at the PSE outage map right now and also some live observation data. Still showing 43 here at Point Robinson. It probably takes a little bit to update. And high surf advisory continues for the South Washington coast. I just got that update in my ear. Also a high surf advisory through tonight for the coasts of Clallam, Jefferson, and Grays Harbor counties as well. So 20 to 22 foot swells possible through tonight with the passage of that cyclone. Got a viewer out of the Everett area saying he saw some rotating clouds over his place in Everett. Only lasted a moment on the radar before disappearing, but he was very excited about it. It looks like non-thunderstorm wind gust of 46 miles per hour near Fort Lewis at 1:55 p.m. That lines up with what I'm seeing here. It was a Halloween event. Sad. Tree fell in several booths. It was crazy. Earlier, there was a waterspout off the coast of Aberdeen. ETG Vortex, do you have a link to that report so I can open it up real fast? I do know there was a rotating thunderstorm with a chance of waterspouts over Willapa Bay earlier, but I didn't see anything confirmed from it. If so, it must have tracked over the mouth of the Chehalis River here, because that's the path that the rotating storm took. Just outside of Aberdeen and Hoquiam, if that report hones out to be true. Some sun breaks coming up through the South Sound as well. I can see them outside. Some high and mid-level clouds are over the area currently. Thunderstorms over the northern coast range moving across the Columbia here soon. Thank you again to the additional 4 subs. We're at 555 subs and counting. Yeah, ETG Vortex, if you can send a link in the chat real quick with any sources on that, I'd be highly interested to see that. I'll also show it on stream with credit to you as well. Yeah, lots of new lightning here over Clatsop County, Oregon. Approaching the Clatskanie area right now. Grace Bishop, power out in Olalla. Sherry Wilcox, if you're still in the group, or if you're still in the chat room, can you attest to that? Is the power out in your area? The NWS posted special marine warning on the storm and said there was a water spout. I know it had a water spout possible tag, because there was no special marine warning issued for Grays Harbor. It was for the Willapa Bay and the coast of Ocean Park, but it only had a waterspout possible tag on it. Did not say confirmed waterspout. So yeah, some sun breaks coming up the I-5 corridor from Olympia to Lakewood right now. Heavier showers up north impacting parts of Anacortes, Bellingham, Mount Vernon, and points to the north in BC. Heavier showers up in the foothills of Snohomish County as well. And some passing showers about to move into the UW game also. This may skirt just west of Montlake though, so you might stay dry this round. Alright guys, thank you for continuing to like the stream. We're up to 23 likes. Just tells YouTube, hey, you guys should watch this guy. We'll recommend him. Power is still on in Sherry's area of Olalla. Thank you for your report. Let's go and refresh this. Okay, remember these numbers. 156, 29561. Already down below 25,000. So, a great job to the PSE crews out there working hard in the wind. This is as of 5 minutes ago. Yes, huge thank you, PSE crew. Point Robinson Station still hasn't updated. Gusting to 36 still down here in Olympia. Definitely in a brief lull across the area for winds right now. I think this is probably the calmest time for the rest of the afternoon. Would be right about now for the Puget Sound area. If you need to get outside and do any of that yard work and start cleaning up anything outdoors, now would be a great time to do so while it's dry across most of the area. You know, any umbrellas, any yard furniture that could blow away that hasn't already blown away, now would definitely be the time to get that wrapped up. Ryan Eaton, those boys and girls are going to be busy for the next 24 to 48 hours. Absolutely. If the wind gusts over 50 miles per hour like some of the models are showing, it is going to be a long night for a lot of people. Stetson, Centralia, really gusty winds picking up in fast-moving clouds. Yeah, the recent update from KCLS, the Chehalis Centralia Airport is 20 miles per hour. Expecting that to go up here very soon. In the more susceptible areas down here, Mount Rainier National Park, 38 miles per hour at Camp Muir, 44 at Sunrise, 59 at Crystal Mountain, and 49 at Chinook Pass at this time. I think with that, we might have just hit the milestone. Oh, we're 2 away. We are 2 followers away from 27,000 on Facebook. We're going to witness history here on the stream. Let me see if... Okay, Sean Nguyen. Hi, is Melissa now a hurricane? Yes, it is. Last time I checked, it was a Category 1. It could be up to Category 2 now, but is expected to get up to Category 4 or 5 in the next couple of days. Ja George, welcome in. Raining heavy in Oso with new winds. Some thunderstorms starting to cross the Columbia right now, moving off to the northeast. Looks like there's another rain squall moving into McCleary. ETG vortex, I can't find the report. The only thing I can find is the rotation where they saw the water spouts. Yeah, so no official confirmed water spout yet. I'll be watching out for a report, but I know Michael Snyder was live down there and did not see a water spout. Really nice shelf cloud feature though along the beach there. Let me see if Ben is still alive. Looks like Ben is still alive and he has 300 people watching right now. Looks like they are down in the Manzanita, Oregon area right now. Robert Gregg says Snowco PUD 6682 out of power. 10 miles south of Brennan. How's that area looking? Definitely some strong winds for that area tonight. If this model verifies, then the Brennan area will get 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Because in the marine warning, it showed that on the thing that I read. It was rotating, but there were no confirmed water spout reports from the ground. Is that it? Oh, 1 away. We're at 26,999 on Facebook. Yeah, let me see if I can open Snow PUD and Tacoma Power on here too. We're gonna have a lot of tabs open here. The last update was 6682. It's up to 6,713 for Snow PUD right now. Let's go see Tacoma Power. Okay, Tacoma Power is up to 33 or 3,351. I think with that, we just got +1, so you know what that means. 27,000 on Facebook. Yeah, I'm also simulcasting a stream from Washington Weather Chasers. They're out on the Oregon coast. They're actually talking about that casualty down in the Yale McKenna area right now. Yeah, they posted it on the Chronicle in Centralia. Confirmed 1 dead down there. Terrible. Outages are dropping quickly on PSC. We're now down under 20,000. Great job to the linemen out there. Huge thank you to you guys. Let's go refresh the snow PUD map. Still the same number. And Tacoma Power still the same right now. Still the same for Tacoma PUD. Cloud breaks coming into the Puget Sound at this time. Yeah, I'm hearing of lots of damage reports around the Puget Sound already, and the main event hasn't even started. If you guys hear any talking in the background, I have my weather radio going as well as Ben's stream down below. Sun's coming out real bright out here in Milton. Let's go check current observations. 31 miles per hour southeast Enumclaw now. We're starting to pick up here in the foothills area. Thank you guys for continuing to tune in. If you guys are liking the coverage so far, please consider a small donation of a coffee. I do have the link down in the comments section. code-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. And thank you also to the additional 4 subs. 559 and counting. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, so it looks like the NWS has confirmed that report of 60 miles per hour at Tacoma Narrows earlier. Yeah, it still only shows 55 out there, so that's a little unusual why that's happening. So yeah, trick or treat farmers market at a local park in the Roy McKenna area. Unfortunately, 1 death earlier. Absolutely terrible. So numbers up to 6,754 for Snow PUD. Believe that's up 23 customers since the last update. Right now, 37 total outages. You subtract I believe these are 2 planned outages. Maybe 3. Yeah, it looks like 3. So we have 34 unplanned power outages around Tacoma Power in their district at this time. Lightning has definitely slowed down around Oregon. A new line of showers and storms is approaching I-5 right now, from Longview up to Centralia and points west. Just reading through some of these comments on Ben's stream as well. Yeah, all of the big sites right now are posting that 60-mile-per-hour gust for Tacoma Narrows, which is higher than any model has showed so far, and it's not even for the main event. Huge overperformance right now. Yeah, so we just crossed 27,000 followers on Facebook at 27,005. Here comes the rain in Centralia. Thank you, Stetson, for your report. And shout out to Lisa Seckler for your donation of a coffee. Thank you so much. Shout out to everyone who has sent a coffee today. Alright, I'm gonna drop out of that stream. I'm starting to get a little distracted here, so gotta make sure we stick to one topic. Looks like most recent update on my YouTube app is 561 subs on YouTube. Thank you all so much. Looks like we may make an approach towards 600 by the end of the day if all goes well. Mama Miyamoto, Julie Olsen, correct? On your other account? She says, yay, congrats. And excuse me if I mispronounce your last name, but another donation of a coffee from Jennifer Merkiego. Thank you so much for your donation, Jennifer. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this full time. We're already closing in on 700 views on the stream. Thank you all very much. 35 likes at this time. 52 of you guys still hanging with us even during the slow time. I may take a small break in the live stream later on to get cleaned up and then start another one before things get too rowdy around here. So make sure, if you guys want to see these live streams, do be sure to ring that bell next to the YouTube channel. So subscribe and ring that bell to be notified of when I go into breaking live coverage. And another donation of a coffee from Joshua Siegel, or Siegel. Feel free to correct me if I butchered your last name, but thank you for the donation of a coffee, kind sir. Very much thankful for you. That is you. Okay, good. All right, good to know, Julie. Stefan Hagberg says, you are doing just fine with all that you have going on. Thank you for your support, Stefan. Watching a lot of sources right now. We're watching the PUD maps, live airport observations and stations around the area, weather models, as well as current radar and satellite imagery. So yes, a lot going on. I'm looking at 4 different screens right now, plus a phone. So definitely a lot to cover. Appreciate you guys for sticking along with it. So yeah, several sources are confirming a 60-mile-per-hour gust at Tacoma Narrows. Let me go ahead and update that post. Someone down in Ruston says, can confirm about a car sped past behind me, but it was the wind. Let me update this. Whoop. Let me update this post real quick. Okay, post has been updated. At the very bottom, I made a quick edit saying that it was bumped up from 55 to 60. Lisa says enjoy. Thank you, Lisa. I will put it to good use. Stetson what is your main forecasting software? So I use several softwares. This is windy.com. So it's just www.windy.com. Right up there. I use Pivotal Weather Plus for my weather forecast maps. I did use WeatherBell for the longest time. Then my subscription expired and no longer allows me to renew it. Neither the monthly or the annual. It immediately declines every time. I decided to try out the free trial for Pivotal Weather Plus, and I like what I'm seeing so far. There are a few differences, such as the layout of the state zoom, not showing a lot of cities or airports in the area. You know, I get some negative feedback for that quite a bit, but unfortunately nothing I can do about that. So I use Pivotal Weather Plus for my maps, seen as pivotalweather.com. I'm using weather.gov/WRH/hazards to view current wind gusts around the area. I will also put that link down in the chat box real quick for you. So when you first tune into it, it's not going to show this layer enabled. It's going to show NWS hazards and warnings, and it's going to look something like this. So you want to zoom into the area you're looking for. This is out of date because there's a wind advisory for all of this area. You want to uncheck this marker here, go to observations and check surface observations. It's going to show a station plot at first at 1x density. So it's not going to show many of these stations at that density. You want to change this to wind gust and then go up to 3x or all, depending on your preference. And then that'll show you all of the current wind gust observations around the area as shown here. All right, thank you guys. We're up to 36 likes on the stream right now. Still just shy of 700 views. Still 41 of you guys hanging around. Thank you guys for spending your time here with me. Up to 34 miles per hour at the end of the Dungeness Spit. Definitely a brief break in the winds before the main system comes ashore. Let's go turn on isobars real quick. So current pressure, according to the European model, still holds at 989 millibars. Several different little eddies spinning up within this. There's 4 to 5 different meso-lows within the main low revolving about the low pressure center. So it's kind of messing with the wind coverage for the area, because if one of these lows revolves around one another, it could spin it into just the right spot to bring a damaging wind event to the Puget Sound. But models are having a very poor time trying to align with the solution so far. Stetson says, thanks, I'm looking for a new weather software. Yeah, Pivotal Weather is also much cheaper than WeatherBell. WeatherBell is $300 a year for the hobbyist package, or $30 a month. Pivotal is $100 a year, or $10 a month for their hobbyist package. So a third of the price for just as many features. The unfortunate thing I noticed on this so far is that it doesn't look like they have any mediograms for this, like WeatherBell does. You know, where it shows you all of the maps with the stem and leaf plots, the bar graphs, line graphs, all the comparisons between models and whatnot, does not appear on Pivotal Weather as far as I know. Let's see if we have any new model runs coming off the press. 21Z Her. This currently goes out to hour 15. This one shows a similar story compared to the last run. An area of 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible at 11 p.m. across the King-Pierce County line here. In some areas up in the foothills along I-90 up to 45 miles per hour as well. And then maybe a brief blow of 50 plus from Seattle to Everett in an isolated area at around midnight. This is around the time the westerly surge really picks up, and it brings 60 plus miles per hour near Victoria. It has the westerly surge continuing up into the Bellingham area well into the morning time, as late as 5 a.m. Neil quickly picked up a good amount down here. Yeah, that low pressure center is moving closer, so expect the winds to really start to pick up here in the next hour or two. We're still not expecting peak wind gusts until after dark tonight, though. So we still got a while for any preparations to be made if necessary. Gonna get up and take a quick stretch break, everyone. Hang in there. We're back up to 50 viewers. Welcome in, everybody. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch doing live storm coverage with wind at the moment. Looks like the NWS has confirmed the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust at Tacoma Narrows at around 1:30 this afternoon. Looking outside the window at the moment, sun is currently out, bright and potent at the moment. The sun breaks are moving into the Olympia-Tacoma area, but there is rain right behind it. This could also kick up the wind briefly, like we saw at the Tacoma Narrows. That was associated with a small downburst, likely with a convective shower, so most likely not from the main event, which is still well offshore at this time. Lisa Seckler asks a great question. In order to get monetized, is it how long you stream or how much we watch or a combo? So there's several different factors that go into it, such as upload frequency, watch time, and subscriber count. We've passed the upload frequency requirement and now the subscriber requirement, but I need 3,000 annual watch hours in order to enable super chats and channel memberships. Not sure if I want to do the channel memberships right now, just because I have the Patreon going and I don't want to have to make people pay twice for that. That's totally unfair. Would not want to do that to you guys. So I may opt out of channel memberships for now, but we'll definitely have the super chats enabled. It'll be the same thing as coffee, but you guys can buy a chat for a price of your liking and be shown in the chat box just blown up. Like it'll show you either an image or a custom GIF that you can choose, and it'll just say like this person donated $4.99 USD, and then you post a message, whatever you want to say. It sticks out from the rest of the messages. That's what a super chat is. In order for ad revenue, it has to go up to 4,000 annual watch hours. So right now, last time I checked, I'm at about 450 over the last 365 days, so still a long ways to go. Thank you for asking, Lisa. Unfortunately, if I do become a YouTube partner, I think I may have to be less transparent about those numbers in order to not terminate my YouTube partner agreement in the future. Going through some of my X reports right now on Twitter. So yeah, the NWS Seattle page confirms a 60-mile-per-hour gust at Tacoma Narrows around 1:33 p.m. After the 51 at the Seattle-Tacoma airport, that's when I decided to break into live coverage. I was simultaneously watching 2 Weather Chaser streams on the coast, but decided to break into weather coverage as soon as I saw that report. Yeah, so official confirmation on King 5 TV. Fallen tree kills 1 at Pierce County Halloween event. And yeah, we're still not even close to the main event tonight. Absolutely tragic. Jessica, looks like it's going to be a windy day at the pumpkin patch today when we head out there. Absolutely. If you can get out of there before 7 p.m., I think you'll get out before the strongest wind gusts come in. It's still forecasted between around 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. Some heavier showers crossing the Columbia just north of Klatskanai right now. These are moving through the Kathlamet area. Looks like heavier showers approaching the I-5 corridor near Centralia and Chehalis here in the next half hour to an hour or so. So enjoy the brief break in the weather right now. It's certainly breezy outside, but nowhere near what it was earlier. But the cloud breaks and sun breaks will come to an end here shortly. Then after this, a lot of post-frontal showers and possible thunderstorms behind this feature right here. So yeah, Lisa, we're still quite a ways out from monetization here on YouTube, which would certainly help a number of things. But in the meantime, thank you all for your donations of coffees. I don't know if the site is pronounced Ko-Fi or coffee. I pronounced it Ko-Fi at first, but I think it's just coffee. I pretty much just say buying coffees now. Because, you know, one coffee is equal to $5. It also gives you the option to do monthly tips as well. But I'm not going to ask anyone to do that. That's too much. Oh boy. New lightning strike just outside of Windlock here. Let me see if I can pull up the radar scope app real quick. I think it automatically transitioned to that, which it did. Not showing it on radar scope right now, but most likely people from Vader to Napavine and Toledo probably just heard thunder just now from that. Yeah, Long Beach is having a 4th or 5th round of thunder showers move onshore right now, which is just absolutely incredible. Okay, yeah, this is automatically transitioning the screen now. Interesting. So yeah, lightning moving up the I-5 corridor just to the west. So this is south of PL, southwest of Chehalis. Just had a new lightning strike just outside of Windlock and Vader, moving up to the northeast near Napavine right now. Roland Connor. I am 30 miles due east of Bellingham. The system yesterday wasn't as windy as advertised, but good rain. Yeah, the wind forecast for yesterday was a bust, in my opinion. But today, so far, is overperforming. I don't know if this is the same person I said earlier, but it looks like there was another coffee purchase from a TJ Wilson. So if that's you, TJ, in the chat, thank you very much for your purchase of a coffee. It will be put to great use. I promise you that. I do have to post an update to the Rapid Fire Update channel here real quick. Yeah, lightning strike now showing up on radar scope. So if you guys aren't already a part of the Rapid Fire Update channel on my Facebook page, please consider looking or joining that page. That's me. Okay, yes. Shout out to TJ, everyone. Thank you for buying the coffee. So just posted that update to the channel. That is rapid fire updates on Puget Sound Stormwatch. Let me show you guys how to navigate there if you guys are interested. So this is the main Facebook page, now showing 27K officially. The Rapid Fire Update channel is down below here in the intro section. You just click that and see, I just posted this. I literally posted this 30 seconds ago, already seen by 34 people. It sends it straight to your Facebook Messenger inbox if you opt in for updates here. The only really drawback to this is it's for all around Western Washington. So if you're in Bellingham and getting alerts for Windlock and points south, it may not be of interest to you. Also, an update from the game. It looks like UW, last time I checked, is up 42-25 on number 23 Illinois. Yeah, 42 to 25. Last score I saw. All right, we have surpassed 700 views. We're on our way to 800 views. 39 of you guys still watching and 39 likes. If you guys are watching right now and haven't liked yet, go ahead and consider giving the stream a like. That'll definitely help out the algorithm here on YouTube and recommend my channel to a lot of other people in the area. So, PSE is really getting the work here. There are almost under 18,000 customers as of 3 minutes ago, down to 125 active outages. Even Snow PUD is down to about 5,100. It looks like we're down to 23 on Tacoma Power. So crews are getting the work out there. And like I said, we're still most likely not close to the peak of the event until after dark. For anyone just tuning in, we just had a lightning strike outside of Windlock and Vader. Some showers with some remnant energy moving over the hills into the lowlands of the Chehalis and Newaukum River valleys right now. Excuse me. South Carolina over Alabama 15 to 14. Thank you for the update, Roland Connor. Just got comments flooding in here on Facebook, and a good chance I'm not going to get to all of them by tonight. Yeah, just had several new lightning strikes southwest of the town of Vader, crossing from McCallets and Wahkiakum counties into Lewis County at this time. Most likely hearing thunder down in the Castle Rock Vader area right now. Is there anyone down there watching right now that has eyes on the sky? We're really... Chat, check out his neat storm merch for gift ideas. Yes, thank you for the suggestion. I have 2 days left. 25% off orders over $70 on the Stormwatch store if you guys are interested. Yeah, I unfortunately only have one sale on the store since I opened it back in early September or late August, but I currently have 5 designs. Eat, Sleep, Stormwatch, Repeat. Let Me Take a Shelfie. Stratus Quo. The Puget Sound Stormwatch logo, as well as Every Cloud Has a Story. This was recommended by several users on Facebook, but unfortunately, only one sale on that so far. If you guys would like to help support the channel even more, please consider picking up some merch as well. Thank you, Lisa Seckler, for the reminder. But now back to the weather. Looks like this decaying thunderstorm may be getting a little more energy as it moves over the Willapa Hills. Track this. This is moving off towards the northeast, so will likely affect Napavine here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Another round of showers and storms moving over Ocean Park. Some of these areas lost power earlier as well. Yeah, we see some squall features coming into Capitol Peak, the Capitol Forest area. Gusting to 35 out of the south at Olympia Regional and 23 out of the south at Centralia Chehalis Airport. Some of these showers do have a little bit of rotation as well as they move over the hills. So it may be on the watch for an isolated funnel cloud report with some of these too. Not showing any new lightning strikes on radar scope. It's showing all of it on windy right now. Yeah. Thunderstorm moving off to the northeast, rolling off the Willapa Hills into the Napavine area. This will affect areas of the Chehalis and Newaukum River valleys along I-5 here in the next hour or so if this maintains strength. Yeah, it's official here on King 5. Let me pull up this article real quick. Fallen tree kills one at Pierce County Halloween event. And yes, that's not translating over. Okay, hang on. Unfortunately, kind of having issues with ad block here, so bear with me. Anyways, we can read behind this a little bit. Large tree fell onto event boots, killing one person and trapping several others beneath the debris. Call was at 1:02 p.m. today. Unfortunately, confirmed 1 fatality and 5 to 7 total casualties, which is a combination of injuries and deaths. Really sad news there out of McKenna. So let's go update the sites one more time. Looks like we're down 5 more customers on Tacoma Power. Snow PUD remains at 5,102. And PSE is actually up a little bit. We're up a couple hundred in the last few minutes. But active outages dropped to 119. All right, still hanging on at 47. Thank you guys for your continuing to tune into the live coverage. 44 total likes. We're at 841 views. Doing really good on stream coverage today. Yes, that's right, Julie. It is true. It is confirmed by the major news agencies around the area. 1 confirmed death already down in the McKenna area, which is near Yelm, just south of Roy. And as right before you cross the Nisqually to get into Yelm, little town of McKenna. According to the European, the pressure remains at 989 millibars. The clearly defined scorpion tail or sting jet, aka bent back occlusion here. Models are showing this moving into the Victoria, BC area, which is where the strongest gusts will likely occur. This could bring a strong westerly surge down the Strait of Juan de Fuca, affecting areas from Bellingham all the way down to Everett overnight and early tomorrow morning. Just as a huge heads up to anyone in that area. Roland Connor says South Carolina 22, Kalen DeBoer and the Alabama Crimson Tide 14, 9 minutes left. Thank you for the update, sir. Last update I checked was UW 42, Illinois 25. Who knows? Is this the time we finally get ranked for UW as a program? And they just had another interception. UW against Illinois, another INT. Looks like there's about 6 minutes left in that game as of 6 minutes ago. Still see lots of sun out to the northwest right now in my area. Neil Quigley just left to go towards Tacoma. Looks like it's going to get nasty real soon. Still a couple hours out from when the wind gusts are supposed to really kick up. So according to recent model guidance, the NAM is really interesting because it shows some areas possibly getting up above 60 or above 55, close to 60 here in the Lakewood, UP, Chambers Bay area. See, 59 for this point. Just southwest of Tacoma, if that were to be true. Can you speak to the confidence of high winds in Whatcom County, and how about Fraser Valley flow area? Stetson, that is right. Based on radar, yes. About to get real fun here in the Chehalis River and the Whatcom River valleys. I-5 all the way from Castle Rock up to Centralia. Could be in for some lightning here real soon. This active thunderstorm is rolling off the Willapa Hills into the Vader area. So if you know anyone in Vader, Toledo, and Windlock, tell them they are close enough to be struck by lightning. Huge shout out goes to Erin Whitson or Whiteson for her donation of 3 coffees, totaling $15. Huge shout out to you, Erin, and thank you very much. Getting breezy here in Milton right now. Still abundant blue sky off to my northwest. Starting to get a little bit cloudy off to the southwest. Let me go complete downpour in Centralia. Thank you again for your report. Let me go check in on Ben's stream if he's still streaming. See what they're saying right now. Looks like their stream ended 6 minutes ago. So who knows? Maybe we'll see an increase in the audience. Yeah, we just shot up to 57. We are tied for the record on the day for watch audience. Thank you all for choosing to tune in to Puget Sound Stormwatch. Anthony here, your host and founder of the brand. Currently live on YouTube, going into breaking weather coverage around the area. We have high winds already around the Puget Sound. Thunderstorm down here in the southwest interior, crossing off the Willapa Hills, going into the New Whatcom and Chehalis River valleys at this time. This is mainly affecting Vader, Toledo, and Windlock, but lightning possible in the Napa Vine city limits here very shortly. We got an additional 3 subs on YouTube, so we're at 567 and counting. Thank you all so much again. Appreciate the support, everyone. Wow, my most recent Facebook post about the wind gust blew up. And the way the follower count's going up, we may even make a close approach to 28K by the time this is over. First Tacoma Narrows Bridge fell down on my mom's birthday many years ago. Yeah, 1940, everybody. 1940, the Gallopin' Gertie. The new bridge didn't open up till 1950. So imagine the disruptions back then, trying to get between Gig Harbor and Tacoma. Probably just had to use a ferry like they did before. Let's go ahead and update the lightning counter again. So the thunderstorm is now in the city limits of Vader. So just a hair to the northwest of Castle Rock. So lightning possible in the Vader city limits in the next few minutes. Hey y'all, share this stream. Your friends and neighbors will thank you. Very well said by Julie, everybody. If you guys like the stream coverage so far, give it a like, subscribe, and share to your family and friends. They may get these live real-time updates as well. Just had a lightning strike right on top of downtown Vader, right there. Wowza. That's definitely going to be a main page update, 100%. Let me pull that up on Windy since it's not showing it on radar scope. I'm gonna share that to Facebook real quick. Bear with me. Yeah, I can get the posts out the quickest on the channels, but with more reach on the main page. Because not everybody looks at the Facebook page stories or the channels. Most people only pay attention to the main Facebook feed, which I'm saving for the larger events right now to prevent a bunch of backups and junk being posted to the main page. So if you guys want to get all of the updates, follow the Rapid Fire Update channel as well as the Facebook stories posted to the page. I share a lot of posts from other pages to my story as well. So if you want any page recommendations, that would be a good way to look for them. Sun's starting to go away here in Milton. Okay, posting it to the main page. Brand new update on lightning. Oddly enough, the mobile site still doesn't show the 27K, only 26K right now. TJ says, some of those old pictures are incredible of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Yeah, have you seen the video though? The unfortunate thing about the video is it shows the one guy abandoning his car on the bridge with a dog in it. Not an easy watch. Alright, update's been posted. I'd like to give a huge shout out again to everyone who has purchased coffees for me. Thank you again, everyone, for your donations. And we're now up to a record 59 viewers. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Puget Sound Stormwatch on YouTube. Also on Facebook, Patreon, Blue Sky, and I have personal accounts on Instagram and Twitter as well. Currently at 27,033 followers on Facebook and still rising. Most recent update on YouTube has us at 564 and counting. We're already up a good 31, I think, since the stream started. So thank you all for continuing to subscribe and support the channel. This would not be possible without any of you right now. And for anyone just tuning in, because we did get an audience, we just had a lightning strike just outside of the town of Windlock. Just southeast of Windlock. We had one over Vader in the last 5 minutes. Lightning's in the vicinity of Toledo, Windlock, and closing in on Napavine and Newaukum here shortly. Thunderstorms also moving into parts of Onalaska and Cinnabar as well. Mary's Corner, Ethel, and parts of Mayfield, Salcombe, and Silver Creek will also be in the path of this storm in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Roland Connor. Alright, hang on, sorry about that. Roland Connor, are you asking for my X or are you just saying X? Because I can link my X in the comments as well if you guys want to tune in to my personal Twitter. Post a lot of weather and I also do sports updates on there too. Julie says, watching the weather is good for my mental health. I just realized this morning. I remember I can't control everything and that's not always negative but always necessary. Very well said. Okay. Keith Evans, welcome to the chat. Stingjet looks to be heading towards the South Olympics. Wouldn't that keep Victoria from getting those big wins? Well, the models, and if we go back and look at some of these models, it does actually show the Stingjet moving up into the Victoria and San Juan Island area. It doesn't show it as clear on the NAM. It may show it a little clearer on the HER, actually. Yeah, so it shows its strongest on the HER. It keeps the Sting Jet north of Port Angeles and Sequim and draws it in through parts of Victoria, BC, as well as the San Juan Islands. So this is the area where we could see the strongest wind gusts within the center of low pressure. But it does also cast this pressure gradient across the South Sound later on tonight. So just because you're outside of the bent back occlusion or Sting Jet does not mean you will miss out on strong winds tonight. Comment on Facebook says, in Windlock, and it's here. Right across the Cowlitz from the center, it just knocked the top out of one of our 125-foot tall cottonwoods. Very erratic wind, heavy rain, small hail, and frequent lightning. It's a report out of the Vader area. Yeah, much more frequent lightning just started up outside of Windlock city limits. It's just south of Napavine, moving off towards the Mary's Corner and Ethel communities. So also affect parts of Onalaska here very soon too. Otherwise, seeing a few little pop-up showers, stronger showers here approaching Belfair as well. One over Shelton too, and one over the Tahoyah Peninsula. Otherwise, cloud breaks are coming to an end here in the South Sound. Rain is once again on the horizon. Still hanging on. We got 59 viewers now, a new record for today. Looks like we actually just hit 61. Welcome everybody. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Thank you for tuning in. Watching a thunderstorm over southern Lewis and northern Cowlitz counties right now. Adna area getting it now, just outside of Chehalis. So yeah, reports of thunder from Adna area and Chehalis all the way down to Castle Rock. Keith says, thanks, looks like northern Snohomish County will get a strong convergence zone then, keeping the winds down in that area. At least according to the HER model, that's what it shows, yes. The NAM and European do show that convergence area filling in with wind tonight. Krista says, appreciate the weather updates. We almost lost power a few times with that batch of wind that came through Snohomish. Getting dinner made early while I still can. Yes, good precaution. Wind gusts, the strongest ones are still several hours out, just as a heads up. We're still far from the main event, assuming it happens as models show it to happen. Power flash on and off at Centralia in my house. Thank you, Stetson, again for your report. Much appreciated. Still see blue sky off to the northwest, but clouds filling into the due west. And be taking a water break here shortly. Burning out my voice box. I need to get up and stretch as well. Shouldn't take any more than a few minutes. But I'll let you guys know when I get up. All right, let's go see what the radar's doing again on radar scope. Still clear skies in Silverdale and Bremerton. Beautiful sky in Clinton. Not for much longer, I hate to say it. And we just hit 570 subs. Thank you all. Eventually, I do want to enable new live stream features here soon. I do have the option to, I just haven't really taken the time to do it yet. Don't want to do anything too crazy since my audience is mostly, you know, no offense to anyone middle-aged and up, so I don't want to do anything too flashy or noisy. Just a really simple stream like this. I'm going to update the rapid fire update channel one more time with an update. Thank you all again for your continued reports. Makes nowcasting much easier. Thunderstorm between Windlock and Napavine right now. No new lightning in the last couple minutes. Expecting that to change here soon. If this storm holds, it is moving up towards the Puget Sound area, but most likely will start to lose steam as the sunshine begins to dissipate. My notifications on my smart clock are updating so quickly that it's actually starting to lag. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Alright, still hanging on at 58 viewers. Hello everyone. We just crossed 1,000 views on the stream. Bravo. 53 likes already. If you guys like what you're seeing so far, please consider liking, sharing, and subscribing to the stream. And maybe even a small donation if you guys feel like it. Appreciate everyone who has donated so far. I think we have a total of 7 or 8 coffees on the stream. The link to the Ko-Fi or Coffee account is in the comment section below. It is ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Also in the description of the stream as well. Thank you all so much again. Wouldn't be able to do this without your guys' support. Just keeping an eye on several aspects of weather right now. Okay, got some final scores for you sports fans. Washington State Cougars 28-7 over Toledo, and Huskies 42-25 over number 23 ranked Illinois. Go Dogs. Hopefully we at least get into the top 25 with that. That would be nice to see. So at 12:45, you posted about a rotating shower with funnel cloud possible southwest of Tumwater crossing I-5. Yeah, that was looking pretty robust earlier, but it didn't end up doing anything, at least not from what I've seen on reports. Good news is, it appears lightning has temporarily ceased as the storm crossed over I-5. Several other areas of convection starting to flare up off to the south, though. These showers could be moving towards the Silver Creek Mossy Rock area as well, capable of producing lightning. They do have a history of it. Alright guys, gonna get up for a quick little stretch break real quick. Hang in there, I'll be right back. Gotta drink some water as well. Had to clean my glasses off real quick too. Oh yeah, the rain is coming. It is on the way. Looks like lightning activity in Lewis County has come to a halt at this time. All right, check a few things out here. Looks like Ocean Park and Long Beach just had around 5 or 6. I believe it's around 5 come through. They've just been getting battered the entire day. Wind gusts to 33 out of the south at SeaTac, 24 out of the south at Boeing Field, 28 at Renton, 25 out of the south-southeast in Everett, 37 out of the southeast at Oak Harbor Naval Air Station. Just going through my email, seeing all of the coffees donated. Thank you guys again so much. Could have sworn I just heard a lightning pop notification, but I don't think that was the case. Closing in on 1,100 views. We're at 55 likes. Go ahead, continue giving the stream a thumbs up if you like it. It'll help the YouTube algorithm tremendously. Looks like Jonathan and Ben with Washington Weather Chasers are still out on the Barview Spit near Rockaway Beach, Oregon. Strong winds beginning to kick up there along the northern Oregon coast. Sending out a lot of page invites on Facebook. If you guys follow the page on Facebook, please share it with your friends. Send invites to your friends to let them know that this page exists. Seen a lot of new people saying, oh, hey, I didn't know this page existed. You know, this is awesome. Yes, Puget Sound Stormwatch has been a thing for the last 12 plus years. It's only gotten super popular this year. Put it into perspective, before the March 26th storms, I only had about 6,000 followers. And now I've more than quadrupled that. Wow, new lightning strike several miles ahead of that storm. This is up towards the Lewis and Thurston County border. A few miles southeast of Bucota, up near the Skookumchuck Reservoir. So lightning strike 3 to 4 miles or so to the northeast of the parent thunderstorm. This is why when they say if you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning, it is true. Power flashing multiple times in Centralia. Thank you again, Stetson, for your update. Sun has completely gone away here in Milton as those showers come up the I-5 corridor any minute now. Let me see if that shows up on radar scope. It does not yet. Okay, updated the channel. Passing through Centralia now, strong storm, heavy wind and rain. Not official, but I would assess 40 plus mile per hour gusts. Likely convective, so not associated with the area of low pressure moving on shore. Most likely it's these downdrafts mixing down towards the surface. Likely probably saw earlier with that 60 mile per hour confirmed gust at the Tacoma Narrows Airport. Around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Yeah, this is why it's always important to go indoors as soon as you hear thunder, because lightning can strike up to 15 miles outside of apparent thunderstorm in ideal conditions. Rain right on the doorstep now. Rain should start firing up any second now for Tacoma and vicinity. Heavier rain moving up Hood Canal also into Paul's Bow, Silverdale, Bremerton, and points east. Sun breaks are coming to an end around the Puget Sound. Strong showers and possible thunderstorms down over the Lewis River as well. But yeah, we could start hearing thunder in some parts of the Nisqually River Valley here very shortly. Let's go do some checkups on wind across the area. 30 miles per hour in downtown Olympia, 33 at SeaTac, 31 here at West Point near Discovery Park. Not doing too much otherwise elsewhere. Okay, last number was 18,311 on the outage map. This is down tremendously below 17,000. Great job, PSE crews. Like, snow PUD is down to around 4,000. And moment of truth. Tacoma power is way down. Under half of what they were before. Down from 3,315 customers to only 1,605. Huge shout out goes to the power crews right now working in these conditions. Showers just starting up here in Milton as well. Be safe, don't get caught under a tree. Good advice from a Facebook member. Reading some of your guys' comments on Facebook. There's dozens, if not hundreds of them already. Yeah, sorry guys, if you're watching from Facebook and I don't answer your comments or answer your questions, very sorry about that. It's got a very busy night right now with the weather. Out of Burlington, it's unsettling how calm Burlington is right now. So heavy showers with a history of producing lightning just passed through Onalaska. Moving in through the Cinnabar area right now. Silver Creek, Salcombe, Mossy Rock, Mayfield, and surrounding areas getting heavy rain at the moment. No new lightning strikes since that last one about 5 minutes ago. But this is moving up towards Eatonville, Yelm, and Alder Lake. TJ says rain is heavy in West Olympia now. Thank you, TJ, for your report. Sun is coming back out. Rain is getting lighter. Winds are dropping in Centralia. The storm is about to pass. Let me send a message to someone real quick. Alright, go through the comments one more time. American Nightmare, welcome to the stream. Is there a chance the Centralia storm can reproduce lightning in Yelm? There is absolutely a chance. It's non-zero. The storm does appear to be weakening in recent scans, but it is moving up towards your area. It may miss you to the southeast. As you can see, lightning can strike several miles from the parent thunderstorm, so it's possible you could get some lightning here in the next few minutes. Report out of Windlock says power outages in Windlock area already. Getting some viewer submissions right now. Someone said, just posted my link on Scott Sistek's Facebook page. Yeah, Scott's page actually follows mine. I got messages, comments, a lot of it to get to. Just waiting to see if this pops out any more lightning in the next few minutes, but it looks like the cell is starting to cycle a bit. Starting to get really dark outside now as this line of showers comes into my area. I'm in the city of Milton right here, and really just started getting dark out to the west. See if there's any new streams on the coast. No, so Ben and Mike both stopped streaming a while back. Sandra Bauer, rain has started in South Tacoma. It's getting very dark at the moment. Yeah, get ready because there's some embedded heavier showers coming into your area right now, especially over the Nisqually Delta. We heard thunder on Newackham Hill. Hoping for recycling, says American Nightmare. Yeah, judging by how quickly the clouds are filling in ahead of the line of showers, though, it looks like the chance is unlikely at the moment. It may have just enough energy to spit out one more bolt before it dissipates, but not looking likely at this time. Maybe on the back end, we get a little bit of a recycled cell. But right now, the cloud cover is really filling in ahead of this, so we can't get much surface heating at this moment. Breeze is picking up outside as well. Still hanging around 50 viewers. Thank you all for continuing to stick around even during the slow time. Currently at 57 likes, 1,134 views. There's still 47 of you watching right now. Good stuff. Neil Quigley says definitely picked up down here. Have another round of showers crossing over Castle Rock right now. This doesn't look like it's producing any lightning at this time. Heavier showers over the mouth of the Hood Canal, moving up towards the floating bridge. These could produce some strong winds for a brief amount of time. We're starting to see some of these tighter pressure gradients come ashore. So the wind may not be too much farther out for some of us, especially along the coast. Here's the center of the low pressure, still hanging on at 989 millibars and steady. A 22Z her is off the press. Still shows around 40 to 45 for the South Sound, and even a little higher now over Olympia. Almost like 56 miles per hour near the capital region. Really interesting new development on the HER 3KM model, and it shows this for a couple of hours too, near Capitol Peak. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. This is for 11 p.m. tonight, showing some areas above 55 miles per hour for the Olympia Metro. This just in. Let's go look at max wind gusts again. Looks like that number still hasn't been corrected. But things remain steady around the Sound at this time. Look, we even got up to 75 miles per hour at Crystal Mountain. Absolutely unbelievable. So max since midnight, 45 for Olympia, 46 Fort Lewis, 55, which was corrected up to 60 for Tacoma Narrows, 51 at Point Robinson over the Sound, and 51 here at SeaTac. Those are just max wind gusts since midnight, not current. Last current update was 68 miles per hour at Crystal Mountain Summit. Getting dark in North Kitsap finally. Thank you, Breezy GIF, for your report. Roland Connor, is the storm weakening overall? It should begin to weaken as it hits land. Right now, it's maintained a steady pressure of 989 millibars. It is approaching southern Vancouver Island and Cape Flattery. Now, where will the Sting Jet go? That will bring the strongest winds. And right now, it looks like it's going to make landfall somewhere between Forks and Nia Bay. But once the pressure gradient begins to tighten up here around the Puget Sound tonight, that's when the strongest wind gusts are going to occur around this area. Getting really dark and the wind's kicking up here in Milton now. Looks like lightning has come to an end with this storm over here. At least as of right now, no more lightning. Just got a triple header of messages on my watch. Yeah, and 3 hours ago, tree across the road in Graham. Alrighty. It's unfortunate. Windy.com could be a better program, but it does have some issues that need to be patched on the PC website. You notice it occasionally goes back and forth between like a minute ago and 6 minutes ago. It sometimes freezes when you zoom out too fast. Makes it a little bit hard to use, but not super inconvenient. See, you notice it just went back there too. Got something to do with this red bar right here. Just a little nitpicking. Okay. Hey, Jose, welcome to the live stream. Though it's clear in Everett at the moment, the winds have picked up. Dark, ominous clouds I can see from far away. I'm probably looking at this round of showers right here. Yeah, expecting some strong downdraft winds with this round of showers too, similar to what we got around the area a few hours ago. Those are the ones that brought those strong wind gusts of 50 plus miles per hour to much of the area for a short time. So like someone else is using the Lightning app on iOS, showing a lot of lightning strikes just outside of Yelman to Nino. So it's possible that Windy and Radar Scope may not be picking up all of the lightning strikes. Yeah, next round of stormy activity is coming into Milton right now. Wind is really kicking up, getting really dark outside. Any thunderstorms going to develop, or is that threat over in general? Well, the threat remains as long as this low pressure system's off the coast. So the threat remains into the morning time tomorrow. Hang on, guys. Gotta go check this out real quick. Rain just started falling here at the office. Let's go open up the weather bug lightning detector, see what it says. No, nothing new on weather bug. Trying my best not to burn out my voice during this live stream. That would not be great. All right, +3 subs on YouTube. So it looks like we're at 577 and counting. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. Just crossed 1,200 views on the stream and 59 likes. One shy of 60. So yeah, not seeing any new lightning in the last 20 minutes. Cells have dissipated quite a bit. Still heavy rain and a chance for small hail moving into Eatonville. But not much outside of that. Heavier showers also moving into the Tacoma area as well. Expecting strong winds and heavy rain as the primary hazards. Power out down in Yakult, Washington. Thank you, Cheryl Rich, for tuning in. Sorry if I don't primarily cover your area. I mainly cover Lewis County northward. However, I've had a lot of requests to expand my primary coverage area farther to the south. All right, we just hit 60 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much for that. It's got really cold in my room with that cold air coming in. Like, temperature might have just went down several degrees. My window is cracked, and it was pretty warm earlier, but really starting to cool off here in the room now. So definitely some downdrafts coming in with this, which could really kick up the wind locally. Yes, just watching, checking out the weather, thank you. Says Cheryl Rich out of Yakult, Washington. Down in Clark County, I believe. All right, everyone, let me readjust. Get comfy here for a little bit. Power out in Tumwater, says Tumwater Troy. Let's go refresh some of these public utility maps. Looks like PSC's back up to 18,500. Snow PUD's bouncing around a little bit, still in the 4,000 range. And Tacoma Power is at around 1771, much less than earlier, but starting to go back up from what it looks like. May have actually gone down a few more customers. So, great job to the PUD folks out there. PSE, Snow PUD, Tacoma Power, etc. Here's the overall wider picture. The center of low pressure is looking to make landfall somewhere in the Port Alberni area of BC here in the next couple of hours. The overall Sting Jet, the surface-based feature here, is where the strongest winds will likely be occurring. This is looking to make landfall somewhere between Grays Harbor and Nia Bay. Most likely somewhere along the coast of Grays Harbor or Jefferson counties right now. And forecasts show the Sting Jet feature going all the way up into Victoria, BC and San Juan Islands, perhaps. But notice how this pressure gradient is starting to tighten up and move farther east. So once this is casted over the Puget Sound area tonight, that's when we will likely experience our strongest wind gusts. All right, does anyone else watching have any questions or anything they'd like to address? What's the strongest so far? You talking about strongest wind gust? So far, 60 miles per hour observed at Tacoma Narrows Airport at 1:33 p.m. this afternoon. There was a brief little 60 mile per hour gust, shows up as 55 on the ASOS website, where it shows observations, but 60 miles per hour confirmed by the NWS in Seattle. So that around 1:33 p.m. for the Tacoma area. That is the strongest wind gust in Western Washington. Really dark outside now. Rain just started coming down heavier. What happens tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's really just remnants. So a little bit breezy, likely tomorrow. And let me pull up some models here that go out to tomorrow. See, still showing some areas 50, perhaps even a brief little 60 mile per hour gusts here near University Place. Around 9 p.m. tonight. Wind gusts will continue through the early morning hours and gradually drop off as we go through the afternoon tomorrow. It'll likely be a little bit breezy Monday morning too, but not much more expected after that. Then after this time, we have to watch another developing storm system off our coast. I can pull that up on the European as well here. Looks like 18Z's almost fully rendered. Zoom out here a little bit for this one. This first windy storm of the season, does this mean it could be a storming fall into winter? It really depends on what the jet stream does. If the jet stream stays south of the area or lined up directly over the area, which is what it's looking like right now, then we'll definitely be in for an active season of windstorms and possible snow further down the stretch as well for the lower elevations. So here's our current system moving through. A couple day pause, and then models are kind of disagreeing on what's going to happen midweek. Looks like the new European brings a strong cold front ashore sometime early in the morning on Wednesday the 29th. Maybe another little weak front passes through later on that day. And then at the end of the run, it has another cold front moving through around Halloween time. Ooh, rain really just started picking up. Winds are gusting pretty good. At least 30, 35 miles per hour at the moment outside in Milton. Hopefully not bad since I'm heading to Port Gamble in the morning. Could be in for a fun drive, but it looks like things cool down quite a bit before the sun goes up in the morning. So you might be lucky this round. Let me see if I can reload my weather station down the street. Currently shows a gust of 27.3 miles per hour out of the east-southeast. Really unusual wind direction there. Currently, pressure is falling. It is below 990 millibars. Total precip so far on the day is 0.32 inches. Could be less than what it really is because there may be pine needles clogging up my rain gauge. This is yesterday's graph. Notice the passage of the warm front and then the passage of the cold front here. This is today so far. Notice that huge temperature drop of almost 10 degrees when that shower passed through earlier. That produced the strong winds over Tacoma Narrows. Like, it just tanked over about a 20-minute period. Really impressive data coming in from just up the street from me. This is recent sustained wind, 11 miles per hour out of the east, gust to 16 miles per hour. I wish it showed the pressure in millibars. It may be able to give me a setting to change millibars though, possibly. Let me see if I can, without doxing myself here. And password needs to be reset, so never mind that. We're just gonna ignore that for now. Yeah, popped up on my Patreon of all things. Just crossed 100 posts on Patreon. If you guys want to help support me on a monthly basis, I have Patreon memberships for $1.99 a month right now. Three more subs on YouTube. So we just hit 580. We have a good chance of hitting 600 subs before the night's over. Thanks for just reporting as some YouTubers root for bad weather, which in effect is like rooting for power outages and frozen water pipes. I will admit I was guilty of this before, especially before March 26th of this year, but that day changed a lot of things for me in the way that I do my forecasts. For anyone interested in Hurricane Melissa out in the Caribbean, recent update has it as a Category 2 hurricanes with max winds of 100 miles per hour. Minimum pressure is at 971 millibars and falling. It's moving west, but nearly stationary at only 3 miles per hour. Jennifer says, rain passed and wind is calm here in Shelton. Rain passed, but not for long, because round 2 is right behind it. Got new lightning popping up here in Oregon as well. This could move into Washington just like the previous round, just as a heads up. Not completely out of the woods for thunderstorm chances in western Washington quite yet. Oh, excuse me. It looks like that pressure gradient's coming in closer, so winds are only a few hours out now. At least for the main event. Winds re-arriving in Gig Harbor now, 1 minute ago on Facebook. All right, thank you guys so much for continuing to like and share the stream. If you haven't already, give the stream a like. It helps YouTube show that this channel is actually worth watching. 63 likes at the moment. 51 of you guys hanging in there. 1,286 views. Average view duration is around 5 minutes, so doing pretty good. We're really trying to build up that watch hour threshold to start to enable some additional features here on live streams. So I appreciate you guys helping me out with that. Wonder if Jonathan and Benjamin have gone live again yet. Nope. Yeah, Michael and Benjamin were live earlier on the coast, but they have since gone dormant. Waiting to hear any additional information from them as I get it. Roland Connor says, I've been watching for an hour. That is a true devoted fan. Thank you, Roland. Yeah, looking at Scott's weather blog right now, too. Lot of people commenting on Scott's blog, saying that they have either no wind or no power. Really no in between. Thank you guys for watching, even during the downtime. A lot of lightning activity starting to cross back into Wahkiakum County in Washington. So some of this may make an advance towards the same area that had thunder and lightning earlier. We'll just have to watch that super closely. It looks like a nice little squall feature coming up here. Let's go in the radar scope and check things out there real quick. Yeah, there's a nice little squall with some embedded rotation. A clear as day rotation signature crossing into northern Wahkiakum County. So cross back into Pacific County and then possibly parts of western Lewis County. Areas like PL and Adna could see this rotating storm here very soon. Wish we had more eyes on the sky down here. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a brief funnel spin up with that. Radar showing some stronger winds a few thousand feet above the ground crossing into Pierce County right now. Big power flickers in Snohomish, but wind is still calm. Now look at these winds being picked up several thousand feet above the ground. With heavier showers, these winds will start to mix down towards the surface. We'll get something similar to what a lot of areas saw a few hours ago with those strong winds. Really nice squall coming into eastern Kitsap County as well, crossing over Bainbridge Island, Hansville, Indianola, Kingston, and surrounding areas. The squall will approach Seattle here in the next half hour or so. Strong winds, heavy rain, and possible small hail. Let me just show you guys what I mean when I say several thousand feet above the ground. So from the radar, notice how the beam height increases the farther you go out. So at this point, the beam height is between 6,000 and 7,000 feet in this area right here. This is above the level of the radar sight. Go to the inspector, it shows wind gusts. Current winds around 64 miles per hour, 7,000 feet above the ground. We can get some of these stronger showers through. We can start to mix some of these stronger winds down towards the surface. So don't be surprised if when these heavier showers move through, you get the winds really kicking up for a short bit. It is entirely a possibility. Really dark outside, winds whipping, and rain is pouring down. Heavier rain coming from my area right now. We're watching this squall about to cross over the Puget Sound, which could produce some locally strong winds. So if you're east of this squall right here, in areas such as southern Whidbey Island or Everett south towards Seattle, do be prepared for heavy rain and strong winds in the next half hour to 45 minutes. If you know anyone in this area, go ahead and share the stream or share the Facebook page with your friends that may be interested in this kind of stuff. Looks like Jonathan and Benjamin with Washington Weather Chasers have made it up to the Columbia. So they're going to be chasing the back end of the cyclone as it moves onshore and chase it back inland quite a bit. You have some special weather statements on the east side as well for strong thunderstorms over there. Starting to see some lightning strikes pop up here on radar scope. And a pretty nice rotation between Pacific and Wahkiakum counties right now, just north of Highway 4, near Grays River and Rossburg right now. Be interested to see if anyone has eyes on this area. Pouring hard here now in Olalla. Thank you, Sherry Wilcox, for your report. Stephen Hagberg. Winds just hit east side Tacoma. Sheets of rain. Just so crazy to see that this windstorm has already claimed a life, and it hasn't even remotely started yet. It's too bad, honestly. It's really, really too bad. Not a fan of that whatsoever. You can hear the rain really picking up outside right now. Okay, another 2 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you guys. We're at 582. Can we hit 600 by tonight? That is the goal right now. 600 subs by the end of tonight. Looks like we have a chaser out on Cape Disappointment as well. Spanish Dancers getting pretty breezy and heavy rain in Fife. For anyone just tuning in, watching a few areas of showers and thunderstorms, including this rotating thunderstorm moving back into Pacific County. So move just south of PL in Lewis County in the next 20 minutes or so. Heading towards the I-5 corridor near Napavine and Chehalis. Radar is showing wind gusts of 65 miles per hour, about 6,000 to 7,000 feet above the ground right now. Heavier showers could begin to mix some of these winds down towards the surface, so heads up. It could happen very quick and out of nowhere. Just always stay weather aware. So watching this squall feature moving onto southern Whidbey Island in eastern Kitsap County, about to move over the Puget Sound. Radar also showing heavy winds about 4,000 to 5,000 feet above ground level over Vashon Island. Let's see how much this is down here. Yeah. Hang on, I saw just about 65 there somewhere. There we go. 64.9 miles per hour, 7,000 or so feet above ground level right now. Like above the level of the radar beam. Seems like real wind should be starting in an hour. We're still a few hours out from the real wind. It won't really start picking up probably until around 7 or 8 tonight. And it should start peaking around 10 p.m. if the models are correct. Power out in Snohomish. Three Lakes area, power out. Go take a look at some updated PUDs. Yeah, lightning moving into Lewis County again shortly, but farther west than previously. So the last update was at 4:34, 18,574. We're down to 17,895, so crews are still doing vigilant work. Snow PUD, it's all the way down to 2,901. Great job, fellas. Great job. And then Tacoma Power is way up all of a sudden. We went from like 1,100 something to 34,041 customers impacted, and there's now no more planned outages. These are all unplanned weather-related outages right now across Tacoma. So 3,441 there, 2,901 there. So we're around 24,000 in total for most of the metro area. Heavier rain just about to move into my area right now. Flickered. Hang on, trying to get you guys back. I had a power surge right there. Hey, can everyone hear me all right? Looks like we're still going. I think we're still going. My power supply clicked, my battery backup, and I noticed that my software disconnected, but it looks like we're back. Power in North Kitsap flickered at the same time. So now starting to see lightning just outside of PL here in Lewis County. Still going. Okay, thank you, Breezy GIF. Time to update the rapid fire update channel once more. Thunderstorm is approaching PL and surrounding areas. Yep, had it down, hers, and again. Hey there, how's it going? Hello, Keith. Welcome in. Keith Capillaro, everybody. How's everything up north in Bellingham? Lights flickering outside of Centralia. Oh yeah, round 2 is coming for your area. Channel's almost to 600 members. Quiet so far, getting ready for the wind. Ryan Eaton in Spanaway says gusty. Yeah, it just started raining extremely heavy outside. It just got even heavier there, too. Oh yeah, tree. Wow, that's a big gust. Yeah, guys, I might lose you guys. Getting a big time downburst out here. Holy balls, hang on. Wow, guys, you guys might be able to hear that wind, but we're in the middle of a huge downburst here in Milton. Might lose power, so hang on tight. Oh yeah. Big time downburst here in Milton. Wish I could show you guys, but my camera doesn't move. The trees are blowing over like 45 degrees right now. Got branches smacking the window. Rain is just coming down like a monsoon out there right now. Hoping we don't lose power, because if so, then we'll lose you guys. If I do lose power, I'll definitely start up a mobile live stream. Show you guys what's going on outside the window. But so far, only had one little surge. That was it. You need a generator. Well, I live in an apartment, so that's not exactly possible. I do have an uninterruptible power supply, but it does not protect my internet. Protects my computer setup, but I do not have a UPS on my internet right now. So if I do lose the power, I do lose the stream altogether. I only have enough power on my UPS to perform a safe shutdown on the system. That's what went through Parkland. Looked like a waterfall coming off the roof from inside. Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. Not gonna lie, that was pretty intense. Starlink. Unfortunately, out of the budget right now. Driveway is starting to flood up the street. Yeah, Starlink's out of the budget right now. If the budget does start to increase, like if my streams start getting more popular, then I'll definitely consider it for storm chases. But right now, my vehicle needs a lot of work, so I don't want to go too far out. And also with the price of gas right now, I'm just trying to save as much money as possible. Yeah, I believe Bellingham winds will pick up early in the morning. It'll probably be a little bit later on than the rest of the Puget Sound. Yeah, that echo looked particularly intense on radar scope there for a short bit. Might have even had a little bit of rotation in it as it moved over too. Let's see, it has these 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts several thousand feet above the ground, and it could have mixed down just a little bit. It had to have been close to 50 miles per hour there. Like, really close to that for a short while. The squall is still moving into Seattle at this time. Just crossing the Puget Sound as well. Not seeing any lightning in this area though, which is good news. The heaviest of rain moved over, and the wind's just about done. That was about 2 minutes. Got a bunch of damage reports coming in from Lincoln County, Oregon. Trees and power lines down along the Oregon coast in Lincoln County. Could have been a microburst. Of course, I won't count it out, but it seemed very short-lived. Let's go look at some wind reports and see. Just saw we had another 47 there for a second. Hang on, might lose you guys. UPS is starting to act up a little bit. Yeah, we had another surge there, but I think we're still connected. Yeah, I saw there briefly there was another 47 mile per hour wind gust at Tacoma Narrows with that rain band passing over. Not picking up anything on the closest stations to my area. Definitely picked up there quite a bit for a couple of minutes. Looks like lightning's just outside of PL city limits now in Lewis County. Yeah, the roadway and my carport's ponding outside right now. Lots of stagnant water in the road. Once again, that's still not even the main event. This brief little convective shower is gradually bringing the strong winds down towards the surface, but the main event is still several hours out for most of us. Had an insane gust here just north of Monroe, took out our electricity around 1 p.m. Looks like thunderstorms moving into PL right now, but has not produced any lightning in the last 5 minutes. Uh, 37 miles per hour here south of Tunn Field. Most recent update is 32 at Tacoma Narrows. Wow, we got up to 63 viewers there for a second. You guys are going to get a kick out of this, the younger audience. My highest number of viewers so far is 67. We're closing in on 1,500 views, and we have 70 likes on the stream. Making a close approach to 600 subs on YouTube. Go ahead and share the stream if you haven't already. Any of your friends and family that are interested in live weather coverage around the area. It would do me a huge, huge favor. And huge shout out goes to all the coffee senders as well. Thank you all for donating your hard-earned money to help support Puget Sound Storm Watch. Without you, these live streams would not be possible right now. Oh goodness, I'm a teacher, I can't escape it. Yes, I know. I said 6'7". You know, bring out the pitchforks and the torches for me. Okay. When will we be in the all clear of this storm? Early morning? For most areas, later in the morning. The farther north you are, the later your peak winds are going to occur. So Bellingham area could be as late as 4 or 5 a.m. But for the South Sound, probably pretty early in the morning, around 2 to 3, depending on the storm motion, where exactly the Sting Jet approaches. It should luckily be north of the area, but we do have a pressure gradient that will likely be casted over us that will really start to kick up the winds in the next couple of hours. All right, we're up to 78 likes now. Thank you all so much. Someone's got really loud brakes out there screeching. Just about to hit 1,500 views. Looks like we'll get a really brief break in the rain behind this shower band coming through Tacoma, and then another band of showers, luckily weaker in nature right now, expected to pass through. Of course, as soon as the cell enters PL, it loses all lightning. Was having that issue where the stream audio started cutting out again on here. I completely closed the app and went back in, and it's been fine, for your information. Thank you for letting me know, Julie. It went down briefly because of a quick little power surge. But good thing is it recovered pretty quick. So if anyone's having any issues, go ahead and refresh your stream on your end. Now, I remember a few streams ago, last week or the week before that, was having a bunch of issues with people having streaming issue. Excuse me. People were having a bunch of issues with YouTube, so I had to call the stream early. Turns out it was the fault of YouTube and not myself. All right, everyone. Have the winds picked up yet where you are? Most of it right now is convective winds, not really associated with the pressure gradient over the area. We are expecting that to pick up by around 7 o'clock for much of the Puget Sound. Not yet up here. Yep, just a little bit in Kirkland. Power outages ballooning in your area. It has been a while since we've checked on that, hasn't it? So 17,895 was the last number. Wow. Whew. That's a huge increase. It nearly tripled since then. And most of the outages occurred down here in... like to say this is mostly southern central Pierce County. I just had a huge flurry of power outages with that downburst that came through my area. All the way from the Eatonville area up through Fairfax, Carbonado, Wilkeson, Bonnie Lake, and Prairie Ridge, as well as the city of Ording. It appears right now that we lost power most of the city of Ording. Thank you for the reminder on that. So we're over 50,000 for PSE. Yeah, 50,536, 204 total outages as of 11 minutes ago. Snow PUD remains consistent. And Tacoma Power added a few more, I think. Just up around 3,500 now for Tacoma Power. But yeah, big story. Over 50,000 now with that little downburst that came through the South Sound. Surprised it didn't take out my power because I saw trees bending close to 45 degrees, like full on pine trees. Outages be that bad in the North Sound later on? It's entirely possible. The strongest winds have not reached the area yet. These are just downburst winds with the heavier showers. Just got +5 subs on YouTube. We're at 590 now. We're only 10 away from the big 600. We're at 81 likes and still just shy of 1,500 views. Start to see things clearing up just a tad bit towards the northwest, facing this way. A secondary lighter round of showers coming into the area right now too. Where's the low located now? Currently, the center of low pressure is just to the west-northwest of Cape Flattery. It's just outside of Tofino, BC, moving off to the northeast. Remains steady at 989 millibars. Okay, we got an upgrade to the wind advisory for some areas. Let me show this to you guys real quick. So, wind advisory has been upgraded to a high wind warning until 2 a.m. tomorrow. Wind gusts to 65 miles per hour. This is for Grays Harbor County coast, lower Chehalis Valley, middle Chehalis Valley, and Willapa and Black Hills. So, these are the following areas affected. This includes areas like Aberdeen, Hoquiam, the Ocean Beaches, Capitol Peak, the Cleary, Elma, Montesano. It's a little hard to see. Sorry about that. Yeah, we do have the upgrade to the high wind warning. Let me go ahead and post this on Facebook real quick. Won't it weaken before getting to the North Sound? So what matters the most is this pressure gradient down here. Oh, look at that big thunderstorm popping up on the steam jet. That thing's casting a huge shadow over the rest of the low there. So it's not really going to affect the pressure gradient here. So the tighter these lines are over a given area, the stronger the winds will be. The models continue to show these lines tightening a bit over this area. So it doesn't matter really how far north it moves. It just matters where the pressure gradient will set up. Let me make sure I get the image for this as well. So in case you guys are tuning in and just missed it, we have an upgrade to a high wind warning till 2 a.m. for the areas in red. This is west of the I-5 corridor, so this does not include Olympia, Chehalis, or any nearby cities. Mainly for the Capital State Forest and points west towards the coast. This is until 2 a.m. Fan just started making noise. I think it's cool enough in my room anyways. All right, making the post right now. Pretty cool storm popping up at the end of that steam jet, casting a pretty nice shadow. Starting to clear up a little bit outside, not too much. ETG Vortex, what about Olympia Lacey area? Your peak winds should be around 10 p.m. All right, we hit 70 viewers there for a moment. From what I saw. We just got over 1,500 views, 87 likes, and there's 57 of you guys viewing right now. Sunny up here in Bellingham right now. Thank you for the report. Let's go refresh PSE. Last number was 50,536. Has increased substantially up to 62,437 now. Now it looks like that downburst took out most of Enumclaw's power as well. So most of the Enumclaw plateau is without power at the moment. Bad news, because we're still not even the peak wind gusts around this area. Still just a couple hours out. It's got another new update. Ooh, so they upgraded the gale warning to a storm warning for some of the coastal waters. So this means wind gusts well over 60 miles per hour possible for the areas highlighted in red. This is west of Grace Harbor out 60 nautical miles. So this includes coastal waters from Point Grenville to Cape Shoalwater out 10 nautical miles, and Point Grenville to Cape Shoalwater out 10 to 60 nautical miles. Now a storm warning in effect until 3 a.m. Seas 19 to 24 feet, wind gusts up to 50 knots, which is about 58 miles per hour. Wow, look at that. Tacoma Power's numbers went up by over 6 times. Now over 22,000 in the dark for Tacoma PUD. You can tell the strong winds haven't quite hit Snohomish County yet because we're only in the 3,000 range. Combined between PSC and Tacoma Power, we're at just about 85,000 between those two agencies. Another sub on YouTube. 591 now. We only need 9 more to hit 600. Does this include Rochester? That's a great question. Does it include Rochester? Good thing we have the interactive map. just outside of Rochester. Barometer is 989 millibars. Pretty low. Trying to reply to some of your Facebook comments real quick. There's just dozens of them asking questions. You know, hey, for this area, for this area, for this area. Sorry, guys, just trying my best. Another thunderstorm over that area of concern where sometimes we get those little spin-ups. What does radar scope have to say for that? Yeah, nice, interesting squall moving over that favorable area where we sometimes get those spin-ups. Wouldn't be surprised to hear maybe a funnel cloud in this little squall moving over I-5. This is just southeast of Longview and Kelso, just north of the Lewis River and Clark and Cowlitz County line. How long am I streaming? Right now, I'm looking to stream for the next few hours depending on what goes down. Of course, if I do lose power or internet connection, it's going to be cut short. We will just have to see. It's really just a nowcast scenario, so as it happens. Brief break in the rain for this area, but heavy rain coming in right behind that as well. Yeah, that gradient's starting to come closer. Just off the coast now. We're up another 5,000 or so customers out to 67,100. Looks like they might have actually fixed some of these areas here in Enumclaw, possibly. The number still continues to go up. Maple Valley out. Lake Morton, Berrydale area out. Leah Hill out. Starting to pile up quick, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. Still at 22,516 for Tacoma. Big area out around Roy on the south end of JBLM in Fort Lewis. A couple of areas along Mountain Highway here too, near Elk Plain and Graham also out. A bunch of mini little outages as well here and there. A part of downtown Tacoma out as well. Parts of the Puyallup River just outside of Fife. Keith says, I sent you a picture on Facebook. I will look for that right now. Not seeing anything from you yet. Did you send a message or did you tag me in something? Oh, there we go. Never mind. I saw your image, Keith. Thank you for your submission. What about Bellingham? Sorry, I'm new to the area. Okay. Power out in Toledo. Thank you for your report. Sorry about that. Power has been flickering in Bucota all day, but I haven't lost power yet. Can't speak too soon on that because the strongest winds are still offshore right now. It's got to wait for this pressure gradient to come onshore. It's going to take a while, but it's close. Looking at the track right now, it looks like the Sting Jet's going to make landfall somewhere between Ocean Shores and Westport, possibly. It's almost got a due east track to it. If this Sting Jet were to track into the Puget Sound, that would be terrible news. Just hope it doesn't do that. But right now, it does have a trajectory set due east towards parts of the Tacoma area. Not looking good. Not trying to fearmonger. It's just my current observations on satellite. Trying to get as many of your questions answered here as possible, everybody, so please bear with me. Unfortunately, I'm just run by one person. That's the way I want it anyways. Just prevents a lot of confusion, and I get to keep one strict format for everything. Winds are blowing pretty hard. Okay. Does that mean stronger winds? Depending on where the Sting Jet tracks, yes, this will be the area of strongest winds right here, where this bent back occlusion is. It looks to be tracking due east right now, which is starting to become a little bit concerning to me. But the center of low pressure, though, is way up north at 990 millibars due south of Tofino. This got hit so hard, hopefully that's the end of it. Someone near Eatonville. Ooh, they put out a special weather statement for that thunderstorm down here just now. Let me show you guys this on radar scope. Right down here, special weather statement now in effect for parts of Columbia, Cowlitz, and Clark counties. Expires in 31 minutes, hail up to 1/4 of an inch in diameter, wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. Strong thunderstorms will impact eastern Columbia, northwestern Clark, and southeastern Cowlitz counties through 6:15 Pacific Daylight Time tonight. Wind gusts to 50 miles per hour and pea-size hail. Does include parts of Interstate 5, though. Interstate 5 and parts of the Lewis River going up to St. Helens. It's not showing it on reflectivity for some reason. All right, up to 65 viewers. About 1,600 views total. There we go, there's the radar. Nice little squall feature crossing I-5 right now. And 85 likes, so we're on our way to 100 stream likes. We just got, wow, plus 8 subs. That means we're only 1 sub away from 600. It is a lock to cash in tonight. What would happen if it tracked into the Puget Sound, asks Seth Allen. Could easily see wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, even as close to 60 miles per hour if the center of that sting jet tracked through the Puget Sound at full strength. It would be a huge damaging wind event if that were to happen. How strong would the winds be? Hopefully I answered your question as well. Liesel Mortara, excuse me. So it would easily be 50 plus for the Puget Sound if that sting jet tracked directly into the South Sound. For the North Sound, would probably spare you guys from the strongest winds, at least west of the Strait. Could still expect a westerly surge with wind gusts of at least 40 miles per hour, however. Really just depends on the behavior of that pressure gradient. Looks like the starting of a bow echo. Very small bow echo at that. More so, I'd call this a squall, if anything. You know, bow echoes are typically over 100 miles in length and have a rear inflow jet that punches in the back. You know, that's where you get the sort of derecho shape that you see out in the Midwest. And you have a strong rear inflow jet punching into the back end of the bow echo, causes it to really, literally bow out. The middle of the storm pushes much farther ahead of the top and bottom end of the storm. It's that textbook little bow shape. Really good time to share to your friends and neighbors. Yes, what Julie says is perfect. We're definitely coming up on the apex of the event in the next few hours. I don't intend to stream all night. You know, my voice is already starting to burn out, so I got to be very careful with that. Heavier showers also near Bucota and Centralia too. Let's see, wind is gusting 23 here at Fort Lewis, 26 at Tacoma Narrows, 16 at Bremerton, 24 Renton, 29 here at Everett. Still 35 out of the southeast up at Whidbey Island. You can start to see the center of the sting jet now on the radar. Right here, look at that. And it does look like it's tracking due east. Hello, Mark. Welcome to the stream. I am new here. When it hit Vancouver Island close, just south of Nanaimo. Well, the center, the lowest pressure is up here, but the sting jet is way farther south. So there's this huge elongated area of low pressure with several little meso-vortices within it. You know, and it looks like the strongest one has congealed into this little bent back occlusion feature seen here. Right now, it looks to be making a beeline towards the east, towards ocean shores and surrounding areas. This is likely where the strongest winds would be in that area. Could easily bring sustained wind gusts over 50 miles per hour for an extended period if this were to track like that. Bonnie Lake without power, trees and lines are down everywhere. It's a report out of Bonnie Lake just now. Of all the number of viewers, it has to be 67. We just hit 1,600 views on the stream. Oh, and look at this too. The velocity. Let me show you guys this. This can't be too far off the ground. This is only about 3,000 feet off the ground, so a stronger downburst will easily bring these winds down. It's showing wind gusts nearly 80 miles per hour, just 3,000 feet off the ground. Over 80 right there. You guys see that? 81.6 in that part. And let me show you guys again. It's only around 4,000 or so feet off the ground, so a heavier shower could easily bring this down towards the surface. This would be extremely damaging if it moved due east into the Puget Sound. Maybe we can gust your stream while it's sustained at the moment. Oh boy. Seeing some 85s as well on radar. Yeah, starting to look a little concerning for sure. I'm going to be watching the track of this Sting Jet super closely as time goes on. Oh boy, this could be a very interesting night if it plays out this way. Yeah, it's really incredible winds several thousand feet off the ground. Looks like an update from Ingalls Weather. As of 5:50 p.m. Saturday, about 110,000 customers without power total in Washington. This includes Yakima County as well. Most of the outages are in Lewis and Pierce counties right now. But nearly 20% of both counties completely out of power. I was hoping the guys on the coast would get my message, but it's not looking like it right now. Oh boy. Not liking how this is looking for us. How long are you going to be live streaming the storm? As long as possible. I may take a brief intermission to get myself cleaned up. It would probably last no more than 20 minutes. But it looks like things are really going to start getting interesting here soon. Yeah, if I play a loop from the last hour of the Sting Jet, notice the direction and its proximity to the Puget Sound. It's moving almost due east. Earlier models showed the Sting Jet moving all the way up to the northeast, but yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing on this. In east winds where I live now, just south of Nanaimo, only gusting 15. Got in motion right now, and it is moving east. Really interesting cumulus bubble up feature at the end of the Sting Jet. Looks like they updated the marginal severe risk as well. I'm not seeing an updated product on that. They might have pushed it. Well, they might have expired it, honestly. Because the tornado threat for the Oregon coast has long since passed. I don't know, guys. Should I pull the trigger, post the main post, and be like, hey, guys, you know, breaking news? Oh, boy. Same here, watching it in real time. Hang on, guys. Gonna go get a drink out of the fridge. Non-alcoholic, of course. I would wait a few to see where it goes. On the weather network, they're having it move towards Bellingham. You have been right all day. Yeah, I'm going to look out for some wind observations along the coast. If anything kicks up really high, look, we already got 41 here between Snoqualmie and North Bend in the foothills. 40 miles per hour here on Camino Island. 47 out here near Hoquiam. 41 at Westport. We'll be watching the wind reports here, and if they spike up really high, then it may be time to sound the alarm. Total number is over 75,000 now. It took out a huge area of I-90 all the way from near the pass down to North Bend and Snoqualmie. With that, we just passed 600 subs. Thank you all so much. So we have hit a huge goal for the sub counter this afternoon. Thank you guys. We're at 602, and we also just passed 27,100 followers on Facebook. I'm gonna wait probably an hour or so to make a main page post on this, but $17 power outages north of Everett. It's more of a low pressure center than the Sting Jet, it appears. Well, the low pressure center itself is actually up north here in Tofino, but this is a textbook Sting Jet feature. So the Sting Jet isn't always around the low pressure center. You know, there were actually 4 or 5 of these different little Sting Jet-like features within the low pressure center earlier. It appears to become a lot more organized in the last few hours, though. You see a tight pressure gradient forming here too. It continues moving due east. And may have to start raising some red flags around here. Because I'm not liking, I'm kind of uncomfortable with the current path of this steam jet right now. Not gonna lie. What's it like on the north side of the storm? You're talking about way up here. Right now, it's really just a high cloud deck. Let me see if I can pull up some wind observations from up north here. Not too much going on with the buoys around the area. Yeah, pretty anemic out here over the open sea right now. But these high numbers, those are in the national park boundaries and over Crystal Mountain. So no big deal there. That's pretty common out there. 78 out here over the gorge too. Looks like we just hit 48 at Oak Harbor too. The turning right now are still heading east. Yeah, it's still making a beeline out towards the east, towards the Grays Harbor area. So I think once it starts to make landfall, move into the Grays Harbor area, if I see the wind gusts kick up a lot in that area, it may be time to sound the alarm. Okay, so updated numbers are in. So this is an update courtesy of meteorologist Chris Nunley on Facebook. Highly recommend this guy. He covers the entire country. 333,000 people without power in Washington State and 81,000 in Oregon. So over 400,000 in the Pacific Northwest, and the storm still hasn't moved on shore yet. Bad news, everybody. Bad news. I think the Hanukkah Eve took out a little over 1 million. Might have been around 1.5 million for the Hanukkah Eve storm. So who knows, honestly. This is much earlier in the season than the Hanukkah Eve storm. So certainly expecting, I wouldn't say similar to an impact, but in terms of power outage impacts, definitely up there for sure. Oh boy. Someone just said South Sound is cooked, if you're correct. Of course, no, right now, no reason to panic. Oh, Spanish dancers, you're Jan Chris Vicente. Yeah, I remember you commenting on my post like 12 years ago when I first started Puget Sound Stormwatch. Small world after all, that's for sure. It's posted on Twitter. Okay, so that was you. One of the satellite looks like it might be spinning a bit southeast. Might be trying to pull a little hair to the north. At least what I'm seeing, it may be pulling just like a degree or two north of east. Still has a similar bearing to what it did before, though. Another steam jet to the northwest of the one you're looking at, west of northern Vancouver Island. Maybe that's the one the models show hitting Victoria and Strait areas. That could very well be the case as well. I think it's possible that this is what the NAM was showing earlier as well. And speaking of that, we do not have the next NAM rendered yet. Waiting for all of the 0Z deterministics and the 0Z cam models to drop as well. I can still go back to the 18Z and show you guys what I was looking at earlier around here. All right, 74 of you guys on right now. I think that's a new record. Welcome everyone. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream tonight. You're all probably wondering what's going on with the impending possible windstorm around the area. Thank you all for joining in. I will give you guys a quick update right now. This is what the NAM 18Z model is showing. Isolated area possibly getting up close to 60 miles per hour for parts of University Place and Chambers Bay down here in Lakewood. Elsewhere, it has a lot of areas in the 50 to 55 mile per hour range for much of the South Sound. And the reasoning for that could be because of the track of this sting jet moving almost due east through the area. If anything, it may be pulling a little bit to the northeast a little too late in the game. Because if so, it would bring some areas of strong to potentially damaging winds to much of the South and Central Sound later on tonight. Cliff mass seem to be concerned on a higher end wind event. Yes, that's when you know it's starting to become a big deal, for sure. When it pops up as a big deal on cliff mass blogs, 100%, that's when the concern really starts to flare up. Not seeing too much on the buoys at the moment. These updates were from about 10 to 15 minutes ago, so still looking for any updated numbers on those stations. Take a quick little snack break here, guys. That's the most likely case, Roland. If it stays due east, North Sound would likely be spared from the strongest winds. Of course, I can't guarantee that there wouldn't be a westerly surge behind it, though. Yeah, the posts are really getting around, for sure. Really concerned for my parents' house down the street. Because they have a big tree line right behind the house facing the southwest. So any wind gusts out of the southwest or southwest, or any direction between that, would sway the trees back towards the house. What upper air dynamics are pushing it east instead of coming straight up the coast? To answer your question best, I'd have to say it has to do with the jet stream. So this surface low is forming from an upper level low within the jet stream. And I can show you guys this on Windy real quick as well. Site's a little buggy, so do bear with me. So these are surface level winds on the European. See, shows the strongest area on the southern side right now of the area of low pressure. This is the sting jet area. We have to go up in altitude, upwards of 300 millibars, which is around 30,000 feet. So flight level 300. This shows you, zoomed out way too far there. Hang on with me. There we go. This is the polar jet, the upper level jet, as I like to call it. And then this trough here that digs into the jet stream, this is the upper level low. And so the surface low is forming on the southern corner of this upper level low and is being dragged across by the jet stream into the Puget Sound area. So we go back down towards surface winds. It's lining up just right with that sting jet. The prediction from the European model right now is about 50 to 55 miles per hour near the surface within that sting jet. Looking much more interesting on satellite too as it moves closer. Looks like it's between 100 and 150 miles west of ocean shores right now, moving east pretty quickly. Looks like Ben dropped a post on Washington Weather Chasers. He's saying the winds won't be as intense further east and up and down the I-5 corridor, but I wouldn't rule out gusts of 50 plus miles per hour again for the Olympia, Tacoma, Everett area and surrounding smaller towns. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that, but right now I'm going to trust his guidance. Also depends on how quickly the sting jet begins to weaken as it moves on land, too. And I don't know if you guys saw that too, but new lightning strike just popped up here, out in the middle of nowhere. Looks like this is southeast of the Skookumchuck Reservoir, north of Cinnabar, over the hills there. So just had a new lightning strike forced out from this decaying shower. Right there. Whoop. Wonder if the Centralia area heard this thunder. Anyone still watching in the Centralia, Chehalis area? Did you hear thunder a minute ago? Feel free to let me know. Hi guys, we're at 94 likes on the stream. We only need 6 more to hit 100. We just crossed 1,700 views. You can hear the wind starting to kick up a little bit outside. Yeah, look at that. 51 miles per hour already out on the Grays Harbor Bar. Like kicking back up to 35 miles per hour at Tacoma Narrows also. One of the models showed it spinning south of Seattle, then moving northwest. Not too sure because it won't take a sharp turn from east to northwest if you mean moving and shifting northwesterly like that. You know, the upper air dynamics don't really support that kind of motion. Most likely it would pull either to the north or northeast, depending on the orientation of the upper level jet. Also seeing a 50 miles per hour out in the Willapa Hills, south of the La Bam area right now. Do an update on the PSC map. We're down a little bit, so that's good news. Still above 70,000 though. Looks like Snow PUD is up a couple hundred. It looks like Tacoma Power is way down to 3,891. Must have been just one huge outage that took out several thousand customers. So some more light to moderate rain moving into the Tacoma area at this time. Looked like it formed an eye wall. Yeah, that's a textbook feature of a mid-latitude, aka extratropical cyclone. It is a well-defined sting jet that makes it kind of look like a hurricane. Yeah, Keith Evans, it does look like a similar track to the Inauguration Day storm, 93. But nowhere near as strong, thankfully. All right, thank you again, Julie, for your donation of 2 more coffees. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Captain in the chat, what about the Seattle area? What does that look like? Still looking like the Seattle area is seeing around 50 mile per hour gusts later tonight between 10 p.m. and midnight. Looks like this pressure gradient is going to take up most of the South and Central Sound. So wouldn't be surprised to see reports of close to 60 mile per hour gusts in some favorable spots. Like the NAM3KM model, for example, is showing parts of Lakewood right here getting close to 60 miles per hour at as soon as 9 p.m. tonight. Tara says, I remember that storm vividly. I was 9, and that's when I became weather obsessed. Yeah, I was 7 during the Hanukkah Eve storm, and that was definitely my passion Kickstarter. I had turned 7 a little over a month before that. My birthday is a week from tomorrow. No, it's the 25th, so my birthday is actually a week from today. Next Saturday. Captain's asking, should I expect my power to go out? I live 25 minutes outside of Seattle. I wouldn't say expect it, but I would say be prepared for it. So have your phone charged, have an extra set of batteries for any flashlights or any other mobile devices. Just be prepared. Because preparedness is key and it doesn't hurt to be over-prepared. Thanks again to the additional subscriber. We're now at 607. We passed our goal of the day for 600 subs. Thank you all so much. We just passed 100 likes on the stream. Another goal shattered. Thank you all so much again for that. Going on the 4 hours here on the stream. We're at 1,744 viewers on the dime. Currently at a record high 75 viewers at this time. Welcome everyone. For those of you just tuning in, Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Breaking live coverage for strong wind gusts possible later on tonight around the Puget Sound region. Might be easier to get back to some people on the phone. I do believe it has a stream limit of 8 hours on my software. Thank you all for the happy early birthdays. Much appreciated. Captain, the tornado threat has passed. It was earlier ahead of the low pressure system along the Oregon coast. It doesn't look like it amounted to anything right now. Yeah, today is the 25th, so my birthday is on the 1st of November, a week from today. Krista asked, which model seems to have performed the best for this storm? Always interesting to watch. None of them had the high wind gusts earlier with the convective action. So far, not feeling too good about what the models show for tonight. There's always the slight possibility that it could be underdoing the amounts, which would be critical to this area. That's why I'm trying to convey the message, like, yes, there's a floor, but there's also a ceiling to the forecast. Just be ready for any of that to happen. It's a range for a reason. Yeah, so looks like Spanish Dancers, Jan Chris, is catching on to the satellite Sting Jet. There's the main Sting Jet, and then it appears that there's another satellite Sting Jet up to the north as well. Since the sun's going down, we're going to lose imagery on the visible satellite real quickly. Yeah, it looks like there's a little pseudo jet right there too, potentially. But the main Sting Jet is still moving due east towards the Ocean Shores Westport area. And with this track, it would take it straight up the South Sound into the Tacoma area. To trust the model or my instinct? Well, sorry, throat's dry. You know, I've always been told to trust my gut. So I'm going to say trust your gut this round, and if it doesn't work, then lesson learned. But always trust your gut is what I've been told. If you believe it'll play out that way, then it should be the best bet then. All right, guys, getting a little messy here. Okay, be right back, everybody. Hang tight. Can we just take a second to reflect on how beautiful the satellite looks? Like, this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous sting jet on this system. Like, it doesn't get more textbook of a mid-latitude cyclone than what I'm seeing right now. Someone said 5-second rule. Yeah, don't worry, I got it cleaned up, but not with my mouth. So we just crossed the 4-hour mark on the stream. Not sure if it kicks me off at 6 hours or 8 hours. I guess we'll find out. Hey, Julie, nice to see you on your other account. Pacific Northwest, much more beautiful than people think. Amen to that. Posting that to the main wall. Go check some wind gusts. Nowhere near as strong now. Just got a 43 again here at Tacoma Narrows. And it's been a while since these stations updated up here. 31 at Point Robinson, 30 in Enumclaw, 30 down here in Olympia, 36 at Destruction Island. Had a 56 down in Astoria. That's pretty impressive. Wow, we're already at 27,142 followers on Facebook. Just keeps going up. +9 on YouTube. So we're at 616 subs. Thank you all. Truly means a lot. Thank you so much for following along on this journey. Pretty calm up here in Seattle. Just Jess, hello, welcome to the stream. What time do you expect it to really hit the Tacoma 5 area? Expecting things to really pick up around 9 o'clock. That's what the NAM model's showing right now. The European shows it between 5 and 11. And the HER shows it a little bit later, around 11 p.m. or midnight, but nowhere near as intense. So still, even some model disagreement, even just a few hours out. Just making a post on Facebook. Also gonna cross-post the Patreon as well. Is the wind expected to pick up? Michael's back on live. Thank you, Jan Chris, for letting me know. I'll go probably pop into his live stream later on. Of course, always got to remember, I got to turn off guest commenting on my new post, because there were some people that made a lot of mistakes in the comment section, and I don't want any of my follower base to have to see or deal with any of that. There's a bunch of personal attacks, both against me and other followers, and I'm not standing with that whatsoever. Yeah, so I just got to cross-post to Patreon real quick. Also, I keep forgetting to mention this. If you guys look at my Patreon, my page here, it's patreon.com/cw/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I do have a 7-day free trial for these exclusive posts as well. I post a lot of free posts, but I also have a bunch of the intro forecaster posts behind what I call the intro forecaster tier. $1.99 per month if you guys are interested, or if you want to try it out for 7 days free, that would be the way to do it. I always forget to mention the free trial on that. Just too bad when I post it from my phone, it's always vertical. May not look very good for PC users. Alright, let's see. What do we got for audience right now? A little bit down. That's okay. We're still hanging around 60 viewers right now. Thank you all who have continued to watch. Some more showers pushing through the South Sound right now. A few heavier ones up near the Hood Canal. Some showers up north as well in the Bellingham area, as well as over the Strait. But we're mainly just keeping our eye on this Sting Jet. This is moving almost due east. It's pulling a little bit to the north. In that case, we'll probably bring stronger winds between the Seattle and Tacoma corridor in the next few hours. It's just about to make landfall here in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Somewhere to the north of Ocean Shores by the looks of it. There also appears to be a little pseudo Sting Jet feature up here that could bring some localized strong winds to the northwest interior earlier in the morning tomorrow as well. So 2 possible areas of interest to watch here. Our main area of interest right now is this bent back occlusion feature, about 100 miles or so west of Ocean Shores. Yes, Michael is back on the live. Let's see if I can get it to load. Looks like they're along the coast still. They had a max gust so far of 53 miles per hour. Yeah, it just hit 50 again on the coast. Crash Smashly, hello, Ashley, welcome. It got crazy in Eatonville just a bit ago. Thank you for your report. Keith Capillaro will let me know conditions up in Bellingham. Thank you so much. A good thing I did prep and take care of my animals earlier. Yes. Agree with that. Unfortunately, Michael's stream is cutting out big time. They just hit a 55 mile per hour gust on the coast. Watching Michael Snyder's stream right now. I think they're somewhere in Long Beach, if I had to guess. I did not know Southtown 911 was down. Wind is starting to pick up in Shelton. What would it look like for Bucota if it moves north? Well, the area of strongest winds is still going to be pretty broad across this area. It really depends on the pressure gradient, which still looks relatively tight over this area. Well, the strongest winds are going to be across a broad area taking up most of western Washington. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of areas that escape the strong winds tonight. Max wind gusts is now 57 miles per hour along the coast. Looks to me like they're around Long Beach. Couldn't get through 911 down there. Ashley, thank you for letting me know of that. I did not know that was a thing until now. Trying to get some of your Facebook questions answered here real quick. How's the lightning strikes looking? No new lightning strikes in western Washington in the last half hour or so. We did have a stray lightning strike out here near the Skookumchuck Reservoir, north of Cinnabar earlier, but that was it. Yeah, there's always a possibility of it being nowhere near as intense. Anything can happen in the time from now to the time that it's supposed to impact us. Another +9 subscribers on YouTube. Brings us up to 625. Thank you guys so much for continuing to tune in and subscribe. It means a lot. And we've got a lot of new fans tuning in. Hello, everyone. Pretty calm south of Tumwater. Thank you, Steve Robertson. Caitlin Pfeiffer, Federal Way area. Looks like your winds are still a couple hours out, but it's looking like it will easily be in the 45 to 50 mile per hour range. Starting around 9 to 10 p.m. around the area. The Sting Jet is still quite a ways offshore, but it's closing in quick towards ocean shores. Yeah, their signal is absolutely terrible there along the beach right now. A lot of comments flooding in, everybody. Sorry if I don't answer them, but it's a busy time right now, so thank you for understanding. My phone is absolutely blowing up right now. It's just going off every 5 seconds. Let's try to catch up on some YouTube comments here. Alyssa Hooper Lynn, it seems Olympia by the mall is calm as of right now. 20-ish minutes east of Seattle, a little breezy. I expect my CPAP machine to shut down tonight. Don't expect, but do be prepared just in case. If you have any sort of uninterruptible power supply, I would keep that on standby just in case. Power out in Bonnie Lake and rain is back. Very sorry to hear about that, Vivian. Probably going to be a long night for your area. Roland Connor, 86, watching a record. Did we hit 86? It looks like we were at 84. Yeah, my graph is a little slow to update, but 84 to 86 would be a new overall record as far as I know. It looks like Mike's stream is completely cutting out. I think that could be a new all-time record, now that you bring it up. I'm going to turn off the ISO bars to see this a little clearer. Also going to turn off the radar too, and then we can see the visible satellite imagery, clear as day. Look at that. Is that intimidating or what? Yeah, Ashley, sounds like you're in for a busy night. Hopefully you guys can get some sleep tonight down there at Eatonville, because the strongest winds are still quite a ways out offshore. Did get up to 43 in Westport and Cohasset Beach, though. Starting to get up into the 30 mile per hour range here across the Central Sound, but not much elsewhere. Still pretty anemic right now. Last update I got was 71,000 on Puget Sound. Okay, we're down a little bit. We're down a few thousand on there. So that's good news. But the strongest winds are still offshore, about to move onshore here very soon. Is it safe for him to drink rainwater? I'd be very careful with that. Rainwater does have a lot of minerals, but it just depends on where your puddle forms, and you don't know what materials in the ground. You know, if you have like any oil or any other toxic minerals that are pulled up from the groundwater, it poses a huge risk to your animal's health. So I like to be on the safe side and just say, do not have your cat drink the pond water outside. I always made sure my dogs back at home never drank the pond water and always had fresh water. Someone wants to play a time lapse. Yeah, gladly. This is the last 6 hours, and this does have smoothing on, just as a heads up. I don't have any way of turning off the smoothing. You notice how the center of that steam jet starts to congeal and organize a bit as time goes on. You keep an eye on this area right here. Does appear to be pulling a little bit north of east though, so taking it on a trajectory towards the Seattle area. To still bring the tightest pressure gradient across the Puget Sound and result in wind gusts easily above 50 miles per hour for a majority of western Washington. Just at different times of the night, most likely. Yeah, I'm watching Michael's stream as well, and it's really, really struggling to keep good cell service down there along the coast. Lights flicker off and on for a good 15 minutes. Let me see if Ben and crew are streaming right now. They are streaming as well. Yeah, so we got both Ben and Mike streaming on the coast. Bear with me, guys. Trying to save my voice here. I've been talking for several hours, so hope you guys understand. Looks like we're back up to 86 viewers. At the very least, that is a record for today. I don't know about overall record. We're just shy of 2,000 views. 114 likes. $88 watching now. That is a new record on the day. Thank you, Roland, for bringing that up. Tree fell a little bit ago off Chain Lake Road in Monroe. There's a report from Facebook. Yeah, you're right. 98 watching. Yeah, I think Ben and Mike are both in the Ocean Park area right now. But just to focus on this area, I'm going to tune out of those streams. So if you guys want to go look at their streams real quick, look up Washington Weather Chasers and Pacific Northwest Weather Watch on YouTube. Plus 8 more subs. Now it's 633. Yeah, the new high on the day is 98 viewers. A lot of people coming in now. So let me introduce myself again. A little call sign for all of you new peeps coming in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for choosing me for your live coverage this afternoon and evening. Currently looking at a radar loop of the incoming system. Let's just pause it on the most recent frame. The Sting Jet is currently about 30 to 40 miles off the coast, moving a little bit north of east. It's moving probably 1 to 2 degrees north of due east. So still taking it on the trajectory into the Seattle-Tacoma metro corridor. I think Matthew's streaming also. Well, I know Matthew is alongside Michael. And Jonathan Poley with Whidbey Island Weather and West Coast Weather is alongside Benjamin. So we got them in 2 different little convoys down there. 2 little groups of people. Pacific Northwest Wanderer says wind has arrived in Belfair. Gusts to 31 miles per hour up in Bellingham. Thank you for the reports. Is Eatonville expected to get hit tonight? Well, it sounds like they got hit earlier with some of those little downburst showers, but yes, we are expecting a region-wide windstorm tonight. Forecasts have been lining up for this almost the entire week now. Someone said, breaking news, my weather station at Snohomish Skagit Lines reporting 4 miles per hour with gusts to 11 miles per hour. What's up with that? Obviously, I didn't convey the message well enough on Facebook that this is still an incoming thing. You know? Looks like we hit 97 viewers there for a second. Yeah, Michael's in the wind now. Both Michael and Benjamin and their teams are... I believe they're both on Long Beach somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. But Michael has a peak wind gust of 57 miles per hour on his Tesla anemometer. We just hit 46 out here at Westport near Cohasset Beach. Up to 40 miles per hour here near Tiger Mountain. And 31 here at JBLM. Not much more than that right now. Strongest winds are still offshore, but are about to make landfall here in Ocean Shores very soon. Yes, B, it is the calm before the storm in a literal sense. Random gusts here and there in Sammamish, but power is out in some areas in Sammamish. Waiting for the big one, but it hasn't happened yet. I really don't know how I can make it any clearer, but... yeah, anyways, looks like Astoria just hit 60 in the last few minutes. All right, how's everyone doing tonight? Is everyone anxious? As anxious as I am, perhaps? 40 miles per hour again at Tacoma Narrows. Let's go look at this number here again. PSE, 68,000 in the last update. We're up a little bit. 69,552. The snow PUD hanging in around 2,496. And Tacoma Public utilities. Hanging pretty steady around 3,700 or so. Most of the power outages are in eastern King and Pierce counties right now. Some in central Thurston as well. It looks like the front end of the Sting Jet is just about to make landfall between Mo Clips and Ocean Shores. "30 miles out," according to Matthew and Michael. Thank you for the heads up. Just hit 120 likes on the stream. Currently hanging around 90 viewers. We just passed 2,000 stream views. 2021 to be exact. Tried to tell people if they had any questions that they needed urgently answered to come find me on YouTube. Guess I didn't quite make it clear enough. Lot of little one-liner questions. Looks like Lisa Seckler down in Tootle has no power. I made that post 24 minutes ago. Already has just shy of 200 reactions, 55 shares. So many reactions that my computer's actually lagging trying to display everything right now. Actually says ready for it. Aaron Hobson is excited. Julie Olson, hello to you again. So according to satellite, it looks like the front end of this Sting Jet is just about to make landfall between Mo Clips and Ocean Shores. Yeah, that's completely understandable, Ashley. People probably didn't realize I was live because they didn't look at previous comments. Aaron Hobson, I don't think that's justifiable yet. It's only been like 1 or 2 model runs in dozens that have shown wind gusts getting up to the warning threshold for the area, which is 58 miles per hour. I do not believe right now that a high wind warning will be warranted for us. I think they can stick with the wind advisory since it has about 45 miles per hour. They could, however, correct the wind advisory to add up to 55 miles per hour in worst case scenario. Or if it does get higher than that, and it's usually going to be based off of current observations. Like since that 60 mile per hour wind gust at Tacoma was most likely with a convective event and not with the actual storm system itself, that didn't justify a high wind warning. But if we had widespread wind gusts across the area with 58 miles per hour or greater wind gusts, then they could issue a short fuse high wind warning for parts of our area. However, I don't see that being likely right now. PSE outage just went up. Let's see how far it went up. It's still showing around 68,000 for me right now. Just about to hit 27,200 followers on Facebook. Wow, we just crossed 100 viewers. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a huge, huge achievement for me. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Storm Watch. Watching the Sting Jet associated with the mid-latitude cyclone make landfall between Mo Clips and Ocean Shores. moving east into the Tacoma and Seattle corridor right now. This is likely where the strongest winds will be occurring within this storm. Tina R said, I'm really glad I found you on X and made my way here. Thank you. Yes, thank you for tagging along, Tina. Don C asks, what time do you think it will hit Paulsbo? Probably around the same time as the rest of us. So I'm going to say, wow, just got a plus 16 on the subscriber count. 649. We may actually make a close approach, if not shatter 700 subs tonight. But anyways, back to your question. I think it'll probably be between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. for most of our area. +4,000 meters out in the Elmhurst Power Service area. Thanks for directing us to your live YouTube channel. Says Teresa Scott. Do you think that the Frederickson Puyallup area will get it bad? Well, we're certainly in line to get the Stingjet head on, so I think that the models may actually be underperforming the event. Starting to get a hunch based on the winds earlier that did not get picked up on models. Starting to think we may be in for a bigger event than what the forecasts are showing. But I do really hope I'm wrong in this case. It's really early in the season. The soil is it is a recipe for a disaster across the area. Wind is starting to pick up 20 minutes east of Seattle. Don C says thank you. Let it begin, let it begin. Yes, blue drive's on. Anticipating it anytime now. Anytime in the next 2 hours or so, we should see a sharp increase in winds across the Puget Sound. Julie says, way to go, Anthony. You are our dude. Here every time. Glad to serve you all. Thank you guys for your continued donations. Without you guys, this would not be possible. Let me post another link down below and refresh this as well. I got a total of 11 coffees since my last post. Thank you to everyone who has donated coffees. This list has grown exponentially today. If you would like to donate a coffee, I will post the link down below in the comment box. All proceeds go into the stream to help improve stream quality and frequency. Thank you all so much for your consideration. We're up to a new record 116 viewers right now. Welcome in, everybody. A lot of new fans coming in. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Currently looking at visible satellite imagery here on windy.com. Incoming mid-latitude cyclone and associated bent back occlusion moving on shore. This is likely where the area of strongest winds will be in this setup. Adam Ferris, welcome to the stream. Quick question from around the 2 p.m. time frame today. We see a wet microburst, or was it just a wind event? I'd like to just say it was a downburst associated with the showers. There's a few criteria that it needs to be considered a microburst as well. I wish I knew off the top of my head what that criteria was, but I know that there is a criteria for that. So I'm just going to go and say it was a convective downburst with a strong shower. But yeah, some areas got that really hard. That's where that initial burst of power outages came from around the area. Black Diamond is completely out of power. Courtesy of a viewer. Dan P says, on a lighter note, no snow to navigate in the lowlands. Correcto mundo, kind sir. You guys are just absolutely nuking my inbox on Facebook right now. Sorry guys, I'm not going to be able to answer all of your comments. You know, just one guy doing this all by himself. So just bear with me here, please. Blew a tree over at the Kent post office. Thank you, Adam, for letting me know that. Guys, I don't think I've ever had my notifications blow up this much. Like my watch is going off, my phone's going off, my computer's going off, my smart clock is going off. It's just absolute mayhem right now. Jan Chris says, Scott Sistek saying very windy central and south sound since the Sting Jet is further south than predicted. Yes, and I'm hoping that more stations catch on to this as well. Most of the forecast models earlier had this Sting Jet pulling north and east into this portion of Washington, which we may have a pseudo Sting Jet in here that still does that. But the main feature here is much farther south than originally forecasted, which could make a direct beeline into the Tacoma area tonight. Oh boy. Definitely getting kind of anxious as this thing comes in. You just posted warning just south of Chehalis just now. Did they? Not seeing any new updates from the National Weather Service. So it might have been a previously recycled update, possibly. Okay, what do we got here? Gusting 15 to 20 east of Seattle now. In my part of the Sting Jet in Kitsap, it's going to track awfully close to your area, Sherry. So we'll have to watch this thing in real time to see exactly what happens with it. Notice too, it's spinning up some new thunderstorms here along the Oregon coast too. Huge shout out to Gail Marlowe for your donation of 2 coffees. Thank you so much. Wait. Certainly looks like National Weather Service in Portland is starting to raise the red flag on this. So it looks like as of the most recent update, the Sting Jet is about to make landfall near Moclips. All right. Breezy Jiff just hopped on. Is 70 mile per hour gusts accurate for Central Puget Sound? I think 70 is overdoing it. I don't think we get any more than 60 for most areas. Even then, I think 55 may be a little overkill for most of the area. Starting to think between 50 to 55 is reasonable. Locally higher, though, entirely possible. What's it looking like for Olympia, Lacey area? It's looking like your strong winds are 2 to 3 hours out. Going to be live for a while. Yes, I do plan on it. Getting a lot of alerts from the National Weather Service right now. Wow, they recorded a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Lane County, Oregon. Plus 17 on YouTube. We're up. Oh boy. We're up to the sacred number now, everybody. We're at 666 subscribers on YouTube and counting. It's currently 106 of you here, 130 views, 130 likes, excuse me, 130 likes, 2,200 viewers, 105 of you guys watching right now. Steady south wind, 20 knots. What websites are you getting your intel from? Dan P asks. Well, windy.com is a huge one. This is what I'm using here. I also use Pivotal Weather for my models. See, this model here shows areas possibly hitting 60 down here in the University Place Lakewood area, but 50 to 55 across much of Tacoma and Seattle in the next couple of hours. It looks like we're just getting the new imagery coming off the press. This NAM model seems to have quite a bit less. So, but this does show the Sting Jet moving a bit north of where the forecast was previously. But this is still showing areas close to 50 miles per hour for Tacoma and Seattle on this new model run. If this were to verify. Dwayne Henson, thank you for subscribing. Getting hammered outside Hoquiam towards ocean shores. Oh, I certainly believe it. Must not be fun out there right now for you. When should winds peak on Kitsap near Bangor? What should we anticipate for max gusts? Peak time should be ideally between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. at peak around 45 to 50 miles per hour for your area. Just had a huge windstorm come through about an hour ago and a tree fell on an RV. Will it be coming back again? Is there more to come? Assuming you're anywhere east of Ocean Shores, I'd say yes, there is still more to come. Getting a lot of wind reports coming in from NWS Portland. 59 mile per hour, 64 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour. And guess what? All of that, you go figure, is higher than what the models are showing. That's what's starting to get me a little bit uneasy right now. .55 knot gust. It's over 60 miles per hour. Located in Frederickson. Yeah, your time's still coming up for the strongest winds. The Sting Jet is just about to make full landfall between Mo Cliffs and Ocean Shores. Is likely where you'll see the strongest wind gusts tonight. It'll be a nail biter of a nowcast. Oh, 100%. Looks like Bellingham could get 45 to 50s, but it most likely won't be till about 2 to 3 a.m. the farther north you are. But yeah, in this new frame here, the front end of the Sting Jet has just made landfall on the central Washington coast between Mo Cliffs and Ocean Shores. tuning into a couple other local area streams as well. But yeah, pretty nice thunderstorms making landfall in Tillamook and Clatsop counties in Oregon right now. These hold strength. They could swing into parts of our coverage area up here. So we'll be watching that closely as well. Estimated ETA for Seattle is 10 p.m. It's a rough estimate, plus or minus 1 hour. Where's that other Sting jet? Probably embedded here somewhere up in this area right now. It's a little bit hard to tell now that the sun's down. No power in Buckley from a report. It's heard 58 in Westport. Yes, 58 miles per hour in Westport. 53 Tokeland Spit. 35 again at Tacoma Narrows. 36 near Tiger Mountain. Things should start picking up here in the next hour or two for everyone. Mark says, I will have my flashlight ready, flashlight ready just south of Nanaimo. Good, yes, good call there. All right, we currently have, wow, a new record, 137 people in the chat. Hey everyone, welcome in. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Currently watching the bent back occlusion making landfall. Somewhere between Mo Clips and Ocean Shores right now, and this will track east into the central Puget Sound area in the next 2 hours or so. Ray, do you have the ability to receive super chats? Unfortunately, I do not right now, working on it, but I do have the link to my coffee donation page if you want to scroll up a little bit. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and repost it in the stream again for you guys. This is my site to donate coffees in the form of $5 one-time donations. Sorry if I start getting a little sloppy, guys. I'm also watching Michael Snyder's live stream as well. It just jumped up to 158 viewers. Hey everyone, welcome in. Be sure to subscribe and ring that bell for more live streams like this for current weather coverage. Up to 137 likes at this time. Ooh, they saw a big power flash on the coast. Means a transformer exploded. Plus 22 on YouTube. The notifications are coming in so fast that my time clock is lagging big time. But we're at 688. We're only 12 away from 700, and it looks like we will be hitting that tonight. May even make a close approach to 1,000 if things go well. Already have 350 reactions on my post. 113 shares. It just hit 59 along the coast, 59 miles per hour. Just about to hit 60 down there in Long Beach. Just in time for the Sting Jet to make landfall. Yeah, 59 here in Westport, most recent update. Nice, a good following, yes. This is certainly a new record now overall. Record number of viewers all time on my stream. Thank you guys for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch for one of your primary sources of weather. Means a lot. Thank you, Lisa Ray, for your kind donation of 4 coffees. I believe that's you, Ray, right, on YouTube? Really do appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. What's your prediction for Enumclaw, William G? In the Cascade foothills, the wind tend to get hit or miss in this area. Well, the winds are expected to hit out of the southwest. I'm expecting at least 45 miles per hour for your area tonight. Possibly as late as midnight. Anything change from the earlier forecast? Looks like gusts to 40 coming from the south. Yeah, it's still looking like you'll get a westerly surge earlier on in the morning tomorrow. Perhaps as high as 45 to 50 miles per hour in some spots of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Congrats on so many viewers. Yeah, it is truly a huge blessing. We're already closing in on 2,400 total views. And also, huge shout out goes to Ashley. Excuse me if I butcher your last name, Splain Dusher, for her donation of 3 coffees. Thank you so much, Ashley. B. Copshaw, any idea what could hit South Hill, Puyallup area and when? According to most recent model runs, it downtrends a little bit, but it still has your area in that 45 to 50 mile per hour range with possible higher gusts along I-5. This would be around 10 p.m. tonight, so about 2.5 hours out if this model were to verify. Kind of wind expected for Port Orchard, very similar up there. Ooh, they just hit a 56 again. They're on the coast. 55. Looking to see if they break that 59 record. You're coming over from Facebook. Sorry if I'm not answering any questions right now. It's just possibly up to hundreds of questions coming in, and I won't be able to answer them all. So I'm hoping a lot of people get the message to hop on the stream and ask the questions. Hopefully. Lightning map is lighting up. Let's go look at it real quick. Yes, it is. Down here in Northwest Oregon, this is moving towards the Columbia River between Longview and Vancouver. I'll have to watch, see if maybe some of these spin up towards Lewis County and surrounding areas. William G, sorry you just mentioned this, but I missed the spot on how we donate coffees to you. We need to keep you awake. You go up a little bit, a few comments. What was that? Oh, Transformer just exploded on their stream. For anyone who wants to know, I'm watching Michael Snyder's stream as well. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch is out, I believe, on the Long Beach Peninsula. They're recording live wind gusts with their anemometer set up on the Tesla. And so there's a link up above for my ko-fi account. So it's ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Let me go ahead and post that again just as a quick refresher. Since the last post, another 2 coffees received. Thank you very much to everybody on this list. Without you guys, this would not be possible. Thank you, Kimberly Parrish, for your donation of 1 coffee. Very much appreciated. It look like for Eatonville, strongest winds are still a couple hours out. See, the center of the sting jet is currently making landfall somewhere around the Moclips area right now. Also, shout out to William Gatlin for your donation of 3 coffees. Thank you so much, William. Currently, it looks like we just hit 150 likes on the stream. We're closing in at 2,500 total views, 139 watching right now. Thank you guys. Continue to share with your friends and family if you guys appreciate the coverage. We just crossed the 5-hour marker. And let me tell you, my larynx is feeling it big time. Wow, a page with 29,000 followers just shared my post. Impressive. Love seeing all the support. Yes, truly is heartwarming. I don't think I've ever had this much support in one night. Like, this is definitely, it set a record high for donations by a mile. Like, it's not even close. Record for number of consecutive viewers on the stream, number of total views on the stream, and number of likes. All new records. Thank you guys again for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch for your weather coverage tonight. Take a break. Yes, a break is due for sure. I've been in this chair for a little while. I hear an ambulance outside. Probably down the street somewhere. Not good. Someone said it looks like Mike has a chip. It could be a reflection. I'm not sure if that's a chip in his windshield. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm watching the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch live stream as well. Also, Washington Weather Chasers is consecutively streaming too. Michael's got 400 viewers on his stream. Looks like Mike has a chip. How about Enumclaw Plateau? Already kicking up quite a bit there in the Enumclaw Plateau. Let me pull up current observations. 59 now at the end of the Grace Harbor Bar near Hoquiam. They just hit 58 there on the coast. Getting really close to 60 miles per hour along the coast. Sharon Brune, I went to Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, like yours better. Well, thank you, Sharon, but I give huge credit to Michael and his team as well. They've really built a huge fan base, and I hope to be like them someday. Theirs may be better to some because they're doing action live out on the coast, and they're doing chasing, and I'm just giving you guys a briefing as the data comes in here in my office. You know, of course, it's a to each his own kind of scenario. So thank you for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch, Sharon. So it looks like Enumclaw area is due for at least 45 mile per hour gusts around 10 p.m. or so. This has about 43 for that area on this model. A lot of lightning popping up down here in northwestern Oregon too over the Coast Range. This could be some orographic lift in play, which is lifting from the mountains. Can locally enhance these storms for a short while. Guys, we just crossed 700 subs on YouTube. Thank you so much. Put it into perspective, I think we were at 523 when the stream first started. So we're up around 184 or so on the night so far. Just as a heads up, I'm not sure if it's a 6-hour or 8-hour limit, but it may cap off the live stream in the next hour, just as a heads up. If so, may take a quick break and then start another live stream up after that. We will see what happens. Oh, yeah, yes, just confirmed they are on Long Beach. Michael and Matthew Fab with Western Washington weather. Looks like winds are out due west out there. Adam Ferris says nice. Yes, absolutely radical. Trying to see if they can hit a 60-mile-per-hour gust there on the Long Beach Peninsula. Sure is close. Just heard a pretty strong wind gust outside just now. Sustained wind at Westport of 50 miles per hour, gust 59. That's what I just heard. Now up to 38 miles per hour here at Point Robinson at the end of Maury Island. 33 at SeaTac, 30 at Boeing Field, 31 Payne Field, 40 in the Freeland area. They just hit 59 again on their stream. We hit 6. Wait, are you asking if you will, or did you hit 60 miles per hour in Kent? Selig B. You have PayPal or Venmo set up for your page. I'd love to donate to where you can upgrade software, weather stations, and just your time taking to keep us informed. So all of my coffee donations go directly through PayPal. So if you'd like to help support and add funds to the PayPal, you can donate directly through Ko-Fi or Coffee. Thank you guys. I appreciate the kind words. Looks like we're up to 135 right now in the chat. 161 likes, just crossed 2,500 total views. Wow, look at that. If that's true, no model showed that. 71 miles per hour here at Westport. Go, yep, same time someone else messaged the same exact thing. 71 at Westport. Can't wait to see the reaction. That was pretty anemic compared to what I thought they would say. Yeah, guys, this is why I was concerned. We're getting overperformance on the coast already. Right where the back end of the Sting Jet's passing through. See, it just made landfall right there. Right on the end of that Sting Jet right there. 71 mile per hour gust out of the west at Westport. And 59 here at Hoquiam and 53 at the Tokeland Spit. So it looks like the strongest winds are About 150 to 200 miles southwest of Seattle and Tacoma right now. So your time is coming up. If you're not already prepared for strong winds tonight, run outside real quick and pick up everything that you need to pick up that could blow away. I know it seems extreme, but judging by the setup I'm seeing right now and the numbers I'm getting, the level of concern is going up as we get closer to the time of the event. Christie, Puyallup Bonny Lake area, strongest winds are still coming in the next couple of hours. That event earlier was only an appetizer. Actually, yes, feel free to check on your farm animals. I'll be right back here. How fast is the system moving in? It's moving, I'd say between 40 to 50 miles per hour, probably. Maybe even a little more, up towards 60 miles per hour. These upper level lows move in pretty fast compared to thunderstorms. It's probably getting up in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range of motion towards the east. So still a couple hours out for most of us. My only concern is hoping that the stream doesn't cut out at the 6-hour mark. I'm hoping it lasts till 8 hours. Keith Capolero says 990 millibars of pressure in Bellingham right now. They just hit 60 on the coast. 62. Yeah, they just hit 62 miles per hour in Long Beach on the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch stream. That is a new record out there right now. So, Christy, the approximate max gust for the Puyallup Bonny Lake area is going to be 50 miles per hour tonight. Possibly higher in spots. The winds are most likely going to be coming out of the southwest. So if you're on an exposed hilltop up there, there is a chance you could get some stronger winds. It's had gusts of 55 miles per hour near Oysterville in Pacific County. Just hit 60 here in Hoquiam. Right on the end of that sting jet, we hit 60. This is moving east directly into the Seattle-Tacoma metro right now. Definitely increasing the level of concern as we get into the nighttime. Adam Ferris, yes, living up to expectations and then some. That was my concern as soon as I saw the direction of that sting jet off the coast. I saw it moving east towards this area. I immediately had to raise the red flag and sound the alarm. How bad will it be for Yelm? Probably the same for Yelm. We're looking at around 45 to 50 area wide. Wow, it looks like I think the wind might have just taken the weather radio station out. Nope. Okay, it was out for a second. Plus 19 on the next refresh. So, subscriber count is currently at 726. Thank you guys so much. And now we're at another record, 152 viewers. Welcome everybody. Puget Sound Stormwatch, Anthony here. Tracking wind gusts around the coast and interior at this time. So what the satellite looks like, the Sting Jet has made landfall officially around the Moclips area and continues to move east towards Seattle and Tacoma. Selig B, how bad for Puyallup tonight? We already lost power once. I'm afraid it looks stronger than that coming soon, by the looks of current conditions on the coast. And Seattle Wall Sirens, hello. What NWR station are you listening to? I'm listening to WXM62 in Olympia, Channel 4. Think, is 166 a new record? Yeah, 166 is a new record. Hello, everybody. Thank you all again for your continued tips and support as well. Will it hit Port Townsend? It's looking like it will, but not immediately. Also watching Michael Snyder's stream with Pacific Northwest Weather Watch in case I look distracted. This model kind of has a wind shadow over your area, but it does have you getting up into the 35 to 40 mile per hour range here in the next few hours. It doesn't look like this NAM model shows that much of a westerly surge happening anymore. It's probably adjusting for the more southward track of the Sting Jet compared to the previous forecast. As it continues moving off to the east. Allison Kelly, Gig Harbor is still a couple hours out from maximum wind gusts. Probably anytime in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. It just hit 60 again there on Long Beach. Seattle Wall Siren said, I've heard WWG24 Channel 2 go silent for a few seconds earlier. Yeah, it might have been some wind interference there on Capitol Peak. They're currently under a high wind warning until 2 a.m. 188 now. 188 in the chat. That is a new record. Whoa. 247. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here. Winds must be kicking up around the coast and other areas if you guys are tuning in on short notice. The Sting Jet feature with this cyclone has made landfall, and this is where the area of strongest winds are occurring right now. Current max wind gusts around the area include 71 out here at Westport, 60 near Hoquiam on the Grays Harbor Bar, 49 near Grayland, and 53 on the end of the Tokeland Spit. Also 54 up here in the Willapa Hills near I-5 as well. Still taking a while for these gusts to work their way up the sound. We're still about an hour and a half to 2 hours out from peak winds across the area. Emma Broadwell, Aberdeen's already pretty bad. I'm watching Michael's stream still for anyone just tuning in. Their max wind gust there in Long Beach is 62 miles per hour. So Aberdeen, I think your peak winds are happening now. These should be peak winds happening now for the Washington coast. Power outage quantity just surged Puget Sound. It has been a while since we've looked at the maps, hasn't it been? It's gone down though. It was at 68,000 at one point. It's gone down a few thousand. Most of the density is central Thurston County and eastern Pierce and King counties at this time. Also have Snow PUD hanging on pretty good at about 2,400. And then Tacoma Public Utilities. Still hanging on around 3,700. We've only resolved around 13 customers since the last update. Wind getting crazy here in Mount Vernon. Whole house is shaking. It's going to be a crazy night. 33 in Bellingham. South Sound surged pretty good. See if everybody's getting my message there on Facebook. Told people on Facebook I won't be answering questions for a while because I'll be on the live stream. Looks like that got across to some people because the viewership surged tremendously there for a second. We got up to, I believe, 247 on the stream at one point. Thank you all again for choosing my coverage for Puget Sound Stormwatch. Anthony here. If you guys would like to leave a tip as well, I'll post this link again in the chat. This is my Ko-fi or Ko-fi account. Up to 51 coffees donated. Thank you to everyone on this list for donating a coffee. Also, I believe it would be a good time to mention the Stormwatch shop as well. 17 supporters, okay. 2 days left, 25% off orders over $70 for items on the Stormwatch shop. And Patreon as well. Cross-post all of my blog posts from Facebook over to Patreon. Also a 7-day free trial for the Intro Forecaster tier for additional perks and benefits, including more long-range and fantasy forecasts. Still gusting to 66 here near Cohasset Beach. Down from 71 miles per hour not long ago. Still gusting pretty good on the back end of that Sting jet. Now moving onshore. Yeah, so to answer a frequently asked question, which I've seen a lot, like hundreds of comments, the strongest winds are still not here yet. Those were only precursors earlier. Strongest winds are going to be within the center of this Sting jet feature here, also called a bent back occlusion. It's moving onshore right now and will bring a tight pressure gradient across much of the Puget Sound. This is where the strongest winds will be likely to occur, around 10 p.m. to midnight, approximately. Wow, look at that. New peak wind gusts on the coast, 73 near the Bowerman Airport in Hoquiam, 73 miles per hour. Absolutely insane. If that one Aberdeen viewer is still in here, Emma Broadwell, I believe it is. These are definitely your peak winds happening right now. Hang tight, because it's going to be a long night for you. Jennifer J., your Facebook message is how I found your live. Welcome from Facebook. This is the other side of things. This is the man behind the blog. More of a video and audio-esque sort of discussion rather than typing everything out and showing you photos. Hopefully you guys enjoy the coverage so far, and thank you all again for tuning in tonight. Why is it showing not much for Nanaimo? Yeah, not seeing any weather stations out there right now, but it looks like the strongest part of the Sting jet is pulling to your south. Yeah, it's an exception of a few sub 40 mile per hour gusts up there. Not too much going on in the inland waters right now. It just hit 51 again at Oak Harbor. Plus 24 on YouTube. Plus 24 subs. That brings us to 750. Holy cow, 73. Elizabeth House Log, Buckley, Washington. How are we looking? Looking like your strongest winds are still a couple hours out, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. Looking around 50 miles per hour out there from the southwest. Good gusts going on. Yes, absolutely. Definitely a huge overperformance there on the coast. No model run that I've seen today or in the last 2 or 3 days has shown 70 plus for the coast. Huge, huge overperformance out there so far. Will the same apply to the Puget Sound and inland areas? We will have to watch and find out. $246 of you guys in here now. I believe that's just shy of our new all-time concurrent viewer record, which I believe is 274 if I'm not mistaken. Hello everyone, welcome. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, trying not to lose my voice since I've been on here for about 5.5 hours now, just yapping away. It should get worse in the North Sound, but later on than the rest of the Sound. It may only be a brief period of winds up there because the Sting Jet feature is moving farther south than forecasted. So you guys may be spared a very strong wind event up north, depending on how strong the westerly surge is down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Sorry if you said, do you think we could see same wind here as the coast is seeing? I think our winds are going to be less, not going to lie. I think the Sting Jet's going to lose a little bit of steam as it moves inland. Just a little bit, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 60 plus in a couple spots, but looking more like 45 to 50 for most of the area. Even then, I think that may be being a little bit conservative, but I want to make sure that no one has the wrong idea. There's a floor and there's a ceiling for every event. We're leaning more towards the ceiling and hopefully not shattering the ceiling inland. So far on the coast, definitely going through the ceiling. Wind's starting to pick up in Rochester. Yeah, Rochester's just outside of that new high wind warning in effect till 2 a.m. You're still in the wind advisory, so you're only expecting wind gusts up to 50, just like the rest of the area. That's more of a generalized estimation, though. Could be higher, could be lower. But the middle ground is about 50 miles per hour for most of western Washington. EJ says the sound of that wind in Michael's car is intense. Absolutely. The sand is just pelting their car right now. Sorry guys, I'm trying not to lose my voice here tonight. Yeah, 50 looks like a good expectation, J-Ray will, for the Olympia area. Go check a few things on Facebook. We're closing in on 200 likes on this stream. Did not anticipate things to be this popular today, not gonna lie. This is extremely surprising to me. Yeah, Facebook's going nuclear. As a matter of fact, I hit 27K a few hours ago and we're already up to 27,400 followers. May even make a run at 28K before the event's over. And possibly higher than that, too. Just cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. Matt Craig says, take some honey. Worst comes to worst, I do have cough drops in the bathroom. I actually had to take a cough drop one time while I was talking because my voice got so sore. I'm mainly an introvert, so I don't do a lot of talking. Become a lot more extroverted recently, though, and my voice box has Definitely not up to par for that. Wind picking up in White Rock, BC, I take it, right? Gloria Wright, thank you for your kind words. How is Yelm looking? Yelm's in that 45 to 50 mile per hour area. Winds will be coming out of the southwest, so mainly perpendicular to the Nisqually Valley. You may be in one of those areas that's exposed to the southwesterly winds, so do be on the lookout. Could get higher than 50 for a brief time. This depends on the track of the Sting jet, which is moving well inland at this point. So strongest winds are moving in towards Aberdeen and up the Chehalis River Valley right now, along Highway 12. It's the current satellite view. Some clearing ahead of the Sting jet as well, across Tacoma and Seattle, but the winds are not far away. All right. Up. Hanging around 200 viewers right now. We're just 7 likes shy of 200 likes on the day. Oh my goodness gracious. Hang on, you guys. I gotta show you this if it updates. Look at that. Look at that. You guys are gonna see me get really excited here. 70 freaking 7. Gotta let the boys know of that. That's beyond ridiculous. I almost don't believe it. I'm like actually starting to get scared for us down here in the South Sound tonight. Nicole Hickman discovered you recently on Facebook. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being a viewer. Seattle Vessel Traffic Service just took a report of 50 knots or about 58 mile per hour winds in the South Sound. Is that right? How much precipitation? Not much more in terms of precip. Most of the precipitation with this event has already passed. It's mostly just going to be those hit or miss showers that we're accustomed to. Yes, officially gusting as high as a Category 1 hurricane out there on the coast. What part of the sound is the Seattle area? I consider the Seattle to be the central sound. So I consider the central sound to be Seattle to Everett, North Sound north of Everett, and South Sound south of Seattle towards Tacoma. So I consider this to be central, this to be north, and this to be south. Yeah, TJ's also watching the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch stream, and there's clam diggers running into the wind and trying not to blow away. Really interesting stuff out there. And huge dedication on their parts as well. $229 in the chat. Welcome everybody. We're over 3,200 views now. 203 likes. Thank you all for surpassing 200 likes. Yeah, you're not seeing things. Those are over 70 mile per hour gusts along the coast in Grays Harbor. So the Sting jet, the center of strongest winds, has made landfall and is moving east into the area. We could see things start picking up in the next hour around here, just as a heads up. you haven't already taken your precautions, now would be a great time to do so for the area. Not that windy, says Christopher Donald. Oh, it's coming. Trust me, it is absolutely coming. It's on its way for all of us. Not necessarily due east motion. It's moving a little bit north of east, so it's mainly making a track towards somewhere between Seattle and Tacoma right now. Somewhere along this South Sound corridor. See the tight gradients coming into the area very shortly. Where am I located? I am in Milton. Blue Drive's on. Anthony sounding hoarser than James Hetfield right now before the encore songs. Good comparison, yes. Starting to gain some rasp and lose some tonality in my voice because I've been just yapping all night. What time is the wind coming for the area? It is on the way. Hopefully, well, I wouldn't say hopefully, but expected to be in the next hour to hour and a half for much of the Puget Sound. This is the Sting Jet, and it's still maintaining its full maturity as it moves onshore. It may weaken a little bit, but bringing some concerningly high gusts to the coast right now. Category 1 hurricane status for Hoquiam-Bowerman Airport. Thank you guys. Another 33 subs on YouTube. Looks like we're going to hit 800 tonight. Any wave height information offshore? Don't believe there's a setting to see that, but I know that they're forecasting wave heights up to 22 feet for most of the coast. Another gust of 69 miles per hour there at, yep. So 69 now at Hoquiam-Bowerman Airport. All right, Selena, good to see you. Welcome back to the YouTube channel. Frederickson, fairly windy, but not what the news is saying. Frederickson, the storm is on the way. We're watching it right now. See these high wind gusts off the coast? That's the back end of the Sting Jet, which is currently over the Olympic Peninsula, moving into the area. This is going to usher in that area of strong winds across the area here in the next hour to hour and a half. At least judging by storm motion. Yeah, see, not really kicking up here quite yet. But it is coming for sure. And wild in Centralia. Maria Jones, longtime follower on Facebook. Just got you on here. Thanks for all you do. Lights have been flickering in Tacoma. That path into the Puget Sound area, will that enhance the winds due to the mountain ranges? It very well could. If you're more exposed to southwesterly winds, then this will certainly wreak some havoc on your area. Pretty calm all day in northern Lacey. Well, I think that calm's going to be coming to an end here shortly for you. Looks like Matthew Fab, who's with Michael Snyder, just got out of the car and they're dancing in the wind right now. Should the highs be in Lakewood, as in high wind gusts? Some models were actually showing upwards of 60 for a small area of Lakewood near the water. Just as a heads up, most likely won't happen like that, but it does show up in 1 or 2 models. So just thought I warn you now. The ceiling is definitely 60 plus, but the floor would have to be 35 to 40. So somewhere in the middle of that range is what most of the Puget Sound area should be seeing by around 10 o'clock tonight. I'm hoping the stream length goes up to 8 hours and not 6, or else it's going to cut me off here in about 20 minutes. John Smith, I am watching the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch live stream. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. When should we expect higher winds in Belfair? Well, this Sting Jet is making a beeline towards your area right now. Shouldn't be too much longer. Probably within the next hour for your area. So we'll come back to this page in a little bit. Scott Sistek also saying the storm is overperforming. Guys, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go on a bathroom break. Be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Thank you for tuning in. This got... Okay, I've heard of a 55 mile per hour up at Everett, but I don't think that's true, at least right now. That may have been from previous. Let's go switch to max wind gusts real quick. Not seeing that right now, but this was the 55. This actually turned out to be 60 here at the Tacoma Regional earlier. 51 at Point Robinson, 51 at SeaTac, 71 and 77 here off the coast. Yeah, actually, just got up for a bathroom break. That was all. Looks like my time clock updated and we're at 783 subs. And the Facebook followers are coming in bulk, like 4 to 10 at a time. It's really, really insane, honestly. Interesting. Marlo XG7 and Brian Gendrica, you guys probably aren't too far from each other, but two completely different results. One says, just heard a transformer go north of Centralia. The other says, calm in Chehalis. Bonnie Lake is a mess. What about the 51 at SeaTac? Bonnie Lake is a disaster. Curious about what peak gust is around Lily Wap. Let's go back to max. See, Lily Wap is right in here. We don't have a nearby station on the NWS site. The nearest one up the hill is 21. We have 39 here at Shelton, which is probably the closest big station to your area. Let's zoom out just a tad bit. So these are maxes. It unfortunately doesn't show me what time these occurred. We even have a 50 out here in Black Diamond. Will this affect Portland, Oregon? I believe the strongest winds will stay north of Portland. The strongest winds after this moves off the coast and inland should be across the central Puget Sound. So I think Portland gets spared this round. Yeah, the 51 in SeaTac is actually the reason why I started streaming several hours back. Around 6 hours ago, we got that 51 mile per hour with that convective downburst at SeaTac, and I jumped straight in the live coverage after that. Ange C, no, this storm is far from done. It hasn't started yet for the Puget Sound. Still expecting somewhere between 9 p.m. and 12 a.m. for most of the Puget Sound area. Lana Coffin says thank you. Thank you as well. And let's go check on the outage maps. Last number is 63,843. We're up a little bit. 65,927. Most of it in Eastern, Pierce, and King counties. Snow PUD is up quite a bit. They doubled their amount. They're up in the 5,300 range. And Tacoma Public Utilities is actually down. So doing a good job down there for Tacoma Power and TPU. Down under 3,000 again. But PSC not doing so good at this hour. Anyone watching right now, if you'd like to do me a huge favor, thank you to all the supporters. Let's see. We have 6 more coffees donated. And plus 25 on YouTube. That put us over 800 subs. The audience is just exploding. You guys would be interested in leaving a small tip to buy me a coffee. Just posted the link down below in the comment box. Once again, these are max wind gusts. Let's go back to current wind gusts. 44 down there at West Point near Discovery Park. Still seeing 69 to 70 on the coast, but I'm not sure how often those update. TJ, yes, this is definitely the #1 stream of all time on my channel. So far. Next round, 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. High winds. The average around the area is 45 miles per hour according to recent forecast models. Estimated time for Puget Sound, Selena Birch, is anywhere between 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. Steamjet definitely appears to be pulling a little bit more to the northeast now. Let's play a loop of the last 6 hours. I'll keep this loop on for a little bit. This area here is the center of the Stingjet. It's a little stuttery, so bear with me. It does appear to be pulling off to the northeast quite a bit now. Let's hit another 67 mile per hour gust there at Hoquiam. Yeah, it's definitely starting to pull a bit to the northeast. That's still going to cast a pretty nice pressure gradient across most of the Puget Sound later this evening. Is it going to hit Renton? Should be around 10 p.m. for the Renton area. Let me just make sure the stream's not going to cut off in 10 minutes. I'm not sure if my limit is 6 hours or 8 hours. We've been streaming for 550 so far. So if it does cut off, I will try to immediately start a new stream. But if it doesn't, then we have 2 more hours to go after this. Are the Olympic Mountains going to tear this apart? So far, it's not. Most of the feature is above the mountain level. It could tear apart some of the surface-based features of this, but is mostly an elevated storm system. The Sting Jet, though, is more of a surface-based feature and could experience some disruption from the Olympics. However, that pressure gradient is on the south side, which will not be affected by the Olympics. That pressure gradient is currently over the southern Washington coast, which is why you're getting those strong winds right now. That should move up into the Puget Sound here in the next hour and a half or so. ANC has been without power for hours now. Very sorry to hear that. A lot of people are without power, and that was just within the showers. Having some strong wind mixed down towards the ground. That was actually not associated with any of the wind in this. In fact, you didn't know how many hours show how special this is right now. Yes, we're all kind of just living in the moment. I think I might have just hit a new record for consecutive viewers too. I thought it was 274, but it might have been 247. It looks like we hit 250 not long ago. We're back up to 249. 224 likes. About to hit 4,000 views. It's incredible. Looks like wind's starting to calm down a little bit behind that Sting Jet. See, we already have a 39 up here in the Olympics. 52 again up here in Oak Harbor. 45 down here at the end of Rife Lake. So this is the current look on satellite imagery, starting to pull a little bit off to the northeast, but that pressure gradient with the strongest winds still looks to impact most of the South Sound in the next hour and a half or so. $251. It looks like that's a new record. 254 now on my end. 257. That's for sure a new all-time record for most consecutive viewers. We've already broken a number of all-time records tonight. Destiny Raymond, winds should pick back up. Sorry for not answering your question the first time. Should pick back up around 10 p.m., if not as early as 9:30. Marlowe XG7, sorry to hear your power just went out. Already crossed 27,500 on Facebook. I haven't even had enough time to post the 27K announcement on Facebook. That's how quick we're growing right now. Grew so quick, I didn't even have a chance to plan the 26K live stream on Facebook. How far inland? It looks like the center of the Sting Jet is over the Olympic Peninsula right now. The strongest winds have been occurring on the south end of this, so it looks somewhere between Aberdeen and Olympia for the strongest wind field right now. How exactly will this translate inland? It's uncertain right now, but it's looking pretty promising for higher end wind gusts around the Puget Sound, especially south of Seattle. There's a lot of people on the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch live stream right now on the beach. Like they're all dancing in the wind. It's pretty entertaining, not gonna lie. Calm before the storm. Yes, out of power for 3 hours in Bonnie Lake. More wind is coming. 262 total. That is a new record. Thank you, Whitney, for pointing that out. That is a new record. Bonnie Lake already canceled their homecoming dance. Hopefully they'll reschedule it soon. The weather also looks blustery next weekend around this time too. Just nowhere near as stormy as today's expected to be. Tracking a system coming in sometime around Halloween night or the morning of November 1st, which happens to be my 20th. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. I've been belching a lot during this stream. Hang on, gotta try to reconvene myself to where I was talking about. Oh yeah, so November 1st is my 26th birthday. So we're looking for another strong frontal passage sometime around then. Probably nowhere near as intense as this one is forecast to be, though. Yep, it says 269 on my end now. That's a new record. They just keep breaking the record every few seconds after one another. So for anyone just tuning in, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Welcome in. Thank you for choosing me for your live coverage tonight. Jessica says, I love stormy weather. Well, you're in the right place of the country. 271, that is a new record. And it just keeps going up by the looks of it. Ooh, latest HER model. We gotta go look at that. What does it show? Oh yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. If what this shows is correct, it has 60 miles per hour over the central Puget Sound by 11 p.m. on this forecast model. This would be huge for that area. A little bit less down here in the south, though. It seems like it's starting to account for that northeastward turn of the Sting Jet. The model may be trying to correct itself on this. But yes, you guys saw it right there. Possible 60 mile per hour wind gusts from Bremerton across to Seattle and the mid-Puget Sound. We just jumped up to 320, guys. 320 viewers. It just showed on my screen. 320. And another plus 29 on YouTube. So we're at 837. We may, if it keeps going like this, we may actually break 1,000 tonight. I'm hoping, because I'm about to hit the 6-hour mark on the stream, I'm hoping it doesn't cut you guys off in the next few minutes. I'm hoping it doesn't. If it does, I'll scramble as quick as possible to set up the next live stream for you guys. But if worst case scenario is it shuts the stream down in 2.5 minutes, but I'm hoping this doesn't happen. Like I said, if that does happen, I'll immediately start a new stream for you guys. Sounds like you might get it bad where you are. Yes, I'm in a susceptible spot for southwest winds. Up on the hill, surrounded by valleys. Could get pretty rough over here in the Milton-Edgewood area. 49 in Everett already. Is that right? So far, max for the Payne Field site is 43. That was earlier. Go refresh some of these PSE numbers. PSE's up a little bit. We're up to 66,240. Most of it in Eastern, Pierce, and King counties. Looks like the center of the Sting Jet is approaching the Union-Brennan area right now. So strong winds picking up west of Olympia right now. Should move into Olympia in the next hour or so. $355. Just went out and put stuff on my balcony away. Better late than never. For anyone just tuning in, I'm also watching Michael Snyder's live stream with Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, if you guys want a little entertainment there too. Bunch of people on the beach in Ocean Park. Surprising amount of people at this hour. Sounds like one of them might have had an injury too. 358 shows 349 on my end. It still hasn't updated on the YouTube chart either, but it looks like we just hit 4,000 views. 237 likes, and right now 349 consecutive viewers. Alright, so now we're at that time where we just watch and see what happens. Because the Sting Jet's moving inland. It looks like we crossed the 6-hour mark, so it looks like I'm safe. I thought there was a small chance the stream would cap at 6 hours. I think that might be 8 hours. So it looks like we're good to go for a couple more hours. Mike hit his head on something. Ooh. It's really rough. Let's break 400. We're very close to hitting 400 consecutive viewers. We got up to 358. Keith, yeah, feel free to send some video on the main page if you want to send it in the form of a comment. I'll be glad to watch it later on. Weird when you can hear the wind coming. Starting to pick up west of Chehalis. 16 power outages north of Everett. Kitsap County canceled its salmon docent training. Or Dawson training. Winnie, glad... Oh, you retracted that. Right as I was reading it. Wonder if Ording is going to get it bad. You might be sheltered because you're in the valley. These models have a hard time modeling the lower valleys when it comes to wind, so you might get some less down there in Ording. Shelton, Belfair area, your time is coming very soon. It looks like the Sting Jet is moving into Shelton here in the next 45 minutes or so. And the weather radio station just started dropping out there again, so guess the wind's really starting to whip at Capitol Peak. Really hoping I don't lose power here tonight. Rob Reeve, we shall see. I think he's freaking a bit over something that happens all the time here. He seems to be very concerned about how many viewers he's getting. Very interesting take, but you know what? I'll respect your view. Right now, I'm just preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best for a potential windstorm around here. Looks like Shelton's up to 47 at this hour. Shelton, 47 mile per hour wind gust as the Sting Jet moves near your area right now. Elsewhere, not doing very much at the moment. May start picking up here in the Olympia area shortly, but 47 mile per hour recently at Sanderson Field in Shelton. Starting here in Yelm, can hear the wind chimes really starting. Thank you, Jacob Heiner, for your report. It's going to be like in Sultan. Well, the winds are coming out of the southwest, so I think Sultan's orientation is a little more west-southwest or west. So it could certainly be interesting up there. It may be a little less up in your area, though. It looks like the peak wind gusts don't make it much farther north than Everett. How's Seattle looking? Seattle so far so good. Just heavily anticipating the passage of the Sting Jet feature. Current wind gusts at SeaTac is 31, Boeing Field at 25. 33 up at Everett Payne Field. Yeah, things have really started to calm down there along the coast. So you can tell that the Sting Jet has passed. It's 40 mile per hour gusts and 18 mile per hour sustained wind accurate. That's what my phone is telling me. Well, depending on the storm track, it may be underdoing that total a little bit. You may add 5 to 10 miles per hour on top of that, depending on how things transpire tonight. It does look like the strongest pressure gradient is going to be somewhere between Olympia and Everett, which would result in strong winds across the metro Puget Sound area. Which you covered the inland northwest. Well, then I wouldn't be called Puget Sound Storm Watch. I've had people ask me to cover farther south like Vancouver, Portland. Unfortunately, I denied that just for right now. You know, I think my plate's pretty full enough with the Puget Sound and most of western Washington. I just cover the NWS Seattle County warning area, which is all western Washington counties except for Pacific, Wahkiakum, Cowlitz, Clark, and Skamania. Where you find the page for the wind speed, let me link you to it right now. Let me show you how to get to this screen here real quick. Gusting around 30 so far in Fife. Thank you for the report. So when you go on this site that I just linked, it's going to look something like this. What you want to do is under the Layers tab, disable the NWS hazards and warnings, and go over to observations, enable this tab here. It's going to look like this. Give it a second. Okay, yeah, it's going to look like this when you get in. So you want to change this over to wind gust, and then tick the 3x radio button right here. This will show you current observations for wind gusts around the area. John Smith, just heard a tree crack outside here in Lacey. It has begun. Looks like a little ahead of schedule for some folks. If that's the case, then I wouldn't be surprised if things start whipping up around the Puget Sound by 9 o'clock. Yeah, Mike Patty, if you want some other Facebook pages that cover the area, Washington Weather Chasers is another great page as well. They're actually live streaming as well, as far as I know, on YouTube. Washington Weather Chasers. And Pacific Northwest Weather Watch on YouTube, whose stream I'm watching right now, also covers much of the inland Northwest too. Bonnie Lake area is still expecting these wind gusts to pick up around 9:30 to 10. Possibly a little bit earlier based on observations I'm seeing right now. Yeah, Aberdeen's hit their peak. They're down to 52 miles per hour now. Plus 30 on YouTube. We're at 867 and counting. When you started picking up here in Redmond, thank you for your report. Waiting to see how many of these stations really start to pick up sharply in the next few minutes. Right now, the Sting Jet is somewhere over the Central Olympic Peninsula, starting to move across the Hood Canal, as seen here. So Shelton's already up to 47, right around on par with what the models were showing for that area. Sultan area, probably be a little bit later in the night, up towards midnight. Maybe 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., judging by the amount of time it takes for this Sting jet and pressure gradient to move north with it. So probably expecting around 11 p.m. to midnight for points north of Seattle. ETA for Rainier, Teresa. Yeah, Rainier's been active all day. Got some pretty intense gusts earlier, up to 75 here at Crystal Mountain and 63 at Sunrise, excuse me. So if things do pick up for Mount Rainier, it's going to be around the same time for all of us in the next half hour to an hour. Benjamin Welch says, got it, thank you. Yes, thank you, Benjamin, for your inquiry. Still mostly calm, Captain says, east of Seattle. Selena says, hopefully not so bad. Right there with you, because the way the soil is saturated and leaves are still on trees, anything over 50 miles per hour could be disastrous for a lot of these areas. What is the Sting jet? So S-T-I-N-G jet, Lisa Silver. It's this bent back feature here that looks like a comma. This appendage here is where the strongest area of winds is expected within this cyclone. So within this center here, where you have the incoming winds and the outgoing winds spinning around one another, this is the Sting jet, aka the scorpion tail, or the bent back occlusion. All right, think I'm a little bit behind on notifications, but sorry I didn't give you a shout out, Christina Ramsey. Thank you for your donation of 5 coffees 46 minutes ago. And thank you, Lisa Ray, for your donation of a coffee. Much appreciated, you guys. Thank you so much. May all your generators be functional. True that. Yes, you're right, Sting. Lisa Silver. Intense low pressure. Power out in Lacey. Thank you for your report, James Daly. Lights just flickered in Frederickson, Selena Birch. So now over 6 hours on the stream. Looks like we're going to break a record for longest stream as well. "400-foot elevation," Rob Reeves says, flickers in East Bremerton. Flickering in Lacey. Power just went out in Lacey, James Daly. Just going back through Facebook. Dare I hit that refresh button? Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. The post I posted 2 hours ago, most recently, already over 647 reactions, 98 comments, 227 shares. That's pretty close to a new record, if not a new record in that short amount of time. And speaking of that, we got to go check the outage map one more time for a new update. 66,240, most recent. We're up a few hundred. We're up to 66,867. Hanging steady around that 66K for PSE. Snow PUD is up to 6,258. And Tacoma Public Utilities is hanging pretty steady around 2,600. Not seeing much new activity here yet. Give it a little more time. But now we watch what happens as the Sting Jet passes through the central Puget Sound. What will the result be? All right, looks like Michael and Matthew are going to abandon their site. Looks like they've had enough down there. Watching gamer streams on YouTube can go as long as 12 hours as far as I know. I think the limitation would be on the software, not on the YouTube part. So I'm using OBS Studio for my streaming. I'm also using some Streamlabs add-ons, and the Streamlabs I thought may have limited it at 6 hours, but it may be 8 hours. Guess we'll see if we're still on, which I'm assuming we will, assuming the power doesn't go out here at the office in Milton. See if we can push that 8-hour mark. Bree says, sorry, just now tuning in. Any idea if the winds will get bad here in Puyallup, Frederickson area? Expecting 45 to 50 here in the next hour to hour and a half or so. How's PSC looking? PSC is a little over 66,000, up towards 67,000 without power right now. Say the Sting Jet will head north. It's starting to turn towards the northeast. So no longer moving due east. It's starting to pull a bit to the north. Going to be in the area pretty soon. Yeah, looking like after 9 o'clock. Probably up towards 10. TV flickered, South Hill, Puyallup. Thank you, Adam Ferris, for your report. Neighbors, garbage can, went for a stroll down the street. What makes this wind event worse than events with similar wind speeds? Are you expecting it to not be as bad? Simply put, because the soil's saturated and there's still leaves on trees. That's why I'm fearful of 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, if it gets up to that point. Models have definitely upticked, and I can show you this on the most recent HER 3KM, which has downticked before. A more recent uptick across the Puget Sound area from Port Orchard through Seattle. So he shows 60 directly over Elliott Bay later on. Looks like the Central Oregon Coast Range, and Central Coast Range lowlands of Oregon have allowed their high wind warning to be canceled. That's well south of the area. Yeah, power's completely out. It's completely black along most of Long Beach right now. What will the winds be like in Chehalis area? Well, good news is this HER model shows a little wind hole forming over your area. I think you guys may luck out if what this shows here is true. It looks like the Willapa Hills could block the strongest winds for this area. Only time will tell. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled on observations around the area. Most recent wind gust is still 47 here at Sanderson Field. Now down to 38 in Sanderson Field. Plus 14 on the sub counter. 881. We're closing in on 900. To say that I expected this would be a huge downplay. Actually not expecting this stream to do very many numbers with the other bigger channels around the area also streaming on the road. So really surprising to see the result. John Smith just lost power in Lacey. Sorry to hear that, my friend. Bellevue starting to get pretty gusty. The radar you are using here glitches. Is that why it's not moving? So windy on PC, windy.com. Ooh, new thunderstorm directly over Multnomah County down here, Portland area. But yes, windy can be buggy sometimes. Sometimes I have to restart the app as I'm using it because if I zoom out too fast, sometimes it'll just freeze on the screen. So I do hope that the windy.com staff does some patches on their UI here in the near future. The main radar app I use though is Radar Scope. Waiting to see if we can get an update on this. Because it was showing near 80-mile-per-hour gusts about 4,000 feet above the ground earlier with the Sting Jet. Yeah, it's not going to update right now, but that's okay. We should be about an hour out from the wind gusts really sharply picking up around the Puget Sound. See, we got up to 40 here near the Highway 8 and 101 junction near Olympia. So this is the current look at the Sting Jet. What's Eatonville expecting for winds? Still up there with about 45 to 50. To play it safe, I'm going to say 40 to 45 to account for any deviations with wind direction. It's mainly going to come out of the southwest, so parts of your area could be shielded from the foothills around the Nisqually Valley. Yeah, it's lagged out. Yeah, Windy probably isn't the best program to use for this, but considering I have a subscription annually with Windy, I might as well use it. Walmart Supercenter Galaxy Drive Lacey just lost power. Gust possible to 55. They must have started correcting those wind advisories around the area. Wind advisory remains in effect until 5 a.m. for a majority of Western Washington, by the way. 5 a.m. So design, what mode and layers are you using in Windy? I am on the satellite mode right now. I'm on visible satellite. Has the option to do a few things like blue, visible, and infrared. Infrared showing these tall, colder cloud tops around the area within that Sting Jet. You can also overlay it with radar as well. Has lightning trackers. I believe it's automatically enabled, so lightning detection. And if you go to more layers and go and select ISO lines of pressure, you can see the pressure gradient across the area. Does show a pretty nice pressure gradient between Cape Flattery and Portland right now. About 12 millibar pressure gradient across that area. Certainly conductive for some strong winds in the near future. Candy Eunice, lights flickering in Tumwater. Thank you for your report. What's the highest of wind? I understand wind gusts 40 to 45. What's the wind estimated at? Well, I guess I can pull up an exact number according to one model for you. This one has 40 on the nose for Frederickson at 11 p.m. It does have up to 46 at 10 p.m. So this would be 10 p.m. across the area. Around 50 miles per hour for the SeaTac corridor here. A big concern is 11 p.m. If this does verify, that could be exceptionally damaging for some of these areas. And yes, that shows 60 right there. That is not a typo. 60 predicted at 11 p.m. for Elliott Bay and surrounding areas. Lisa Silver, that is correct. Isobars closer together, stronger the winds. That's the pressure gradient I was talking about. I'm starting to hear the trees rustle around quite a bit here in Milton as well. '57 in Seattle would be crazy, especially this early in this fall season. Biggest gust yet in Tulalip Bay. Here we go. Yeah, get ready, folks. It's coming. And it is not going to stop for some time. Oh yeah, I can really start to hear it sharply picking up outside. Right about on time with what some of the models were showing. See, it's the new NAM's out. See what the NAM has to say. NAM's a little bit lower than what it was showing for the area, but it only has the Tacoma area at 43 and Seattle at 48. But notice it does have some of northern Pierce County here in the 50-mile-per-hour range at 10 p.m. Even shows a little bit of a small wind shadow here across the southern sound, but once again picking up to around 45 here in Seattle. Possibly around 50 miles per hour over the water too. Have you been outside lately? It's been a while since I've looked out the window, not gonna lie. Because I live on the first story of an apartment complex, and I do highly value my privacy. Sounds like a train coming down my street here in Skagit. Howling now bad here in Tumwater by Walmart. Down power lines over the highway. Rochester Grand Mound. Highway 9 from the airport in Snohomish to Woodinville, no power. Already seeing things kick up in the North Sound as well. Benjamin Welch, watching this has helped my anxiety at the very least. Glad to hear it helped. Of course, weather radio channel dropped out again. Significant wind in West Olympia. Still have power though. Thank you for your report, Christopher Donald. Still hanging in around 300 viewers at this time. 259 likes, 4,600 views. 284 of you guys right now in the chat. People driving over the power lines. Ooh, bad practice right there. Don't do that. How bad will the wind get in Enumclaw? Violet. This model here doesn't show it as bad, but this is just one model run. See, the new European's out as well. 18Z European. This is just... Ooh, it really kicked up out there for a second. This is just a 6-hour average, but for the 6-hour average for this area, it shows between 40 and 55 for this area. Between 5 and 11 p.m. Between 11 and 5, 50 miles per hour for Seattle area and 46 over Everett and surrounding areas. Those yellows are 60 plus. We're up to 892 on YouTube, 892 subs. Power outages starting to go down. Let's go get an update on that. 66867 is the magic number. Yeah, we're way down. Down to 55916 now for PSC. Looks like Snow PUD is also down. Quite a few power outages in the Monroe area though. And TPU 2684 in the last run. Looks like we're way up, 4368 for Tacoma Public Utilities. Yeah, the satellite's still a little bit buggy. It's a little jittery. But it shows the steam jet crossing over Hood Canal right now. Look at that. Oh boy, back up to 56 at Tacoma Narrows again. Gotta let the boys know that. Thank you for keeping me entertained without power in Bonnie Lake. Well, thank you for joining in with Puget Sound Stormwatch. For anyone who may have just tuned in or has been for a while, this is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. Means a lot, truly. Recent gust to 56 out here at Tacoma Narrows. So a really, really sharp increase in just the last few minutes out over the Narrows Strait. Sam Walters, is it overperforming elsewhere as well? Well, the event hasn't really started around the Puget Sound yet, so it's too soon to say. Fox Island without power. Thank you, Allison, for your report. Here we go in the sound. Oh yeah, buckle up, folks, because it is coming in with a vengeance. When will the wind get bad? Sometime in the next hour, according to most forecasts. Either within the hour or just outside of the hour. ETG Vortex, winds are terrible in Lacey. Keith Caballero, Anthony, you're doing a great job giving updates here in Bellingham. Power's still out in Lacey. Power's flickering at my house at White Rock. I'm guessing you mean BC, right? White Rock, British Columbia. I can hear the bursts of wind hitting the window now. Really, really kicking up here quick in Milton. That steam jet appears to have just crossed the Hood Canal. So definitely expect these totals to really pick up. We just hit 47 at SeaTac too. Really sharp increase around the area. I'm expecting those power outage totals to go up exponentially here very quick. Yeah, the bottom end of the steam jet's moving between Olympia and Tacoma right now. So it looks like the event is now underway for the South Sound. Those would be transformers blowing, Chad. Though there's no lightning in the area. Only lightning is down in Portland right now. Matt Craig, power's out in Graham. Sorry to hear about that. Yes, White Rock, BC. Power flickering in Chehalis. Thank you, Missy Price, for your report. Welcome to the stream. Lights flickering Fort Lewis, McCord area. Did the PSC site go down already? Oh yeah, it has gone way up. We're already close to 100,000 in the area. That area where we got the strong winds near Shelton, 47 at Sanderson Field. A lot of areas without power there now. Power outages increasing around the Lacey, Nisqually, and Olympia area as well. These power outages are starting to creep south along Capalson and Clear Lake down towards Graham, making its way towards Eatonville as well. So yeah, power outages way up, but the site is not down for me right now. Has it already passed through Lilywop? No, not quite yet. What I'm worried about is that the Hood Canal is oriented towards the southwest where the strongest winds will be. You could get some of those winds funneled down the Hood Canal, which could increase them for a brief period of time. So hang in there. Lilywop, Brennan, Hoodsport area. Could get real blustery here in the next hour or less. Snow is starting to flicker. Thank you, Krista. 36 miles per hour in Fife. Flickering in northern South Hill. Power outages in Monroe area. Tree down in Vaughan. Believe that's on Key Peninsula, right? Near the Key Peninsula. I think Vaughan area is in here, if I'm not mistaken. Tree down in that area, right within this Sting Jet here. Zoom out a little bit, give you guys a little perspective. This is the center of low pressure moving through right now. Strongest winds are about to enter the Puget Sound. As a heads up to everybody. Recently hit 56 at Tacoma Narrows and 47 at SeaTac. Okay, it was down for 30 seconds. Thank you for letting me know. High winds have arrived in La Conner, already up north. Violet, I wouldn't say bad. I think bad still going a little bit overboard. I'm going to say it's going to get really blustery. Strong winds, likely, but not seeing anything too damaging. My only concern is the damp soil and the leaves still on trees. That could escalate damage in some areas, especially exposed towards the southwest. Flickering in Port Orchard, Como reporting wind gust 47. Yes, that's the one seen right here at SeaTac. Lights flickering, Miss Courtney Olivia in Gig Harbor. Think we're gonna lose it. Hang on there. Hope is not lost quite yet. It is gusting pretty gnarly down to your south, though. Getting close to 60 again. Just for reference, this area here on one model showed around 60. So pretty close to what that model showed over there. $906 subscribers. Wow, it's only showing 892 on my end, so thank you for the update. If all goes well, we could actually break 1,000. We could easily break 1,000 tonight. The comments are still flooding in. Just broke 300 viewers again. 310 as of the most recent update. 271 likes, about 5,000 views. Thank you all so much for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch as your primary source of weather information across the Sound. Branch hit the window already in Gig Harbor. Bellevue ramping up. It is beginning. Michael and Matthew are at a McDonald's drive-thru, I think. Been watching their stream for some time as well. Looks like Ben's stream just recently ended. So it looks like Mike's the only one streaming right now on the road. He's in the Astoria area. Flickering in Kirkland and Monroe. Thank you guys for your reports. Sting Jet is plowing into the Seattle Metro now. It has lifted quite a bit to the northeast and looks to make a northerly approach towards downtown Seattle. So strongest wind gusts likely just starting from Olympia northward. Have we hit 100,000 outages yet? We have not. Ooh, big time gust outside. Hopefully I can stay with you guys. Hopefully the 5G internet doesn't go down, or worse, the power. We're down a little bit for Tacoma Public Utilities. Looks like we're hanging around 4,700 or so outages in for Snow PUD. But the strongest winds are on the way this hour. So time is up for most of the Puget Sound. Time is up. And there's a plus 25 on YouTube. Now it shows 917 for me. 917 subs. Guys, I can't believe it, but we only need 83 more to get to 1,000. Main event was going to be around 10 p.m. Guess it's an hour early. Well, the range I gave was around 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. depending on your locale. So looks like we're right on the bottom end of that spectrum for the South Sound. These guys are funny. Power's still out in Buckley, been out since 5. Lights flickered all the way up in Bellingham already. Is that right? A little bit early for you as well. Tree fall over the road, Buckley on 410. Thanks for being on air and keeping us informed. Thank you, Jackie, for staying tuned in. Going on to 7 hours on the stream, which I believe might be a new record in its own. All right. Go refresh the map one more time. Not seeing anything new for the area. We're still up around 36 here at Fort Lewis. All right, go check the chat. Are NOAA employees working during the government shutdown? Yes, they are. Shout out to their brave souls, still putting out all of these outlooks and warnings, advisories, and so on, even while not getting paid. They are the true MVPs of this whole thing. The only reason why we still have access to weather models and observations like this. See, it says up here, the site will remain updated during the shutdown. Can't see it with my big body in the way, but that's what it says up here. Power out on Camino Island already. Downtown businesses out in Ording. Wow, so Ording's getting it pretty good too. Marshall Stafford ramping up in East Tacoma, closer to Midland. Huge gusts sound like it was going to take the air conditioner out of the window. Yeah, I can really hear things rustling out the window right now. Looks like things have really started to calm down along the coast. Still showing 61 here at Westport, but I don't know how recent that observation is. Waiting to see any updates from around this area. We did hit 39, the southeast side of Enumclaw. 39 here at Point Robin. No, that's not Point Robinson, excuse me. That's West Point. Gusting up to 53 still at Whidbey as well. Just for an update on satellites, it's jumping around a little bit, but this should be the bent back occlusion directly over the Puget Sound. So high winds starting for most of us right now. It should begin to kick up really quickly for most of us over the next half hour to... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Guys, do you see that? 66, a new record on the day for Tacoma Narrows. Just had 66 for the Tacoma Narrows Airport. Yeah, I just broke it to the guys on the coast. Oh, man. No, just for reference, not a single model showed anything remotely this high for that area. So, level of concern is definitely increasing now. Not gonna lie, I'm getting pretty anxious seeing some of these numbers. 66 at Tacoma Narrows is a new record for... I couldn't tell you how many years back. At least since 2006. Back alley sounds like a train, and with the Narrows being oriented more to the southwest, this is a huge wind tunnel right now. Sister is on the hill on the Day Island side. She said it sounds like pounding on the house at times. Yes, check everything you have. Make sure your phones are charged up. I'm guilty as charged. I should plug in my phone right now. It's going to be a slow charge, but it's going to have to do. Cannot believe this right now. 66 at Tacoma Narrows. That just blew every model out of the water. Actually, they're showing this on radar scope on their end right now. Let me see if I can get this to refresh. Hang on, guys. Gonna try this one more time. Can't see it on Langley Hill radar, but oh yeah, you can see it big time. And these wind gusts, check the beam height, about 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the ground. So wind gusts in the 60 mile per hour range, a little bit higher than 60 miles per hour, just a couple thousand feet above the ground. But look at that. That is a textbook bent back occlusion on radar. See, the center of the spin's already crossing over the Hood Canal right now. Picking up in Ording. Shaw Road's closed between 37th and Manorwood. Lines and trees down. I do not recall a snowstorm in 09, but I do remember 08 quite vividly. What's that gust in Westport earlier? That was... Hang on. Let me get you back there real quick. Gust in Westport still showing 61, but it's been a while since that's updated. It's going to take some time for it to update. Let's go refresh the map. 94,341 in the last update. Up a few thousand. Just shy of 100,000 for PSC. So yeah, bent back occlusion is now moving into the Seattle metro area. So if it hasn't already picked up for your area, it will likely do so in the next few minutes. Como doesn't know about the 66 yet. Yeah, I think I'm one of the first ones to find out about that because I actually broke it to Michael and Matthew on Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. And they're just losing their minds over it right now. Seattle Magnolia neighborhood out of power. Yeah, 08 was the big snowstorm around here. I remember that. I think I just turned 9 years old. I was in Tacoma at the time. So Channel 4 just announced the 66 at Tacoma Narrows. That is Cyclone on the map. Yes, this is the mid-latitude cyclone in its full glory around the area right now. This is a textbook mid-latitude cyclone with a bent back occlusion, aka sting jet. This is the area of strongest winds within the center of rotation. It's 60 again out near Chinook Pass. So for you asking about Mount Rainier earlier, kicking up again down there along Chinook and Crystal Mountain. There's something like this that happens again. I wouldn't be surprised if they put out a short-term high wind warning. Because, see, we just hit 58 again. Yeah, they're mentioning it too. We could see a short fuse high wind warning for the Tacoma area. Possible very soon. Traffic's backed up on the Narrows. Everyone's going slow. I believe it. Those crosswinds are gnarly right now. You do not want to be driving over the Narrows. I cannot even imagine some of the boating traffic out there right now. It's got to be treacherous. Pizza Man, northeastern Washington, supposed to have 50-mile-per-hour gusts tonight. It could be. Not 100% sure about out there, but I believe the cyclone will swing to the northeast and go relatively close to that area. So entirely possible. Port Orchard out of power. Just got another boost in subs, plus 19. We're at 936. Making a close approach to the 1,000 marker. 45 at Point Robinson. Not seeing too much here south of Olympia, so this could be in one of those wind-sheltered areas. Some of the models showed this area of I-5 being spared. That could be the case. At least so far. Due to that little northward pull at the end of that sting jet. Could have spared a lot of areas south of Olympia. 53 on Whidbey. That's correct, but that hasn't refreshed in quite some time unless it's been consecutive 53s. 6 cams on the Narrows lost power. Wonder how ferries are doing right now. I wouldn't want to be the one to find that out, to be honest. Their forecast for Spokane area. I don't normally cover Spokane, but I do know they're having a little bit of weather out there right now. Biggest wind gust in that area appears to be 23 miles per hour, so not much for wind, at least right now. Interested to see if they put out a little high wind warning for this general area. It's definitely hit that criteria for sure for the Narrows. Spokane's not looking too bad right now. Maybe later on when this Sting Jet swings over the Cascades, it could pick up a little bit, but not looking terrible over there right now. Ferry employees get hazard pay. I wish, but I highly doubt it. Yeah, Michael's stream was actually so successful that it completely paid for their McDonald's dinner. They're still freaking out about that Narrows wind gust. How quick will the winds die off? They'll last for a few hours. It probably won't be until around 1 or 2 a.m. across the Puget Sound area when things really start to die off. We've got to wait for the back end of that cyclone to pass through. Hoping our giant skeleton holds on our bow. It's going to be close. Cross your fingers and pray. Strongest winds probably haven't occurred yet around this area, but the fact that it's already kicking up to that high over the Tacoma Narrows is really concerning. This is exactly why I stressed the leaves on trees and the damp soil. If we didn't have that, if it was later on in the season and we had favorable amounts of rain, but not an overwhelming amount of rain, one day before this, probably wouldn't have this many power outages around the area right now. Steady at 40 in Fife. Any large gusts in Milton yet? Seattle Wall sirens. Definitely hear it getting pretty blustery outside. Nothing too crazy. Like I haven't heard any twigs or anything snap. Definitely those bursts of wind that sounds like a train coming through, and some rain pounding the window as well. Nothing too concerning up here on the hilltop of Milton yet. 43 mile per hour gusts in Gig Harbor area. Yet the nearest station only says 18. That's real great. 41 here near Browns Point along Marine View Drive. Ooh, big gust outside. Just heard that one. Ooh. So you just had the window flex. Sound like it cracked a little bit. Ridiculous gusts outside right now in the Milton area. Hit 51 over the pass as well. Wasn't showing too strong over the pass, so that's pretty impressive to see 51 out there. 60 at Port Townsend. Just hit 60. Just feeding these guys updates right now. Yeah, 60 at Port Townsend very recently. That definitely wasn't supposed to happen till later on tonight. Bad sign there. Yeah, not a good sound. Forest Park by Everett picking up now. Huge gusts, a lot of whistling and trees flying around. Emily Gregson says, thank you for covering this. Yes, glad to be here with you guys tonight. Just passed 336 consecutive viewers again, on our way to 300 likes. Yeah, I don't think this charger for the phone's gonna cut it. Ooh, that was a big gust. Looks like the internet's starting to struggle here, so may get a little bit choppy. $421 watching, that may be a new record. I do believe that's a new record. Did hit 421 there for a second. Yeah, the internet's starting to struggle here. Alright, can you guys still hear me alright? Everything coming in good on your guys' end? Can you hear me alright? See me alright? Everything like that all good? The PSE just crossed 102K. Looks like the stream fixed itself. I did have a bog down of the internet there. The internet speed from T-Mobile started to dip there with the wind. Okay, good, good. Cyclone's position. Let's go check up on that real quick. It looks like the back end of it's just crossing the Puget Sound. Believe the back end of it's crossing the Puget Sound right now, so strongest winds should be occurring around this area if they're not already. Plus 20, we're at 956 on YouTube. Looks like we might have just lost Mike's stream. I'm gonna go ahead and put my phone on the fast charger and get rid of the phone for now. Time lapse, please. Yeah, sure. Play a time lapse of the last 6 hours. Here's the Sting Jet. Watch how it consolidates over time as it gets closer. It becomes much more clearer defined. Yes, most recent update has it just now crossing over Bainbridge Island into the Puget Sound. Certainly evidenced by the strong winds outside here in Milton. Looks like this is around the time the winds are going to start hitting their peak. Ooh. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the back. So just to hear the wind, I'm going to turn off my noise gate for this one. I currently have a noise gate on. We're going to turn off the noise gate so you guys can hear everything in the back uninterrupted. So you hear all the background noise as well. Let me turn off the radio also. Win now in Enumclaw. Thank you for the report. Lost a bunch of viewers with that. Yeah, we did lose a few viewers with the internet. Too bad, but hopefully some of them will find their way back. Bent back occlusion. This is what's called an occluded front. It's a combination of a cold front and a warm front that bows out, which is why it's bent back, because it bends backwards and then extends off to the right of the storm, and then splits off to a warm front and a cold front. It's just a combination of two fronts and is usually the strongest area of wind within a mid-latitude cyclone like this one. Speed in Enumclaw. Let's get a new update for down there. Just hit 40 again at SeaTac. 63 up at Snoqualmie Pass. That Westport station still hasn't updated. I don't think it's gusting to 61 still. Waiting for an update from Tacoma Narrows. We hit 60 at Port Townsend. Still waiting for an update at Whidbey. Still at 53. I think a lot of these stations may be power outages as well. They may have just stopped updating due to power outages. That could be an issue as well. Just crossed the 7-hour mark on the stream. Why do these storms always happen at night? Just pure coincidence. How fast is it moving? Around 50 to 60 miles per hour towards the northeast right now. East to northeast. Can't make out anything. Yeah, sure. This is showing all of the stations around the area. Looks like Portland canceled the storm warning for their coastal waters. So the strongest gusts have passed through the coast. Looks like they'll start letting some of these advisories and warnings drop for the coast here soon. So yeah, this is the immediate Puyallup area. There's not a lot of stations down here reporting. Most of them are on the hillsides. Enumclaw area doesn't have too much going on right now. Starting to think that this northward pull with the bent back occlusion may have spared a lot of areas of the strongest wind. See, we just hit 45 at Boeing Field. Still showing 45 here at Point Robinson. Let's go back to the time lapse. Seattle Wall Sirens, NOAA Weather Radio KHP60 just cut out for about 30 seconds. How is Buckley looking for the night? Looks like a long night for your area. If you're not already out of power, there's a good chance you could lose power tonight with the strongest winds. Things are beginning to peak around the Puget Sound. Lights flickering big time northwest Seattle. The mountains block the worst of this for eastern Washington. Entirely possible. But usually with these westerly winds, sometimes you can get the downslope winds around the river valleys surrounding the Cascades. So areas like Ellensburg and Yakima, for example, could get briefly strong winds with these downslope mountain winds on the other side. I saw some pretty intense numbers there earlier, like a 61 down here in Yakima. See, there's a 69 down here in Richland. 69 mile per hour gust. 61 here on the northern part of the gorge. $60 at Chinook Pass, 51 north of Ellensburg. Just really starting to whip outside right now. I'm gonna turn my mic up all the way, so the audio quality may go down, but you guys can hear outside the window, hopefully. Gig Harbor, probably a couple hours before things chill out for your area. Can you guys hear the wind outside right now on the mic? Yeah, Dwayne Henson, things have calmed down at Bowerman Field. Ooh. My car shock sensor just went off. That doesn't happen too often with the wind. Let me make an update on my page. Team Stevens, I am in Milton. North end of Milton, towards Federal Way. Just kind of resting my voice and let you guys listen to the wind outside. We just hit 600 members in the Rapid Fire Update channel on Facebook. Awesome. Power still held on here in Milton, so good to see that. Let's go look at PSE. PSE is over 115,000, near 116,000. Starting to see some outages way up here in the foothills of Skagit County, too. Even some up here in Whatcom. I didn't think PSE covered that far north, but what do I know? Snow PUD still hanging around 4,600. And Tacoma Public Utilities around 4,800. But yeah, the big number here is PSE and another plus 10 subs on YouTube. So we're at 966. We only need 34 to get to 1,000 on the night. Pretty crazy wind gusts here in South Hill in the last 5 minutes. Everyone stays safe. Desktop computer is on a UPS. Same with mine. I could not recommend a UPS. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Just forget you ever heard that. I guess I could not recommend it more. That's what I mean. I highly recommend you have some sort of power supply for your plugged in appliances like a computer. We here with max volume. Yeah, there's a little bit of the computer fan noise, but if you hear the rustling outside, that is the wind and the rain hitting the window in the background. Two trees fall in Parkland by McCord already. Jess Beness, not far from you if you're north end of Milton. Yes, I'm near the King Pierce County line, north end of Milton. Has it still not picked up in Graham Frederickson area? Because all around you reporting strong winds already. Like every single direction around you. Unless you're in one of those really lucky sheltered spots. Kimberly Evans says, yes, we do have PSE in Bellingham. Thank you for the confirmation. That's no fan, folks. That is the real deal outside. McCord area without power. Donna Fisher, getting scary, Chuckanut Drive area. Federal Way, very windy, Frederickson is strong. Yeah, so someone else in Frederickson saying strong winds. Unless you're one of those really lucky sheltered areas up there. Sorry guys, if you're coming in from Facebook, I unfortunately am not answering questions on Facebook right now. I'm keeping all of my audience here to YouTube, just for max efficiency. We're at 357 in the house right now. We just jumped up to 418 there. I've already lost track of the record of consecutive viewers. NWX base station, just heard a second tree snap in Federal Way. I think models of the Willapa Hills creating a wind gap in Centralia Chehalis is happening. Yeah, I believe the models are doing a pretty good job showing that little wind shadow over the I-5 corridor between Olympia and Longview right now. So, well, I do hear a lot of people talking about overperformance in the Puget Sound. I'm definitely going to have to hear about underperformance in some areas. So, getting myself ready for that tomorrow. 418 watching might be a record. Not too sure about that. We might have gotten up towards 450 at one point, but you'd probably know better than me right now, Roland, since you've been keeping track of the numbers. I lost track like a half hour ago of what the record was. Power went out and back on Eastport Orchard, courtesy of Facebook. 1300 out of power, downtown Gig Harbor picking up, lost power in Rochester, down in Thurston County. Thank you all for the reports around the sound, means a lot. And it's been a while since I've done this, but anyone tuning in, hello, my name is Anthony. Thank you for choosing me for your weather coverage during this windstorm around the Puget Sound. And also, it's been a while since we've done some tips. Let me refresh this. Up to 58 coffees total. If you guys would like to buy me a coffee as a tip, please consider doing so with this link down below right there. Huge thank you to the dozens of people who have already supported the channel. Live streams like this would not be possible without you guys. TJ says thank you. Yes, thank you as well. Power went out and back on in northern Kitsap. Seemed like a big area. Let's go refresh some of these wind totals, wind gusts. I wonder if Tacoma Narrows lost power because that stopped updating. We got 46 out here at West Point in Seattle. I think a number of these stations might have already lost power. It's showing 44 near Browns Point up on the hills. Looks like the internet's sagging again. Bear with me. Should recover here soon. Hang on. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Starting to get laggy. Yep, that's what I thought. We had a little internet sag there again. Video's dropping below the favorable level, so it may start to get pretty buffery for you guys. Oh yeah, T-Mobile's not doing so good right now. Yeah, actually, I'm considering going out and doing some surveys in this area tomorrow. Hoping it fixes itself, but not look good right now. The bit rate's been below favorable levels for a few minutes. I think a number of these stations lost power, and that's why we're not getting updates. The weather in Forks. Well, let me show you the wind gusts out in Forks right now. Only 10 miles per hour in city limits, but 31 out at the Quileute Airport. So definitely breezy. I think it's relatively dry up there right now. Let me overlay this with radar. It looks like most of the shower activity has passed through Forks, so now it's just a light breeze up there. We're on the back end of the cyclone up there, so should be pretty easy going in the Forks area. Alex Berger, Gus and Buckle, you picking up for sure. Thank you for your report. Yeah, if you guys can still hear me well, the internet's not doing so hot here up in Milton. I use T-Mobile 5G home internet, which has done well for me so far, but doesn't seem to be doing so in the wind. Already be letting up. Some areas to our west likely letting up, but I'm not expecting it to let up for at least another hour and a half across much of this area. Models have shown it's sticking around for quite some time. 47 near the Ship Canal, out by Ballard Locks. 44 Southern Camino, 43 near Coopville. Hey guys, thank you for hanging in there. The internet's kind of bouncing around a little bit. I'm not sure if it's going to recover anytime soon. So if it's choppy, I'm very sorry. Yes, Team Steven, that is a gust of 63 at Snoqualmie Pass. Waiting for an update there. The updates have been slow and few around the area. Back up to 41 again here at Shelton, too. Guarantee that's wrong. Yeah, so a lot of these stations most likely aren't set up properly. You normally have to have it about 30 above a roof line. As close, like as far in the air as you can and away from trees. Most of these stations do not meet those qualifications. So the ones that you see that are barely showing anything most likely are wrong. And it's due to human error. 53 at SeaTac, according to a recent report. Max gust of 53, yes, but not currently showing 53. Unless it's struggling to update, that's possible too. Captain, power went out 20 minutes ago. Let's go look at max wind gusts while we're in this tab. It says 66 here earlier, 53 is the max at SeaTac. I'm not sure when that was though. 50 out here Black Diamond earlier, 45 Olympia, 47 Shelton, and then the dreaded 71 is 77 out here on the coast. 46 back at around 130 here at Fort Lewis, and 43 is the max in Enumclaw city limits. Yeah, I can see it's getting really... Oh, that's not good. Getting really choppy. Cyclone and a typhoon. Hopefully you can hear me for this. Sheila Welch. Mid-latitude cyclone is mainly exclusive to somewhere around 45 and 60 degrees latitude in this area. Typhoon has tropical characteristics. These mid-latitude cyclones are extratropical, but not considered tropical. It's confusing too because they call hurricanes down in the Indian Ocean cyclones, so it really does get confusing. Looks like the stream's at least temporarily back up. Sorry if you have buffering, anybody. I really hope you guys heard that. Yeah, it looks like we lost power at Tacoma Narrows. Wind speed for Bellevue. Closest one is 28 for Bellevue College. Max gust of 30. Most likely not accurately reporting. There's not a lot of station coverage out here, I'm afraid. Wind speed in Monroe, Sultan area. Lost internet in Port Orchard. Loud explosion near West Seattle, thinking transformer. Okay. Shout out goes to Diana Stevens. Thank you for your donation of 2 coffees. Thank you very much. Wind speed in Monroe, Sultan area. Not much station coverage out here, I'm afraid, but nearest one has 17, which I believe is wrong. A lot of this is due to human error not mounting the stations high enough. Stream isn't breaking up at all on my end. Weird, because it shows it constantly dropping out on my end. It shows that the bit rate is extremely poor on my end, even with the hardwired connection. Looks like the video's a little choppy, but the audio's still coming in good. Yeah, a lot of this is due to human error, not mounting the station high enough and having it by too many trees. Pretty much in the clear in Lewis County. Judging by recent reports, if this station is not accurately reporting, like if it could be out of power, then most likely it looks like some areas could be in the clear down here. Pressure gradient moved off to your north, and hopefully I communicated this well enough for the area. Yeah, I'm getting some audio feedback in my headphones, so I was like, hang on, what's that weird noise? I think Lacey and Olympia, you may be on the back end of this. Not seeing any new updates from the stations. Not sure if this is just lower wind totals or if the stations are out of power. A lot of these stations are currently out of power from what I've seen. I just got a 47 again at SeaTac, 45 at Boeing Field. All right, are we back? Sheila Welch. What's the difference between cyclone and typhoon? One's tropical, the other's not. So they're in similar latitudes. Like the cyclones are in the northeast Pacific, while the typhoons are in the northwest Pacific, typically. But typhoon is a tropical cyclone, and this sort of cyclone that we're getting now is what's called extratropical or mid-latitude cyclone. But it can be confusing because it does not have tropical characteristics. Big difference with that is one's tropical and one's not. Yeah, I'm seeing extremely low video bit rate, so that could be part of the issue. Just T-Mobile towers aren't doing so good in this area right now, it seems like. It's hit 41 at Renton Airport. Most recent update, 41. Waiting for this update on the counter, but looks like we still only need 17 more on YouTube to hit 1,000, unless that number hasn't updated. Does anyone have a current update on the sub count? Definitely interested in going out and checking some damage tomorrow. Particularly in the Milton area, if there is any. All right, let's go check out the PSC outage map. They're saying it looks pretty insane. Last number was 115,000. Up to 130,000 now. Most of it, Central Thurston County, Eastern, Lewis, Pierce and King counties. Quite a few popping up in the North Sound as well, but most of it, like, says Maple Valley's out, parts of Black Diamond are out, Eastern Enumclaw's in the dark, most of Bonnie Lake, if not all of it, is in the dark. Ording's out, Capalson area, parts of Graham, and a lot of Central Thurston County now in the dark. Let's go check TPU, see what it has to say. 4817 is the last number. So 4415. Not much of a change there. Snow PUD is up past 16,600 though. This has gone way up, especially in the Everett area. It looks like it just refreshed again too. So 16,647 on Snow PUD. Might lose it here. Roland Connor says 991, but B says 992. SNS says 993. As of 10 p.m. Since that's the most recent one, that's the one I'm going to go with. So, come on, guys. We need 7 more, and we hit 1K. I did not think we would be getting this far tonight. 10 flashes. Those are power flashes. Transformers exploding. Extremely common to see with windstorms like this. Okay, got a new count on the counter. Shows 994 on my end now. 994. Funny, I think that's around the same pressure that the low is at right now too, in millibars. Guys, look at that on radar. Does that look impressive or what? That's your bent back occlusion on radar. It doesn't get any clearer than that. It does show the strongest winds currently over the Seattle metro area. Put that one in the textbook, folks. Thank you for the follow on Ko-Fi.com. Can you guys see this yet? Looks like the stream's lagging on the viewer. I should switch over to the radar image real quick. I think it's around 20 seconds behind on my end now. Internet's really not doing good over here. 995 was the last one. 994 on my end. Recent update says 998, 999. What direction is it headed? It is headed off towards the east-northeast right now. Starting to pull more to the northeast. The farther north it gets. Once again, sorry guys, the stream is possibly over 30 seconds behind, dealing with really low video bitrate right now due to the wind. Roland Connor says, as of 10:03, we are at 1,000 subscribers here on the YouTube channel. Yeah, my preview shows it being really choppy. It's just about to hit the 8-hour marker here in about 20 minutes. You see, it said it went out of live sync there too, so that might fix it. Let me do a quick little motion here, so don't get too motion sick. Gonna see if this shows up on the stream. It's close. Keeps dropping the live broadcast on my end. Sure enough, for everybody it says 1,000. Look at that. Allen, Washington area. If it was supposed to hit, it would have already moved through. Did it completely miss you? .48 miles per hour in Fife. Yeah, we don't have any stations down there. It is showing 51 here at Alki now. So peak winds appear to be occurring around the area at this time. 45 here in Everett. I think we got a refresh here on Whitby, 46. 46 here in Port Townsend. I think we might have lost power up at the pass. Yeah, the stream's still struggling. I think we're about to hit 28K here on Facebook soon, too. It's a day full of festivities, but we're looking here at the weather, you know? This isn't about personal gain. This is about getting the word out to everyone watching right now. That is the primary goal of this. Has it dodged Renton? Power out on Vashon Island. No, it's showing up 41 here at Renton. Katrina Longley. Still showing 41 here in Renton. So unless you're in one of those sheltered areas down below in the valley, then it could be the case for you. It could have moved directly over you. But yeah, that's your Sting Jet right there on radar, folks. Doesn't get any clearer than that. Look at that geometry with that thing. Love how you say we. Yes, because we are a community here. Puget Sound Stormwatch is a community. It's not just one person. It's a people. And you guys are the people. 28K already. We're getting close. My most recent update here on my counter has us at 27,714 on Facebook. It's crazy because around 72 hours ago to this point, I hit 26K, and we're already on the way to 28K. This shows you that the windstorm hype is a real thing around here. The Weather Underground station in Fife. Yeah, I know my station's on Weather Underground as well, but I believe these are official stations registered with the National Weather Service. Does look like a scorpion. Yes, this is why it's also called the scorpion tail. Ryan, 1K. According to various viewers, yes, we hit the 1K mark tonight. I think at the beginning of the stream, I think I was at 523. So we've nearly doubled our audience already tonight. There's still almost 300 of you hanging on, even during the lagginess. 331 likes. We hit an amazing 6,400 views. Yeah, I don't think the stream quality is going to get any better as the night goes on. We're closing in on the 8-hour mark, so I'm hoping it doesn't kick me off in the next few minutes. Still east-northeast. Yes, it's moving off to the east-northeast. Towards this way right now. So it's going to be moving over the Cascades here in about an hour and a half or so. Looks like some of the back end of the cyclone's moving through too, and it's bringing some rain along with it. So some rain kicking up. I can hear it outside right now, kicking up around the Tacoma area with the back end of the cyclone moving through. It's also bringing some more cells ashore here in Oregon too. Yes, Eatonville, you may just avoid it. If you haven't gotten the wind gusts already, you may have just avoided it, just barely. This is where the microclimates come in, and this is where I'm going to have to explain to a lot of people tomorrow why they didn't get the wins. You know, I've already had people calling it bust since earlier this afternoon, which is disappointing, but to be expected. Looks like the bit rate has picked up a bit, so I think we may be a little smoother. No, and it dropped again. And we did have a good bit rate there on the video for a second, but it went away as quick as it popped up. TJ, been here the whole time. Yeah, if this doesn't build up the watch hour count on YouTube, I don't know what will. Unless we have like back-to-back-to-back storms within 3 days of each other. Hint, hint. Paulsbo hasn't gotten past 20. Interesting, because the Sting Jet moved directly over Paulsbo. Yeah, really seeing the microclimates come into play here. Some areas getting no wind, some areas getting absolutely battered with wind. How's SeaTac looking? Let's see here. SeaTac, most recent update is 45 miles per hour. There's the official update. We've already hit 1.01K, which means we're over 1,010. And it's still going up. So most recent refresh update here has SeaTac at 41 miles per hour. It looks like Tacoma Narrows has lost power after that 58 mile per hour gust. 39 down here in the tide flats right now. So we just hit 40 here in downtown North Bend, up in the foothills. 51 still at Alki. Still nothing, Kent Covington. Are you down in the valley or are you up on the hilltop? So I'm over here in Milton, not far from you, and it's getting battered right now. Power out in Mill Creek, Bellevue getting hammered. If I want to go chase the heaviest winds and starting in Auburn, which way should I go? I'd say the farther north and west you can head towards the center of the Sting Jet, the better off you are. So head north if you're in Auburn. But do be aware that the winds are coming out of the southwest across much of the area, so you could get some strong crosswinds. That sound, if you heard that, that was a toilet flushing upstairs. But at the same time as some wind outside. Still going strong here in Milton at 10:13 p.m. Going on 7 hours, 47 minutes. Praying that it doesn't kick me off at the 8-hour marker. It just depends on the software I'm using. If it does kick me off, that might do it for the night. Might. What cities are getting wind? So a lot of the Seattle-Tacoma Metro is currently getting these winds. I think Point Robinson might have lost power as well. I think we probably lost power at the pass too. Still showing 41 down here in the Olympia area. That might have been from earlier, possibly power outage. It's calmed down to nothing at Westport, but still 45 here at Bowerman Field. Most recent update was 46 here at West Point near Discovery Park. Interbay, Ballard area. 46 at Port Townsend, 46 here in Oak Harbor, and 43 at Everett Payne Field. How do I tip you, Dominic? Let me send the link one more time. This is Ko-Fi. I believe it might be pronounced coffee though, but some pronounce it Ko-Fi. If you want to buy me a coffee, this is the way you can do it. We're up to 60 coffees bought. Special shout out to everyone on this list for your generous donations tonight. Thank you all so much again. We're at 20 unique supporters. 137K out on PSE now. Up to 140 as of 1 minute ago. So going up even higher. Most of it in eastern Pierce, King, and central Thurston counties. Starting to see the outages add up here in Skagit and Whatcom counties as well. What is Copalis Beach looking like upcoming winds? It looks like the winds have passed your area. Not reporting any winds here in Westport at their station right now. Most recent one has 47 way out here at Cape Elizabeth, but that station might have lost power earlier. Certainly shows things slowing down for your area. Unfortunately, okay, we hit 41 again here in Enumclaw. We just hit 60 again, 62 out here at Crystal Mountain. 41 here in the North Bay area now, so these stations do still have power and are still sending updates. A lot of these areas have lost power, so I'm not expecting any updates from a lot of these stations. Tacoma Narrows almost certainly lost power with that last wind gust. That was over an hour ago already. Got you after I'm driving. Thank you, Dominic, for your future support. DC Kent is on a hilltop behind Lake Meridian. Let's call out wind speeds and what cities near Auburn should I go to? Well, Auburn's gusting to 31 right now, so if you don't want to go on much of a drive, otherwise, if you do want to go on a drive down to Enumclaw, because right now Enumclaw is starting to kick up. Otherwise, if you don't want to go too far, some areas along the water, such as Redondo here, could be a good spot as well. The closer you are to the water, the stronger your wind's probably going to be. We're getting peak winds across the Puget Sound right now at this hour. Penn Light says the Narrows is done. Yeah, I believe it. I think we lost the Narrows station for good tonight. Looks like we just... I don't know if that just refreshed. I might have blinked, but we got another 50 mile per hour here at Point Robinson over the Sound. So I'd say, Dominic, if you're still viewing, go out to the Puget Sound. And shout out to Kristen McCardle for your donation of a coffee. Thank you so much, Kristen. Federal Way area, if you can get out near Redondo or Des Moines, we just got a 49 here in Normandy Park as well. Try to get as close to the Puget Sound as you can. If you do plan on traveling to go and chase the wind, get out to the Puget Sound. Wind is really strong over the water right now. Lines pop in Seattle, Joe Albin. PSC is up to 150K now. Yeah, it hasn't updated for me yet. Snow PUDs over 12,000. Just went up to 12,199. Most of it in some areas of Everett, Snohomish, Mill Creek area, Novelty Hill, and Stanwood being the areas with the greatest number of outages. Dominic is en route. Please drive safely, sir. We're just about at 6,000 outages across Tacoma Public Utilities. Showing a big area here between Waller and Midland, extending down the hill, and an area here in Highland Hill, Tacoma, as well as parts of Chambers Bay and, well north of Chambers Bay, but Fir Crest and University Place, also out of power, and some parts of Browns Point, also out of power too. Surprisingly, I haven't had a single power flicker here, knock on wood, with the strongest of winds. Yeah, definitely try to get out to the Puget Sound if you're wind chasing. 49 at Normandy Park and 50 at Point Robinson recently. Power out in Lake Minterwood. Thank you, Brandon, for your report. Sustained winds 21, 31 miles per hour south-southeast in Bellingham. All right, guys, we're getting on the 8-hour mark here. I'm hoping if all goes well, it does not kick me off the stream in 5 minutes. I'm hoping it goes past 8 hours, but I'm not 100% sure because I am using some different streaming software. Quiet north part of Enumclaw, Chelsea. Yeah, the microclimates are really coming out for this one. This is why a lot of people say know your area. Enumclaw area slowing or just to start. Seems like Enumclaw is kind of struggling. It has gotten up to 40 miles per hour here and there, which is right about on par with some of the models. See, we even got 38 here near Tunfield and South Hill. Enumclaw still has a chance to hit peak winds before midnight. But it looks like the Sting Jet's starting to pull a bit to the north and east. It's pulling the area of strongest winds to the north and east with it. The pressure gradient starting to loosen a bit as well. It's mainly north of the area. So it looks like Enumclaw area could be on the apex of this. Wind picking up here in Lake Stevens. Certainly looks like it according to where the Sting Jet placement is. SeaTac peak gust 41 recently. Most recent one here shows 44 for me. 38 in South Hill, Puyallup area. Thank you for your report. Yes, 38 down there at Tunfield and South Hill. Sadly, starting to lose a lot of these stations due to power outages. Yep. What about Bonnie Lake? Boy, Bonnie Lake is one of those areas that's been getting hit hard all day. Don't have any NWS weather stations in the Bonnie Lake area, and a lot of them are improperly set up. We just got 38 again, southeast Enumclaw near the golf course. 52 Normandy Park. 44 at the airport. 39 at Boeing Field. 40 miles per hour near the I-90 bridge. We might have lost the West Point station up there near Discovery Park. Go look outside. I don't think I want to risk it right now. Someone just said we have a high wind warning. Not on the NWS bot. Yeah, currently no high wind warnings in effect for the Puget Sound area. Only wind advisories. Nearly 220,000 combined without power around Western Washington. Yeah, add this to the textbooks for cyclones, people. It doesn't look much better than that on radar. Let's keep the comment section civil, please, everyone. Just hope it doesn't kick me off here in a few seconds. We're approaching 8 hours. Okay, we hit 8 hours. Are we still good? Looks like the bit rate's temporarily restored too. I think we may have just avoided a crisis. Looks like total in Washington State, 540,000 people in the dark. Eastern and Western. Okay, so it looks like the stream continues. Good, because I'm using a different software and it said that for the free version it would have a cap at 8 hours. Good to see that's not the case. Marysville fairly slow. Definitely kicking up to your south and east from what I've heard. Yeah, the bit rate just started sagging again too. Right around the 8 hour marker the bit rate went up to sufficient levels but has since dipped again. Yeah, peak winds in Bellingham will likely be later on in the afternoon as this steam jet continues north and east. So pretty decent showers moving through the south end right now. Yeah, it looks like we may have lost power or internet connection at a number of these sites. So there's Shelton at 37. Looks like this one started refreshing again. 25 at Olympia Regional. Yeah, we definitely lost the Narrows for good. 35 at SeaTac, 52 just west of Normandy Park, and up to 45 up here in southeastern North Bend near the interstate. So kicking up there in the foothills as well as you go into the mountains. Eight hours. Yeah, I know. I'm be surviving off of cop drops tomorrow. I'm gonna wake up and it is just going to be a booty kicking. Thank you guys who have stuck around the whole time. I recognize a lot of faces still that have been around for several hours. We still are pushing around 250 people in the audience. 342 likes so far, and at just shy of 7,000 total views. $143K for PSE. Just say it's 17,000 for Snow PUD. And we're up around 6,000 for Tacoma. People are still asking questions on Facebook, even though I said I wouldn't be answering them. Told everyone, please come over to YouTube if you want your questions answered. The traffic is just way too high right now to be continuously bouncing around these sites. Roland Connor, I've been here for 4 hours. Thank you for tagging along. What's going on in Olympia? Really quiet here right now. More to come. It looks like with the northward push of this steam jet, it might have spared areas Olympia South. Models were showing a little wind shadow from areas Chehalis northward to Olympia, but I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to believe them. It looks like the Willapa Hills might have sheltered you from this storm. Seems to have slowed down Lakewood Parkland. We still have about an hour of seeing peak wind gusts around the south end, but it'll gradually start moving up towards the north, so we could really start to slow down here around the 11 south end. I am noticing less intense and less frequent wind gusts down here. Someone just said funnel cloud spotted in Lacey. Is that recent? If that's recent, I definitely want to know about it. It doesn't look like it's recent based on current radar. It might have been earlier. Video coming in nice and clear. Yeah, it's not clear on my end. It's still saying I'm having video bitrate issues. Julie, that's funny. Noticing that my cat and Anthony are on the same watering schedule. That's funny. That's really funny. Yeah, I've been yapping for over 8 hours, so I really do need to get on the watering and the stretching schedule, but I've just been so indulged with this like you guys. Took 4 big gulps out of the gallon there. That should help for a few minutes. Kyle Terrell, I saw someone say on Facebook that PSE cannot work on getting power back on until wind gusts are less than 35 miles per hour. If that's so, it's certainly going to be a long night for some people, especially the farther north you go. So, I don't believe I answered your question fully, Lakewood Parkland area. Adela Pratt. Or Piat. Yeah, Adela Piat. Looks like it did peak around the area. So I believe we have hit peak wind gusts here in the South Sound. As this steam jet moves farther to the east-northeast, peak winds are going to be occurring around this area, and as the back end of this comes through, do expect a westerly surge down the Strait of Juan de Fuca to pick up behind this feature here. So a lot of areas of Whidbey, Anacortes, San Juan Island, and Bellingham area may start picking up here real quick as the back end of this cyclone moves in. Kyle Terrell, still been without power since 5 p.m. Still being a trooper and tuning in. Thank you for sharing your time with us, Kyle. Yeah, I got a message here on X/Twitter. Someone says funnel cloud spotted in Lacey, but gave no more context than that. Also looks like max velocity is live down in the Louisiana area too. So to be streaming at the same time as max velocity is a huge privilege. Still hanging around 225 viewers or so. So many viewers at one time, YouTube can't even keep up. It shows my peak at 345 earlier, but we easily broke the 420 range several times. Whidbey Island waterfowl, 23 South End. So many comments, I didn't even see you there. Sorry about that. Sitting in the dark with my wife and daughter, and guess what you're watching? Puget Sound Stormwatch. Without power for almost an hour. You're in the Bellevue area, right? Guys can probably still hear some wind gusts in the background too. I normally talk with the noise gate on, but I turned off the noise gate so you guys can hear the wind unfiltered in the back. So the worst is over now. If you're south and west of Tacoma, the worst should be over. Not gotten much wind south of Nanaimo. Now, I think after the back end of the cyclone moves through, it should start to pull the winds out of the northwest through the Strait of Georgia, which should increase your wind gusts a bit. TJ says, charging my phone in my car. Good choice. So make sure to watch that battery voltage. Current following on Facebook is 27,740 followers. Let me see if Michael and team are still live. Looks like Michael and Matthew are still live. But their video's getting pretty choppy out there.
Is it still windy out?
Yes, 53.
Where, in the house?
Yes.
Oh, it did?
Yes.
That's huge wind. Yeah, okay.
It's like in the top top 15.
That's in the top 20.
Got a 54 out here at West Point. It's 54, most recent gust. 47 SeaTac, 43 Normandy Park. We might have lost the station at Point Robinson, however. I think we might have gotten Snoqualmie Pass back because it went down to 62.
3 hours away.
Oh, no.
Wind should be calm.
But we can't, you can't go up there now. You can't do anything about it now. That's deep, even if I was there.
Okay.
You can't be up there in that wind.
Second time, lost power in Tumwater. Getting another small surge closer to 2 a.m. I don't believe so. I think it's mainly going to stay north of the Puget Sound at around that time. I was waiting to see when the back end of the cyclone moves through. When the back end of the cyclone moves through, if it pulls a gradient down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Weather station showing pressure is going up. Makes sense because the pressure gradient is moving out of the area now. That's why winds are really calming down.
Okay. Bye.
I guess if it wasn't screwed down, you probably just needed a wind gust at the right angle.
Listening to the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch live stream, which is also still going.
Get under that. It's sheltered. There's a rise there in the second roof on the back part of the house. So somehow it got in there. $2 truck, maybe the repair money.
Could see the wind pick up here soon out of the west for Whidbey Island and surrounding areas. The back end of the cyclone is starting to push through. Should drag the wind out of the west through the strait with it.
Can you not charge the, try to charge the
Power out in Summit. Waller, thank you for the report.
watching the live stream. That would be
Well, my buddy, one of my best friends,
think once the wind starts to die down, we'll start to consider wrapping up this stream for this area.
And I guess this was by far the strongest one.
Amanda Summer, Enumclaw. Dude needs to eat a tum. No, I need to suck on the cough drop is what I need to do, Ryan. This voice has been going at it for almost 8.5 hours now. Not counting the talking last night as well.
Sponsors of this show. Well, that's a phone call that'll let them.
Still blowing good just upstream at Enumclaw Amphitheater. Microclimates, folks. Microclimates. Need I say more? Definitely has calmed down in the Enumclaw downtown area, but still going pretty good up at the amphitheater, courtesy of a viewer. Might have just lost Michael's stream.
Well, that's a phone call that'll let them lock. How do you get lift under there? It's hard to lift it off with your hands when you're actually pulling.
Is it different because it was almost
You're a champ, gracias amigo. Muchas gracias a ti.
There's blockage on the south, on that skylight. There's a huge blockage.
Can still hear the rain coming down out there, but the wind seems to be slowing down. So what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to turn the noise gate back on for the mic. So you'll hear the background noise disappear right now. Yeah, so current location of the Sting Jet moving into the foothills of Snohomish County. Could expect some rather strong westerlies through some susceptible areas, but the wind gusts are dying down around much of the South Puget Sound now.
way on the
Substantial.
Yeah, Michael and Matthew just said this is a stronger storm than anticipated. Definitely on the higher end of the spectrum than what was forecasted for most areas. Blowing good in Graham still. Power went out in Enumclaw, in town, Melissa Pacey. Amanda Summer, if you're still watching, is the power still on where you are? Foothills as in Sultan area. Does look like it, yes. Moving up into the Granite Falls area, too. Plus 30 on YouTube. Already up to 1.04K. Yeah, we lost the Tacoma Narrow Station completely. See, it vanished off the map. Bellevue's dying down, but still gusty at times. Okay, Amanda lost it at 5:30. Well, apparently Michael Snyder's saying that a skylight was ripped off his roof. His wife just gave him a buzz. His area, Normandy Park, he has roof damage to his house.
Yeah, house damage. Generosity.
Bonnie and Lady,
The foothills of Enumclaw lost power early.
fire Bonnie and Lady Tower. Location right now, we're on West,
Oregon.
Oregon, we're almost, Lana and West area, Washington.
We're gonna go across the I-5, go back north, towards Seattle. Stop at a million cars.
He clocked to 66. Thank you, Whitney, for letting me know. Last time I checked, it was 62 on his wind gauge.
Now we're still seeing
They've got lightning still down on the coast, too. Yeah, new thunderstorms flaring up along Seaside. They may have potential for lightning moving back into Toledo and Napavine here soon, too. Strong little showers crossing off the Willapa Hills. Yeah, several stations stopped reporting. We're up to 48 here in North Bend. Shout out line crews, yes. Essential workers right there.
skylight a mile lifted off the roof. Got blown up off on the right.
Wish there were more data points in that Mukilteo, Linwood, Monroe triangle. Back end of the tail here, south-southwest at 25 knots, about 28, 29 miles per hour. Anchor holding well. Thank you, Jake Madison, for your report from the waters. Looks like viewership's starting to drop off a bit. We're down below 200 viewers for the first time in about 3 hours or so. PSC's at just about 150K. We're almost 20,000 here at Snow PUD. Looks like the bit rate's fixed itself for now. Good sign that the strongest winds have moved through. It looks like the bit rate has restored. Still around 5,800 in Tacoma public utilities. You can see the Sting Jet's becoming a little more disorganized. It could also be because it's moving into a radar dead zone up here in the foothills also. Everett area, it looks like it's going pretty good up there. Recent wind gust has 45 miles per hour here at Payne Field in Everett. Still whipping pretty good up there. How bad is Mike's roof damage? Captain, it sounds like the skylight was lifted off the roof and over it. Like, lifted out of the ceiling and then onto the roof right next to it. So I believe there is an open hole in this ceiling, from what I've heard. That's in Normandy Park. Large tree branch through a living room skylight like a harpoon. Did it actually puncture the glass? Bruce Smith?
Not my text back. My phone's in the back of the car. I left it back.
We're at 8.5 hours. New record for the live stream.
Yeah, I got a big video of whatever happened.
Guys, I think we're going to start wrapping things up here soon. Although we did just hit 50 here in downtown Enumclaw. Maybe a little one last gasp down here in the foothills of King County. Glad you're all okay. This is for Michael. So the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch live stream. He had the oh, you're talking. Sorry about that. Bear with me. Glad you're all okay. You're talking to the other guy, not to me. Might have a phone cloud or something, not that I know of.
Are you guys,
There's the skylight.
Oh wow. Not kidding. The skylight was ripped completely out of the roof.
It's black. 53 mile-per-hour wind.
Boy, that's not good. That's going to be an expensive repair for them.
Funny thing is, I don't have or look at it.
but
Raining and wind, but we're doing great. East Lewis County. Yeah, I believe you're out of harm's way, Lewis County. I'm gonna start wrapping it up here around the 11 o'clock. Viewership is down. There's still around 180 people viewing, which is way better than a normal day. Before this, at most, I think I had around 50 viewers at most during a storm event. But my average viewership is around 20 to 30 people for a normal stream. So we just blew it wide open. Yeah, 50 mile per hour gusts here, southeast Enumclaw in the last few minutes. One last gasp, possibly. Thank you for your live stream tonight. Thank you, I believe it's Lana or Lena Coffin. Thank you for tuning in. Before we wrap it up in the next few minutes, because it's going to be a long day, possibly going out to survey tomorrow. I'll see how I feel if my voice box isn't completely shot. Let me do one last little Ko-Fi shout out. For anyone who wants to supply any last minute donations, link is active below. I also got someone who pledged on Patreon. I didn't shout them out earlier. Sorry about that. Not showing up there. Okay. So like Corvette Guy 1980 pledged $199. So thank you, whoever that is, for pledging $199 a month on Patreon. You guys want to see access to my blogs here across Patreon? I cross-post them between Facebook and Patreon. Still getting lightning down there in the Oregon Coast Range as well. The storm about done. Looks like Tacoma southward, it's about done. Thanks for tonight, Jackie Swanson. Thank you. Looks like I can still hear some wind outside, but it has definitely decreased substantially. Up over 152,000, close to 153,000 on PSE. It may have a westerly surge picking up behind this. Nice report on your 1,000 subscriber at 10:03. Thank you, Roland, for keeping track of the stats. Storm weather, thank you for this. Much appreciated. Came across your channel on Facebook. Glad to see local storm coverage. Thank you for tuning in to Puget Sound Stormwatch again. Yeah, so I'm going to start wrapping up things here in 5 minutes, everyone. Because I definitely got to hit the hay for tomorrow. Also probably got to go by the parents' house down the street as well and investigate, make sure there's no major damage to the fence, because I have 3 huskies. Bellingham is ready. Shout out goes to everyone who viewed, subscribed, liked, and donated. Have a huge increase in donations tonight. I have to say a couple $100 total.
Oh, tomato again! Another tomato in it.
I guess Michael and Matthew just intercepted a leaf NATO down in Oregon. Michael's really hype right now. It's kind of funny to watch. BJ and Lisa Anderson, thank you for really keeping us updated. Bonnie Lake, Ashley Hoover, still without power. How's the forecast looking for the rest of the night? Well, it looks like we've hit the apex of the event south of Tacoma, including Bonnie Lake and areas around there. Still gusting a little bit over Enumclaw. Last gust was at 50 miles per hour, and it stopped updating. Point Robinson, I believe, lost power as well. Gusting 40 to 45 up here, Snoqualmie, North Bend, as you go into the River Bend area. And looks like we might have lost power here at West Point as well. 48 most recent gust at Everett. Might have lost power at Whidbey Island. It's been at 46 for a while. Or lost internet connection to those stations. Outside of Enumclaw, looking pretty anemic now south of Tacoma. Keith Capillero says, have a wonderful night and thanks again. Thanks again, Keith, for sticking along. Steve Rogers, thank you. Captain America, mind if I call you that? Thanks for the storm coverage. Just found you tonight. We'll be back for the next Puget Sound event. Rest up. Saw you on Facebook. Jumped over here and thank you for your coverage. Thank you, Sheila Welch. Gonna wrap things up here in the next few minutes. Everyone, if you have any last minute questions, comments, or concerns, go ahead and leave them in the comment box below. Also taking in any last minute tips in the form of coffees if you guys are interested. The link has been posted down below. South Whidbey Island looking, I'm in Clinton. Well, considering it's gusting to around 48 in Mukilteo, looking pretty blustery down there too. Sting Jet's starting to move off to the northeast, so the strongest winds are moving behind it. You may have already reached the apex of the event, but we're watching to see if the westerly surge picks up behind the cyclone, which could bring up the gusts temporarily over the Clinton area and parts of Whidbey and Camino Island. Lena Birch, welcome back. Over for Frederickson. I do believe we have reached the apex of the event for the South Sound. I think the South Central Sound are just about over. I'm gonna have to take a cough drop before I go to bed because my throat is absolutely torched. Because I see Michael and Matthew having a good time. They're driving along Highway 30 in Oregon, near Wana right now. Think they're probably going to cross somewhere here over the Columbia, back into Longview, and then come up I-5. Probably in the Klatskanai area right now. But yeah, just an overall summary. Looks like outside of some parts of Enumclaw, if you're south of Seattle, south of SeaTac, then your night for winds is most likely either slowing down or done. We're under 100 viewers for the first time in like 4 hours. So, yeah, thank you guys for all the good wishes. Thank you for the donations, subscriptions. We have officially doubled our YouTube subscriber count since the stream started earlier. This is one huge step towards enabling additional stream features in the near future. All right, guys, it is 11 o'clock. We're going to wrap things up. Have a great night, everyone. Hopefully, most of you still have power, or hopefully, if you don't, it's restored rather quickly in the morning. Got up to 27,763 followers on Facebook. And we're currently over 165,000 on PSE. Snow PUD is just a hair over 20,000. In Tacoma Public Utilities is at around 4,400. Expecting these totals to start to decrease as the winds decrease overnight. So it was a quick blow, but it was a big one for most of us. Eight and a half hours and they haven't cut you off yet. Yeah, so good to know in case this ever has to happen again in the future that I can stream for this long. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, though. All right, everyone, have a great night. I got to save my voice. We have some more chances for active weather midweek and next weekend as well. So we'll be keeping tabs on that on Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook. Also got to start posting the regular briefings again. I've been extremely poor about communicating that. Oh, thank you guys for giving me a good excuse to start up the briefings again. Hopefully either semi-daily or daily. Yeah, guys, everyone watching, have a great night. I'm going to take off. This was Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Historic stream for the record books. So, yeah, with that being said, take care, everyone. Stay weather aware, and hopefully you all get your power back soon. But this is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch signing off. Have a great night, everyone.